Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened.
Good morning, I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on NewsX for our special coverage of Republic Day. Yes, a happy Republic Day to all our viewers joining us on this special broadcast. It is an auspicious day as it's also Basant Panchami when India is celebrating 74 years of being a republic. India is all geared up for Republic Day celebrations. Today, of course, all the way from Kartavya Path in Delhi to Jammu and Kashmir in the north to Kanyakumari in the south, from east to west, north to south, India is bathed in the tricolour today. The parade, which we will be seeing this morning a bit later on, will be rolling down the new Kartavya Path, where Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi will be gracing the event as chief guest. Focusing on Atmanirbhar Bharat, a host of indigenous military equipments will be displayed. In fact, the ceremonial 21-gun salute will replace the British 25-pounder guns with 105mm Indian field guns. That's a big change as well. We can also look forward to viewing tableaus from 17 states and union territories and 6 from various ministries and departments depicting the emergence of a new India. Before I bring in our special guests who are also with us on our broadcast today, let me quickly go across to Jammu, where my colleague Ajay Jandial is joining us live. Ajay, have celebrations there already begun? What have you been seeing since the morning around you?
Well, good morning and happy Republic Day to our viewers and to you also. And we are here at the international border, India-Pakistan international border in Araspura, and this is the Octroi post where all set to celebrate Republic Day, and you could see that the tricolor can be seen everywhere on every building, where a tricolor is here, and definitely the people, those who are coming here today to attend this BSF program, flag hosting program here, they are waiting eagerly to participate here, because this is the very important location, because this location is generally known for the firing, heavy shelling from Pakistan side, and this is the place from where we have shown you many reports in the past that how Pakistan was violating ceasefire and targeting the civilians and the BSF troopers. But this is the fence area which basically generally the Pakistan and the Pakistani intruder try to breach, but our forces, the BSF Jawan, they always, stand tough, and they always foil all the nefarious plan of Pakistan, and they are always ready to lay down their life for the nation, and that's why we are, today celebrating the 74th Republic Day here in the country. But this today, after ceasefire violation is not taking place, the things have changed here. We are, present here to participate in the flag hosting ceremony where DIG BSF will unfurl the tricolor at around 9 after some time, and definitely it is going to be a big thing, because this is the location from where Pakistan is only 50 meters away. That is why that shows that how Pakistan will also learn a lesson that if Pakistan maintain peace, then how it is going to give Pakistan a success and other things. But Pakistan, if doesn't understand, then BSF troopers are ready to foil all the nefarious plan, because even yesterday we have seen that 3 terrorists were arrested. Just see that this is the highest flag, about 150 feet tall, tricolor was hosted a few years back here, and that is visible from the Sialkot as well. So this is the important location which generally known for the ceasefire violation, but now after befitting reply by the BSF troopers and the Indian Army troops on the line of control, we have what we have seen, that change has came, and there is no firing for last year. But today the people are eagerly waiting. Just see, I will ask my camera person to show you the visuals that senior officials of the BSF, they have started reaching here, because they also have to participate here, and in the evening there will be a retreat ceremony here where BSF troopers, they basically participate in a parade, and people in large number, they also comes here to see that parade, like what is happening on the Baga border. So this is going to be an important function today here in the Araspura sector on the Indo-Pak international border.
Absolutely, it certainly will be, and of course preparations there for a great parade in a short while as well. We will of course also be tracking the national parade which will take place in Delhi in Kartavya Path. It is expected that dignitaries will begin arriving from moments from now. We're also tracking visuals from all across the country where chief ministers are unfurling the tricolor in their respective states. We got a breaking update about Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot a short while back. Now we are seeing visuals of the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. He's handing awards currently there in Chennai. Let me bring in our guests as well. Lieutenant General Raj Kadian, defense expert, is live with us. Coming to you first, sir. Your thoughts on our 74th Republic Day. How important is this occasion for India year after year?
Yeah, very warm greetings on the 74th Republic Day to all your viewers. It was this day in 1950 that from a British dominion, we became a republic, an independent country. And this was the day when we adopted our constitution, which is the foundation of democracy, which is the foundation of our country. So it's a very important day. The day is both celebrated with the gaiety and happiness all over the country. And also this is the day when the country displays its military muscle and the social and cultural strength of the country. So there will be display of both. There will be military equipment that will be displayed. There will be state tableau showing the progress in various fields. The most significant part today in the military field is that every piece of equipment that is being displayed for the first time will be all indigenous. It is made in India in line with the Prime Minister's dream, which he had given out in 2014, that we will be Atmanirbhar. We are not fully there, but we are well on our way. The progress is very good. So every piece of equipment, including the ceremonial gun salute of 21 guns, will be fired from 105 millimeter field guns. That is Indian, that came into being. So similarly, the social and the cultural cohesion of the country will come to fore. Today is a day when we can look back with satisfaction and look forward with determination. We have achieved a lot. We've gone through wars, we've gone through social disturbances, we've gone through natural calamities, but we've come out very strong. If we look at the neighborhood, ours is the only country where democracy has shown very, very strong roots. And there has been emergency, but the army has kept out of politics and continues to do so, and we should make every effort that this concept is not disturbed. This is the strength of democracy. Everybody has his role. Today, it is not the responsibility of the Prime Minister or the government alone to take the country forward.
Yes.
All of us have to put our shoulder. And if we take 280 crore shoulders to push forward the wagon of progress, nothing can stop us. We are going to be the top of the world. We are well on our way. The world map today recognizes India, even in a dispute which is going on, the war between Ukraine and Russia and the Western. The world looks up to India to mediate. That is the weight our voice carries today. All hats off to everybody who has contributed. But past is okay for satisfaction. Future, we must determine that we will do nothing which can disturb the harmony of the country, and we will do everything that can move the country further forward.
Absolutely. Let me also bring in Major General Sudhakar ji, geopolitical analyst, onto the broadcast as well at this point. Major General Sudhakar ji, very important occasion, of course, for India as we celebrate Republic Day. Lieutenant General Kadian was just talking about that transition that took place in 1950, but transition taking place all the way till 2023 as well. This year, we are going to see the transition also of, from the old, sort of gun salute that used to happen earlier at the start of the parade, from British cannons to now an indigenous 21 gun salute ceremonially, which will be done in Delhi. Also this time, the first time that the parade will be happening at the newly renamed Kartavya Path as well.
Yeah, Uday, good morning and greetings to you and to our viewers and our countrymen on this very important 74th Republic Day. And the 74th Republic Day is not only important from the aspects which General Kadian has just beautifully, in a brilliant manner, has actually recounted. It is also important on one singular aspect of unity in diversity. Our country is with a diverse culture. It has got 9 religions, out of which 4 religions in the world had originated in our country. We have got almost about 25,000 subcastes, 3 to 5,000 main castes, and out of which 5 are primary castes. We have got almost close to 700 dialects public languages, out of which 22 are scheduled languages and 2 are national languages. We have 28 states and 8 union territories, and some more are likely to be added very soon. And likewise, we have more than 3,000 the ethnic communities of the tribes. So in this kind of diversity and the kind of festivals that we have, nowhere in the world is there a country like India where it has been blended so seamlessly. Prior to 15th of August 1947, India was not as a modern nation state. We are a conglomerate of princely states, almost about 565 of them getting together and hats off and due regards and respect to Vallabhbhai Patel. Getting one entity to the centrality is so difficult. Getting 565 princely states together would have been a tall order, and getting them together and this long march of 74 years as a republic, wherein you have a democratic constitution, which is the founding central pillar of our nation building. And for our guidance, it gives us a beacon of hope and guidance to take the nation to a greater status of global power by 2050. And besides that, the kind of challenges that the nation has gone through. Look back to 1947, 1950 and mid-50s, where our SDI indices of the country were so low. And mind you, by 1700 AD, when the India itself was posting almost close to 1/4 or 25% of the global GDP, by the time the Britishers left, it had come down to below 3%. And the education, the literacy level was so poor that time. It was almost close to 12 or 13% at the time of independence. Now you take a look at the SDI indices, it's touching a percentage of 74% to 84%. Why am I giving you this margin? Is that the male, female, and it keeps on actually varying. So and the employment status was so poor, poverty was so high. Now everything has taken a quantum jump. The employment wasn't there. Now, although there is a significant improvement, this aspect needs to be looked into. The military might have been divided between Pakistan and India, and from a 5 lakh army to almost close to a 15 lakh. When I say army, it is armed forces, I mean. Almost close to 15 lakh armed forces, which having fought 4.5 wars, people mistake it to be 3.5 or 3 wars, they say. The other day, we heard the Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan saying 3 conflicts with India. No, there are more than 4. So therefore, what I actually brings it to the science, technology, space, our oceanography, and the mapping of the country itself has been a big achievement. And our research and development, and look at the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which India has achieved so far. All these are very, very exclusive and singular milestones, which makes every Indian feel proud and puts all of us in a platform to contribute towards the global peace and harmony. Today, the credibility which India has got in the global arena as the president of G20, president of Shanghai Corporation, as the leader of the anti-terrorist the committee which India is heading at the United Nations level.
Yes.
And all this put together, India is a mighty force to reckon with, and we are the 5th largest economy. Within a couple of years, maybe next 3 to 4 years or so, we'll be the 3rd largest. And the economists also have started appreciating that the way we are actually leapfrogging, day is not far when we will be the 2nd largest economy in the world, challenging the topmost number 1 economy, whichever, US or China, very soon. And 2050 is not very far off. It requires determination, it requires discipline by one.
So the fast strides continue by India, no doubt. Let me quickly now also bring in another colleague of mine joining us from the national capital, in fact, is Naveen Nishant. Naveen, take us through the security protocol that, of course, has been put in place across Delhi NCR region, obviously for the occasion of Republic Day. And also, what are the latest reports, Naveen? What time are we expecting the dignitaries to begin arriving at Kartavya Path and also first at National War Memorial for the ceremonies to begin?
बिल्कुल उदय, देखिए आप बता दें, सिक्योरिटी की तस्वीरें दिखानी जरूरी है और मंडी हाउस पर मौजूद है और ये वैसे रास्ते हैं जो इंडिया गेट और कर्तव्य पथ को मंडी हाउस से जोड़ते हैं और आप देख सकते हैं कि चप्पे पर दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान तैनात हैं और ये वैसी लाइन है जो इंडिया गेट की तरफ जाना चाहते हैं, परेड को देखना चाहते हैं। तो तमाम लोग जो है वो लाइन में लगकर सिक्योरिटी चेक के बाद उन्हें इंडिया गेट की तरफ जाने दिया जा रहा है और आप देख सकते हैं जो तमाम मुख्य सड़कें हैं उस पर अभी के समय बैरिकेडिंग कर दी गई है, दिल्ली पुलिस के जवानों की डिप्लॉयमेंट की गई है क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है उसका खासा ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। तमाम रास्तों पर दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान के साथ साथ जो केंद्रीय और सैनिक बल के जवान हैं उनकी यहाँ पर डिप्लॉयमेंट कर दी गई है और यहाँ पर आपको देखिए तस्वीर तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि यहाँ पर तमाम लोगों की सिक्योरिटी जांच और उनके डॉक्यूमेंट्स की जांच, आधार वेरिफिकेशन के बाद ही लोगों को अंदर जाने दिया जा रहा है। तो तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखानी जरूरी हो जाती है कि कैसे लोगों की यहाँ पर चेकिंग की जा रही है। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि सभी लोगों का आधार कार्ड, सभी लोगों के आधार कार्ड देखने के बाद ही जो है पुलिस किसी को अंदर यहाँ पे जाने दे रही है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस यहाँ पे मौजूद है। सभी लोगों के आधार कार्ड या फिर कोई आइडेंटिटी कार्ड जो देश में मान्य हो, उसकी चेकिंग के बाद ही लोगों को अंदर जाने दिया जा रहा है। तमाम रास्तों पर यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग कर दी गई है, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस का साफ कहना है कि हम कोई रिस्क नहीं ले सकते। तकरीबन दिल्ली की सड़कों पर 6000 से ज्यादा जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनकी डिप्लॉयमेंट की गई है। इसके अलावा जो केंद्रीय अर्धसैनिक बल के जवान हैं उनकी भी यहाँ पर डिप्लॉयमेंट की गई है। जो कार्यक्रम है वो तकरीबन 10 बजे शुरू होगा। जो राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू हैं वो झंडा फहराएंगी। उसके बाद मिस्र के जो राष्ट्रपति हैं वो मुख्य अतिथि बने हुए हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं भव्य तस्वीर, भव्य झांकी कर्तव्य पथ से दिखेंगी, क्योंकि ये पहली बार होगा कि कर्तव्य पथ पर जो झांकियां हैं वो निकलेंगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं देश उत्साहित है। जो लोग हैं, अब देख सकते हैं कि कड़ाके की ठंड में सुबह से ही जो तमाम लोग हैं वो लाइनों में लगे हैं ताकि उन्हें परेड की एक झलक मिल सके। और आप देख सकते हैं कि लाइन काफी लंबी है, छोटी लाइन नहीं है, काफी लंबी लाइन है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि सुबह से ही जो तमाम लोग हैं वो लाइनों में लगे हुए हैं और सब इंडिया गेट की तरफ जाना चाहते हैं, कर्तव्य पथ की तरफ जाना चाहते हैं। लेकिन पासेस जो है वो काफी सीमित संख्या में है, सुरक्षा को ध्यान में रखते हुए। इसलिए ये वैसे लोग हैं जो सड़कों के किनारे खड़े होकर परेड को देखने के लिए उत्साहित हैं। सुबह से ही कड़ाके की ठंड में यहाँ पर जमे हैं और उसके बाद धीरे धीरे अभी के समय सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल का पालन करवाते हुए इन्हें अभी के समय अंदर जाने दिया जा रहा है। जी उदय।
जी नवीन, बने रहिए आप हमारे संग। मैं आलोक मेहता का रुख करना चाहूंगा इस वक्त। आलोक मेहता, एडिटोरियल डायरेक्टर ITV नेटवर्क, इज ऑल्सो विद अस इन आवर स्टूडियो. Alok Mehta, a lot of people there, even as we see now these visuals coming in from Rajasthan, where the parade has already begun, also from Kerala, where also the guard of honor currently is in place, and of course the marching contingents are very visible there on our screens. But everyone of course waits for the parade that will be happening in Delhi. That of course is where Prime Minister Modi will be, the President of India Draupadi Murmu will be. That is also where the Egyptian President will be this year as chief guest. We were seeing our colleague Naveen showing us how people there braving the cold, queuing up to watch a glimpse of the parade. What is the significance of Republic Day for India today, and also of the parade which we see year after year, and this year has a very indigenous Atmanirbhar feel to it?
Very good morning to all our viewers and our guests also, especially on the occasion of Vasant Panchami and Republic Day. You know, Republic Day, what you mentioned about it, we should feel proud because now India is a leader of a G20 group. It's a very significant today, especially on this Republic Day, because our constitution provided such a democratic, secular, integrated and very strong country. What our guest generals spoke about it, that our defense forces kept us very strong on defense, on the border, secured border. That's why all over the world people are looking for India. Our democracy, because our legislature, our government, our judiciary and defense forces, they all work together. We have difference of opinion. Time to time we have also amended the constitution, but we should feel our constitution, because now you see even in the Britain and American democracy, they are facing no number of new problems, the leadership problems, even what happened in the Trump time in the United States. That's why I think in our democracy we face number of phases, including the emergency, but even then in a 1.5 year again we changed in the system, the whole democracy again revived. So I think this is the right time. Why today we are going on the Kartavya Path, you mentioned about it. Our viewers also watching very carefully. That Kartavya Path means we got so much power, constitution, but responsibility. Kartavya means what our duties, what our forces are doing on the Himalayas and Kargil and on sea or in the everywhere from Air Force to Navy. But same time every citizen, we want to utilize our rights, our constitution right, what we can do, what expression like us, we talk about the freedom of expression. And not only for media, whether it's you or me, not only for us, every citizen has the same right what we have. When we can express ourselves, we have a number of problems also faced, but even then, we are very strong. Everywhere in the world, people say, okay, India is in a very open society. That's why I feel we should feel proud of our constitution, which after efforts of years and years, they were our freedom fighters and the maker of constitution. They worked very hard to give us this kind of constitution, which we are feeling more proud. And now the new parliament will also start in a few weeks' time. So you can imagine new parliament building. You must be knowing that in British Parliament also they are constructing a new building. They are more strong, they are more rich country also, but even then they are behind us. So because our parliament is still is a very powerful, very strong, but because new requirements, number of participation are there, that's why the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his government, they in a very short period, I think a very time-bound program, even the corona crisis, our building is ready. So our parliamentarians will sit in a new parliament building on the Kartavya Path. We hope and wish to preserve this, our democracy and the constitution. They will also work hard for giving for a new generation, what our generals also talking, the economic self-reliance is our target. In economic field, self-reliance in a different field, we are there. In defense forces also, now we are in the position of exporting arms. We want peace all over the world, but same time we want that everybody should protect themselves. And that's why we are helping, our forces also helping on the arms we are producing. Even the Japan and Germany, Britain, the American companies are coming in a big way. Even the corona crisis, and now even the economic situation all over the world. But India is in a better position. Everybody is getting food grain, 80 crores people. The accounts holder nowadays more than anywhere in the world, in any country. So that's why I think these, our citizens, we have poverty, we have the problems, we have even still we have to go a long way. But I think on this Republic Day, one should take oath to do his own duty, every citizen like us.
Absolutely. Let me take that across to Commodore Shrikant Kesnoor, who's also live with us at this point, a defense expert. Commodore Kesnoor, come in here. And of course, the Atmanirbhar push this year, we're going to be seeing a fully indigenous parade from, of course, that 21-gun salute from Indian made weapons this time around. We're also going to, of course, be seeing a big push on Atmanirbhar Bharat in the tableaus of the DRDO and, of course, also by the Ministry of Defense and also by various states. Also, the fact that this is happening on Kartavya Path this time, not Rajpath anymore, but the newly renamed and also redesigned Kartavya Path. Commodore Kesnoor, your thoughts on Republic Day morning?
Morning to you. Greetings to all your viewers. Wonderful to be a part of the show. I think you rightly highlighted some of the more important points. Indigenization is very important. No country can become truly powerful as long as it keeps importing a lot of its arms and equipment. And I think the push that has come about and the push that is reflected in this year's parade is most welcome, and it is for us to feel proud of it. I must make a mention here, not because I'm a partisan of the Navy, but the Indian Navy actually provided a big fillip to indigenization right from 1960, when Atmanirbharta has been an article of faith for us. And you would know today that 39 out of the 41 ships being built for the Navy are being built in India. We're building aircraft carriers, we're building submarines, and we're doing a lot more in that arena. So Atmanirbharta is a strong cornerstone of all the three armed forces, and it's something we got to be proud about. You rightly mentioned about the Kartavya Path, obligation, duty. as was brought out by previous panelists. Once more, this is an aspect of, let's say, high salience for the armed forces, but it would be so for every citizen. And to that extent, this Republic Day, which shows a soldier-citizen connect, I think is wonderful because it showcases the soldier to the citizen. At the same time, it brings the citizen closer to the soldier. The third thing, and I think this has been brought out by the other panelists, but must be flagged, that in many ways, the multiplicity of our communities, of our languages, all of that find an utterance in our own armed forces. In other words, the armed forces are the essence of the country in that sense, reflecting its cosmopolitanism, respecting its technological modernity, and several things. My last point, Uday, very quickly, we must remember, though, that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. So let us spare a thought, even as we celebrate today, let us spare a thought for those even today, in fact, even more so today, are vigilant, are guarding our seas, are guarding our skies, are guarding our mountains, are guarding our glaciers, and in fact, even those who guard our forests, the people who are in the airport, the CRPF people, the PSF, the Railway Protection Force, I think we must have a big shout out for all of those. It's a tough job, and we must say salute to all those who are ensuring security today so that nobody rains on our parade. Greetings to all of your viewers, and I think this is a great occasion to share these thoughts.
It certainly is, of course, a great occasion, and very soon we are, of course, going to see the ceremonies begin with, of course, the customary moments of silence at the National War Memorial. That also has been a change from, India Gate, of course, the Amar Jawan Jyoti, to now, of course, a more holistic, comprehensive, National War Memorial flame, where Major General Sudhakarji, you have, of course, the commemoration, the honoring of soldiers, not just in one or two particular wars, but in all our wars. So a more comprehensive sort of moments of silence which will be taking place, to kickstart the Republic Day celebrations. So let's just talk a bit about that, about what happens at the National War Memorial, how important that is for the security forces, for your fraternity, Major General Sudhakarji.
Yeah, Uday, must thank you. This is a beautiful point you have highlighted, and our viewers must know that the independent India or the Republic of India never had, until the National War Memorial came up, we never had a place to pay our tributes to the fallen soldiers of the country, because the name keeps changing from martyr to fallen soldiers, and now something else will come up. It is the brave hearts, the brave heroes of our country who have sacrificed their lives for the protection of the nation. And from 1947, there are so many wars and conflicts and insurgency activities which the country has witnessed and gone through the journey of its independence. We have struggled every day for our survival as a mighty nation, what we are today. And our gratitude goes to the soldiers who have sacrificed their life. All this put together, the present dispensation, without naming any party or leadership, the present dispensation needs to be given kudos for having put the acts together and consolidated the names and brought our Indian identity at a particular place at the central of Delhi, which is being called as the National War Memorial, where every person who has sacrificed, every soldier from all the three services, they have been beautifully etched and they have been secured in a comprehensive surrounding at the central place in Delhi to pay our commemoration and respect and regards to them and pray for their soul to rest in peace. Also, it is not only a symbol of motivation for nation building, it also indicates very clearly that the nation comes first. Next is the command that you are, wherever we are, we have some people above us, some people below us, Wherever actually we are there, be it in a family or in a small little organization or establishment, there are people under us. We need to take care of our men. And last but not the least, it is actually not a symbolism. This is how the army officers are groomed when they pass out through the Chetwood Hall of the Indian Military Academy, the last step. And it is taught to us, the nation comes first. So therefore, what it brings me is that the National War Memorial that you're highlighting is not symbolizing, it is reminding every Indian that before your own self, there is a duty that we are responsible to discharge for the nation building. Ask yourself as to what we can do for the nation, not what nation can do for us. Back to you, Uday.
Okay, Lieutenant Kadian, let me get you in here on also the significance of those moments at the National War Memorial which precede the parade. And also, what are you most looking forward to in the parade? Which part of the parade do you wait for every year? Lieutenant Kadian, are you able to hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Yeah. No, what I was saying was that, of course, War Memorial is very important for a country like India, that it is constantly under struggle. We have faced many wars, we have faced many separatist tendencies which the defense forces have been involved in controlling and keeping the country together. And those challenges are continuing even today. Thanks to our two neighborly countries, hopefully things will be better relation-wise in future. Now, when we were born and started schooling soon after 47, the teachers used to tell us, we are a Sone ki Chidiya. Most of us thought it is a kind of a mythological story, because when you looked around, people like us who lived in villages, there were no roads, there was no electricity, there was no hospital, even the post office was 5 miles away, and famines were very common. There was no irrigation system, you all depended on the rain. And if there was insufficient rain, then there was hunger and poverty and all those difficulties. We were required to wear yellow shirts and blue shorts. Surprisingly, today it looks very difficult to believe, only white cloth was available. It was purchased and it was dyed at home into the required color. So that is a kind of beginning we made, because the colonizers were not interested in our progress. They were more interested in economic exploitation. That is what they did. So today when we look back with satisfaction, today every village has electricity, every village has roads, we have a telephone, we are the largest users of mobile phones. That's the progress. For children today needs to know where we were and where we are today. And the progress is not a finite line. There is no finish line. Progress is ongoing. We will keep progressing, and it is on the responsibilities on the shoulders of each one of us. Now, you mentioned about the war memorial. The Britishers made a war memorial for us after the First World War, and names of our martyrs were inscribed on India Gate, which are still there. But there was a need not only to update it, but also to Indianize it. So the demand has been going on for a long time. Surprisingly, for some reason, we couldn't decide the location. There were people who didn't want it close to India Gate, wanted it on the banks of Jamuna River, but finally, thanks to the present government, a decision was taken, and we have a world-class war memorial today, which includes names of all the martyrs. That's a source of inspiration, and people, I think, are thronging it in thousands every day to get motivated. Every country has that kind of war memorial. Ours is based on the same pattern which I think it was made for Napoleon in Arc de Triomphe that we keep hearing about. All countries have a similar design, so is India Gate. So war memorial was the need of the day. The government took a very right decision, and today we can look at the place with great pride. India has had a string of martyrs. If you go by the highest decorated people, we have had 21 Paramvir Chakras. 3 of them will be taking part in the parade today. We have had 86 Ashok Chakras. which is, as far as the gallantry is concerned, it is the same level as the PVC, but it is awarded not in a war situation. It is a non-war situation, like insurgency we fight every day. And out of those 86 Ashok Chakra awardees, 68 have been posthumous. That comes to little over 79%. Similarly, on the PVCs, out of 21, 14 were posthumous. So 3 PVCs, 3 Ashok Chakras will be taking part. They'll be leading the parade today. That's a matter of pride. They are a moving example of gallantry and the sense of sacrifice that Indian soldiers have been making. India has no dearth of talent. In fact, our youngsters have been going abroad for studies and they're heading most of the multinationals.
Absolutely.
So today, the problem was we didn't have opportunities to exploit the talent. Today, those opportunities are being created, have been created, and our time is not too far when we will see a return of those people who had gone abroad, come back and work for India.
Yes.
So it's a matter of great pride.
No doubt. Let me also bring in another colleague of mine, Vandana Sirohi, who's joining us live from Delhi for more on this story. Vandana, what are you seeing around you as far as the security protocol is concerned? Have people begun arriving at Kartavya Path for the parade? What time are we expecting the dignitaries to begin arriving there? And what is the significance of this year's parade, something different this year, which sets it apart from preceding and previous parades, Vandana?
Sure, I will like to show you the people how they are coming from throughout the India. ये देखिए तस्वीरें, यहाँ पर लोग दूर दूर से आए हुए हैं परेड में शामिल होने के लिए। और परेड आज क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा ऐतिहासिक होने वाली है, देश की सैन्य, सांस्कृतिक और शक्ति का प्रदर्शन यहाँ पर किया जाएगा और दूर दूर से लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड है क्योंकि आज परेड देखने के लिए ये लोग यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं। और कर्तव्य पथ, क्योंकि जो पहले राजपथ हुआ करता था, कर्तव्य पथ हो चला है और वहाँ पर तस्वीरें आज बहुत खास होने वाली है। मिस्र के जो राष्ट्रपति हैं वो मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में यहाँ पर शामिल हो रहे हैं। 130 सदस्यों का जो मिस्र का दल होगा वो भी हमारी मार्चिंग दस्ते के साथ वो भी परेड करता हुआ नजर आएगा। और सैन्य शक्ति के साथ साथ भारत की जो नारी शक्ति है, नारी सशक्तिकरण का जो जोर दिया जा रहा है, उसकी भी झलक आज कर्तव्य पथ पर नजर आएगी। फिलहाल मंडी हाउस पर इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं और लोगों का हुजूम आप देखिए यहाँ पर, क्योंकि लगातार लोगों को आगे अब बढ़ने के लिए जाने दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिनके पास पासेस नहीं है उन्हें भी दूर से परेड देखने के लिए अनुमति मिल रही है। सुरक्षा की लिहाज से भी यहाँ पर सभी तैयारियां की गई हैं। दूर दूर से लोग आए हुए हैं। कहाँ से आए हैं आप भैया?
उत्तर प्रदेश से आए हैं।
अच्छा, परेड देखने के लिए आए हैं?
हाँ, परेड देखने के लिए।
कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, लेकिन देखने को नहीं मिला। नहीं देखने को मिला। अंदर
अभी कुछ लोग जा रहे थे
अंदर जाने नहीं दे रहे हैं, पास में नहीं बना है।
अच्छा, तो जिन लोगों के पास नहीं है वो थोड़े से निराश जरूर हो रहे हैं क्योंकि बहुत दूर से वो लोग आए हुए हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश से आए हैं और यहाँ पर परेड देखने के लिए आए थे लेकिन नहीं देख पा रहे हैं। बहुत से लोग हैं यहाँ पर, आप दूर दूर तक तस्वीरें आप देखिए किस तरीके से साज सज्जा भी यहाँ पर की गई है। रिपब्लिक डे का यहाँ पर खास तरीके से लोगो डिजाइन हुआ है ट्राई कलर्स के साथ। आप देखेंगे खास इंतजाम यहाँ पर किए गए हैं। सुरक्षा के लिहाज से भी यहाँ पर चारों तरफ बैरिकेड किया गया है। एक बार तस्वीरें जरा पीछे दिखाइए किस तरीके से पुलिसकर्मी यहाँ पर लोगों को रोक रहे हैं ताकि जबरदस्ती को यहाँ से अंदर ना जा सके, क्योंकि सुरक्षा के लिहाज से आज जो खास इंतजाम किए गए हैं, 27,000 से ज्यादा सैनिकों की तैनाती की गई है। 60 से 65,000 जो लोग हैं वो परेड में शामिल होंगे, हिस्सा लेंगे। और जो फ्रंट लाइन होगी, जो वीवीआईपी लाइन हमेशा हुआ करती थी, वहां पर वीवीआईपी गेस्ट होते थे। इस बार कर्तव्य पथ पर परेड देखने के लिए वहां पर रिक्शा चालक होंगे, श्रमजीवी होंगे जिन्होंने सेंट्रल विस्टा का निर्माण किया है, जिन्होंने नए संसद भवन का निर्माण किया है और जिन्होंने कर्तव्य पथ को एक नया रूप दिया है जो पहले राजपथ हुआ करता था। सर, आप कहाँ से आए?
हम रोहतक हरियाणा से आए हैं और हम थोड़ा सा साहित्य अकादमी और संस्कृति मंत्रालय, सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्रालय में भी विजिट करेंगे क्योंकि हमारे जीजा जी ने प्रथम विश्व का या भारत का प्रथम संस्कृत झंडा गीत लिखा था, जय तू जय तिरंगा। तो एक्सपायर हो गए। वो काफ़ी प्रयास कर रहे थे, संस्कृत अध्यापक रहे थे हिसार के अंदर और असम में सड़क दुर्घटना में उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। तो मैं आज 26 जनवरी के दिन उनकी एनिवर्सरी भी थी, क्या शब्द व्यक्त करूं। बाकी करुणा भी है इस समय और गर्व भी है हमारे सारे परिवार को कि उन्होंने
गणतंत्र दिवस आज 74वां मनाया जा रहा है। कितना बदला है भारत?
भारत बहुत बदल गया है जी। पूरे भारत से यहाँ पर लोग आ रहे हैं, परंतु लोगों को वो भीड़ के अंदर वो समर्थन नहीं मिल रहा, व्यवस्थाएं नहीं है, लोगों को ज्ञानता अभी भी है कि उन्हें पता नहीं है किस तरह से पास टिकट सब आ रही हैं, भीड़ बस गणतंत्र दिवस देखना है। तो मैं 2 मिनट आपकी ओर चाहूँगा। जय तू जय तू जय तिरंगा, जय तिरंगा यूट्यूब चैनल है, इस पे प्रसारित है। हमारा प्रयास है गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड इत्यादि सभी छोटे बड़े जितने भी रिकॉर्ड है, आपके इस समाचार चैनल के माध्यम से मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे जो जीजाजी श्री स्वर्गीय यदुकुल भूषण शर्मा शास्त्री, उन्होंने हमारे भारत का प्रथम
जी बिल्कुल। तो लोग वहाँ बिल्कुल पेट्रियाटिक मूड में हैं। हम देख रहे हैं कि लोग वहाँ उत्साहित हैं। कई लोग को मौका मिलेगा कि वो परेड देख पाएं सामने से, कई लोग जो है निराश होकर जा रहे हैं, मगर हम अपने दर्शकों को निराश नहीं करेंगे। हम आपको सीधा प्रसारण दिखाएंगे नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल में। कुछ ही समय में हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं वो वहाँ पहुँचेंगे, हमारे तीनों फोर्सेस के चीफ्स वहाँ उपस्थित रहेंगे। वी विल ब्रिंग यू ऑल ऑफ दैट इन अ शॉर्ट व्हाइल फ्रॉम नाउ। फॉर द टाइम बीइंग, माय थैंक्स टू आवर गेस्ट्स who joined us. We will have some more analysts joining you in just a short while from now. We'll also try and go across to more states to get you a sense on ground of how Republic Day is being celebrated across the country. For now, a quick break.
मेडिसिन लेती हूँ इसकी और अपनी
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी, 2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इत्थों ले चुका हूँ।
क्रेडिट स्कोर लो है और क्रेडिट कार्ड चाहिए? कोई नहीं, समझो मिल गया। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड एक ऐसा यूनिक क्रेडिट कार्ड है जो हो सकता है सबके पास। बनवानी है तो बस एक एफडी पाएं, एफडी पर बेस्ट रिटर्न्स और अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद डिफाइन करने का मौका। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड होगा सबके पास।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape.
आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब, मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब। आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब, मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
तंदुरुस्त हो सारे और कोई ना हो बीमार, सबका इलाज होगा कोई ना रहे बेइलाज।
2 कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े, 2 कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े। बढ़ा हुआ है हौसला और पूरे होंगे ख्वाब, आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब।
सेहतमंद पंजाब का सपना साकार हो रहा है। हमने 15 अगस्त को 100 आम आदमी क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए थे, जिसका लोगों ने बहुत जोरदार स्वागत किया और लोग इस सेहत सेवा का बहुत फायदा ले रहे हैं। 7.5 लाख से ज़्यादा मरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ से दवाई लेके ठीक हो चुके हैं, ओपीडी का फायदा ले चुके हैं और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा टेस्ट जो कि बिल्कुल मुफ्त हैं, फ्री हैं, वो यहाँ हो चुके हैं इन क्लिनिकों में। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि 27 जनवरी को 500 और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए जा रहे हैं, ताकि रंगला पंजाब की जो हमारी नीति है, जो रंगला पंजाब बनाने का हमारा सपना है, उसमें सेहतमंद पंजाब भी शामिल रहे।
मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst
मैं यहाँ पर मेडिसिन लेती हूँ, इसकी और अपनी।
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लगी, 2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इत्थों ले चुका हूँ।
फादर साहब जानते ने
Welcome back from the break and a happy Republic Day to all our viewers joining us on NewsX this morning. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. India is all geared up for its 74th Republic Day celebrations. The parade this year will roll down the Kartavya Path, where Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi will grace the event as chief guest. Focusing on an Atmanirbhar Bharat, a host of indigenous military equipment will be displayed. In fact, the ceremonial 21-gun salute will replace the British 25-pounder guns with 105mm Indian field guns. We can also look forward to viewing tableaus from 17 states and union territories and 6 from various ministries and departments depicting the emergence of a new India. Joining us at this point is Major General Gigi Dwivedi, defense expert. We also have Wing Commander Sudhakaran, defense expert, joining us live. Commodore G.J. Singh, defense expert, is also live with us on the broadcast. Major General Sudhakarji, defense expert, is also joining us live. Let me begin with you first, Major General Dwivedi. Your thoughts on India's Republic Day today. How significant is this day? How important is it to commemorate and remember and celebrate this year, year after year?
Well, Uday, first and foremost, my heartiest felicitations to all the fellow citizens on this very auspicious occasion, and also to the team NewsX. With that, let me come back to the very pertinent question that you raised. Well, I think it's a very historic day for a country like India, because how far we have come. It's very important to remember of our start point. In 1947, we were an underdeveloped, poor country, and we were almost written off as a nation because people had doubts as to will we be able to hold together. But today, when you look at, as we are celebrating the Republic, we are a very buoyant nation, very confident nation. And world is looking at us, as the future global leader. And we have certain very different characteristics. We are a country which is secular. We are a country which is the largest democracy in the world. And then we are a country which doesn't believe in using force, power, or coercion like our neighbors, especially northern neighbor. We are the country which wish to share the prosperity all around. So therefore, Uday, when I just sum it up, I think it's a very historic day for every Indian. And every Indian, when I say, because this year, it is being dedicated to the common man. And I think common man is the person, the faceless soldier, as we call in the armed forces. That's not the generals who win the war. It's the faceless soldiers who win the war. And so also, where India is today is because of billions and millions of faceless Indians who are toiling day in and day out without any recognition, without any selfish reward. But they're just doing it for their own sake and for the sake of the nation. So therefore, I think that this year is dedicated to the common Indian, is dedicated to self-reliance. And I think this government, and especially Prime Minister Modi, has given a great momentum to put India on the global map, to identify India as a future global power. And I think on this day, we need to be more resolute and ensure that the path that is for next quarter century, which is the golden century or called Amrit Kal, that we deliver. And when we celebrated our 100th anniversary of Republic Day, I think we should be a great nation which world looks upon us as the leader of the new world. Uday.
Right. Major Dwivedi, stay with us. In fact, I want to take that to Major Sudhakarji as well. Major Sudhakarji, on which aspect of the parade you most eagerly wait for, sir? Which segment do you, wait in the parade for? Is it, the DRDO displays? Is it the military displays by the Ministry of Defense? Is it the state tableaus? Is it something else? What do you wait for in the parade every year? Major Sudhakarji, can you hear me? Okay, I think we seem to have lost that connection with Major Sudhakarji, but let me quickly bring in at this point Wing Commander Sudhakaran as well. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, it's a very indigenous feel to the Republic Day parade this year, from indigenously made weapons being displayed during the course of the parade. Also the 21 gun salute not happening by British-made guns anymore. That's a big change that we are seeing this year too in the parade. Also, the newly rechristened, the newly renamed Kartavya Path being the host for this year's parade and ceremonies.
Absolutely. Thanks to Team NewsX for having me on and giving me this opportunity to address my fellow countrymen, and my greetings to them on the 74th Republic Day. What is the true meaning of republic? A republic achieves its true meaning when people assert their sovereignty. It's people who decide the fate of a nation. It's people who take control of how the nation functions. It's not a dictator. It's not a monarch. And how truly have we lived gloriously for the last 74 years. But having said that, 1947, we did get our freedom. But our minds didn't come out of the colonial mindset. We lived for far too long, trying to decolonize ourselves. But I'm happy that in the last 7 years or so, that process has catalyzed, has found its own roots, and has started now blossoming into a huge tree which has started bearing the fruit that we see on the Kartavya Path, the Rajpath was renamed, people asked, what is it in a name? It all starts in a name. Otherwise, we can serve under anybody. Even we can serve under a tyrant. We can feel happy that we have delegated our responsibility to an individual. And as long as it is not hurting me, let me live my life. That's not what a true republic is all about. India has gone beyond that. Today, as the world is grappling with a war, India is the only country which can talk to both sides. It is the only country which has been accepted. Our leader is the only country that the world looks up to. There are cynical minds, there are opportunists within the country who are trying to undermine the country. We need to call out the sold media like BBC, who, having being bankrupt with no ideology whatsoever, they resort to 2 decades old stuffs to nurture the feeling of hatred amongst Indians. We need to get over that. We need to decolonize ourselves decisively. We need to tell those erstwhile colonial powers, stay off. We have grown beyond you. They fear us because if our GDP grows, please understand their GDP will be undermined. They don't want you to go there, right? So that is why they want clowns to come to lead this country so that this country can be kept at check. What India needs is a powerful leadership. India has demonstrated that with a powerful leadership, we can not only indigenize, but indigenize on the power of invention and innovation. We will be the technology superpower in the years to come. But the countrymen should ensure that a true republic means not to sell their votes, not to vote in the lines of caste, creed, or religion. Vote for your well-being. Vote for collectively being a superpower. When India becomes a superpower, be rest assured that you will find your power within yourself. And that's the true celebration that we will have to invest in. And India, in any case, is a land of festivals. We celebrate every day. We celebrate life. We celebrate even death. We are not scared of that. We are not believers, but we are explorers. We are seekers. And that obviously means that we have a mind of innovation and invention. Thanks for having given me this opportunity. Yes. But today as we march in Kartavya Path, let's march to decolonize our mindset.
Let me also bring in at this point Jajbir Singh, my colleague joining us live from Amritsar. Jajbir, take us through what you're seeing in Amritsar. How is Republic Day being celebrated there since the morning? Also, later in the evening, we will have the customary changing of guards at the Wagah border. That is, of course, a ceremony which happens daily. But on occasions like this, there is a greater turnout of people. There is, I'm sure, much more fervor in the air, and also have the celebrations in Punjab begun?
देखिए, इस समय हम मौजूद हैं गुरु नानक देव स्टेडियम अमृतसर में और आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखाने के, यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरह से रिपब्लिक डे को आज यहाँ पर मनाया जाना है। उससे पहले की तस्वीरें हैं जो हम बता रहे हैं। आज देश का राष्ट्रीय पर्व जो है वो आज मनाया जाना है, जिसको लेकर तमाम तैयारियां कर ली गई है। पूरे देश भर में गणतंत्रता दिवस को मनाने के लिए तैयारियां की जा रही है। आप देखिए यहाँ पर इस समय हम जो है गुरु नानक स्टेडियम में यहाँ पर मौजूद है और कुछ ही देर के बाद ये जो है इवेंट है शुरू होना है और देश के जो तिरंगे को यहाँ पर सलामी दी जाएगी और पंजाब के वित्त मंत्री जो है वो यहाँ पर इसको देश के तिरंगे को यहाँ पर जो सलामी देंगे, यहाँ पर जो है वो उनके द्वारा यहाँ पर सलामी दी जानी है। तो ऐसे में तमाम देखिए यहाँ पर तैयारियां हैं। ग्राउंड के अंदर हम मौजूद हैं, किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो है तैयारियां यहाँ पर की जा रही हैं और देखिए यहाँ पर कुछ ही देर के बाद परेड यहाँ पर शुरू होनी है और हजारों की गिनती में लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, स्कूल के बच्चे यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और सांस्कृतिक यहाँ पर तरीके के साथ यहाँ पर झांकियां यहाँ पर निकाली जानी है। उससे पहले आप तस्वीरें यहाँ पर देख पा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से जो है यहाँ पर अभी कुछ ही देर के बाद ये इवेंट शुरू होना है। देश के गणतंत्रता दिवस को मनाने के लिए यहाँ पर जो है एक जोश दिखाई दे रहा और ये तस्वीरें हम आपको बता रहे हैं, तस्वीरें अपने आप में बयान करती है कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर अभी कुछ देर के बाद, चंद मिनटों के बाद ये प्रोग्राम शुरू होना है और जितने भी लोग यहाँ पर बैठेंगे आज ये साक्षी होंगे देश के इस राष्ट्रीय पर्व को। यहाँ की उनकी तस्वीरें, अद्भुत तस्वीरें देखने के साक्षी रहेंगे। तो आप देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो है इवेंट जो है वो कुछ ही चंद मिनटों में यहाँ पर शुरू होना है। उससे पहले की तस्वीरें हैं ग्राउंड के अंदर हम मौजूद हैं और ग्राउंड के अंदर आप देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर उत्साह दिखाई दे रहा है और यहाँ पे पुलिस के जवान जो है वो पुलिस बैंड के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो जो यहाँ पर जो है इस प्रोग्राम का हिस्सा बनते हुए यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। स्कूली बच्चे यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और आप देखिए किस तरह से ये इवेंट जो है वो अभी कुछ ही चंद मिनटों में जो है यहाँ पर शुरुआत इसकी होने जा रही है और लोग देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर स्टेडियम के अंदर यहाँ पर बैठे हैं। तिरंगा हर तरफ यहाँ पर तिरंगे को लेकर हाथों में तिरंगा लिए गणतंत्रता दिवस को जो है यहाँ पर मनाने के लिए लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे। अद्भुत तस्वीरें हैं और आपको दिखा रहे हैं गुरु नानक देव स्टेडियम की ये तस्वीरें हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो है वो इवेंट यहाँ पर अभी शुरू होने जा रहा है। रिपब्लिक डे को मनाने के लिए यहाँ पर लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और खास तौर पर स्कूली बच्चे सबसे वो आपको जो तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं कि स्कूली बच्चे भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। सांस्कृतिक जो है एडिशनली जो है यहाँ पर झांकियां यहाँ पर निकाली जानी है। स्कूली बच्चे भी यहाँ पर पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं। आप देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो है इवेंट की शुरुआत अभी होने जा रही है। उससे पहले आप देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर ग्राउंड के अंदर जो है वो जो जिनके द्वारा ये परेड का हिस्सा बनना है वो अधिकारी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। स्कूली बच्चे भी यहाँ पर उनके साथ में हैं और आप देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर लंबी कतारें हैं। यहाँ पर लगातार लोग जो है स्टेडियम के अंदर आते हुए यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं और यहाँ पर आप देखिए किस तरह स्कूली बच्चे शांतमय ढंग के साथ में लाइनें बनाकर यहाँ पर बैठे हैं और आप शुरुआत जो है प्रोग्राम की होनी है उसको लेकर इनके अंदर जोश यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है। आप देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो है वो स्कूली बच्चों जो के द्वारा जो झांकियां यहाँ पर निकाली जानी है तो वो बच्चे भी यहाँ पर लगातार पहुंचते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। रिहर्सल करने के बाद ये बच्चे यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं ग्राउंड के अंदर और कुछ ही चंद मिनटों के अंदर ये इवेंट यहाँ पर शुरू होना। उससे पहले की तस्वीरें हम आपको बता रहे हैं। देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो बच्चे यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं। आज गणतंत्रता दिवस को मनाने के लिए जो तैयारियां हैं यहाँ पर की जा रही हैं। पूरे देश भर में इस समय जो है लोगों के अंदर एक जोश है, एक जज्बा है। आज़ादी मनाई जा रही है, आज़ादी का जश्न मनाया जा रहा है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ गणतंत्रता दिवस यानी कि देश के संविधान पर भी गौरवशाली लोग जो है वो अपना जो है लोगों के अंदर एक जोश है कि सबसे बड़ा जो संविधान है वो भारत का है। तो ऐसे में लोगों के अंदर भी जोश दिखाई दे रहा है। आप देखिए किस तरह से जो तस्वीरें बयान कर रही हैं अपने आप में कि किस तरह से आज ये जो यहाँ पर पर्व मनाया जाना है इस बात को लेकर लोगों यहाँ पर साक्षी हैं। ये पर्व को मनाने के लिए जो तस्वीरें यहाँ पर अद्भुत देखी जानी है उससे पहले आप देखिए कितना जोश यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है। स्कूली बच्चे लगातार यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं, लंबी कतारें हैं और पूरे स्टेडियम जो है यहाँ पर अभी शुरुआत नहीं हुई है लेकिन पूरा स्टेडियम भर चुका है। जिस तरफ भी कैमरे की नजर जाएगी उसी तरफ से आपको तस्वीरें जो है वो आपको दिखाई देगी। अब इस तरफ हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि जो झांकियां जहाँ पर अभी चंद मिनटों के अंदर ये इवेंट शुरू होगा उसके बाद ये झांकियां निकाली जानी है। झांकियों को जो जिन स्कूली बच्चों के साथ साथ जो झांकियों में जो रीजनल जो है पंजाब के जो रीजनल जो है जो एक झलक देखी जाएगी तो उसको लेकर जो है जोश दिखाई दे रहा है। लोग लाखों की गिनती में, हजारों की गिनती में लगातार जो है वो स्टेडियम में भी यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं। और देखिए किस तरफ कैमरे की जिस तरफ भी नजर जा रही है उसी तरफ यहाँ पर आपको पूरा जो स्टेडियम है खचाखच भरा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। स्कूली बच्चे यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, एक जोश दिखाई दे रहा है। सुरक्षा के लिहाज से भारी पुलिस बल की तैनाती यहाँ पर की गई है। पूरे अमृतसर शहर में जो है वो बैरिकेड बना के सुरक्षा के लिहाज से घेराबंदी की गई है। योजनाबंद तरीके के साथ पुलिस ने जो भारी पुलिस बल की तैनाती की है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ ये तस्वीरें जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं गुरु नानक देव स्टेडियम की हैं। आप देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर स्टेडियम के अंदर जो है यहाँ पर पूरी जो है एक योजनाबंद तरीके के साथ सुरक्षा के लिहाज से भारी पुलिस बल की तैनाती की गई है। तो ऐसे में आप देखिए कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर अभी झांकी जो क्योंकि कुछ ही देर के बाद ये पूरा प्रोग्राम जो है शुरुआत होनी है तो उससे पहले ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कितना जोश यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है। चंद मिनटों के अंदर ये इवेंट शुरू होगा। गणतंत्रता दिवस को लेकर लोग जो हैं वो आज इस पर्व को मनाने के लिए, राष्ट्रीय पर्व है तो इसको मनाने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। जोश जज्बा लोगों के अंदर दिखाई दे रहा है। आप देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर स्कूली बच्चे जो हैं वो पहले से रिहर्सल करने के बाद आज यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और लंबे कुछ 10 दिन के पहले ये पूरा इवेंट की जो तैयारियां की गई थी और लगातार इसकी रिहर्सल की जा रही थी। तो आज वो फाइनल डे है जब ये गणतंत्रता दिवस मनाया जाना है, उसको लेकर लगातार तैयारियां की जा रही है। और आज देश के इस राष्ट्रीय पर्व को मनाने के लिए एक गौरवशाली आज जो पूरा एक इवेंट रखा गया है तो लोग भी इसका साक्ष्य होंगे और इससे साक्ष्य है लोग जो अभी कुछ देर के बाद यहाँ पर जो ये पर्व मनाया जाना है तो उसको लेकर आप देखिए किस तरह से अद्भुत तस्वीरें
बिल्कुल
हैं।
तो काफी जो दिलचस्प तस्वीरें आ रही हैं वहाँ लोग भी उपस्थित हैं। सोल्जर्स ने भी अपनी तैयारी कर दी है। हम आपके पास वापस लौटेंगे जजबीर। फिलहाल हम देख पा रहे हैं कर्तव्य पथ के भी दृश्य आ रहे हैं सामने। पीपल हैव स्टार्टेड अराइविंग देयर इन लार्ज नंबर्स टू वॉच द परेड। वी आर आल्सो सीइंग नाउ द president's bodyguard has arrived outside Rashtrapati Bhavan. Very soon we will expect the president to depart for the National War Memorial. So the preparations are beginning now. of course, in minutes from now, we will begin to see the arrival of dignitaries there at Kartavya Path as well. Let me bring in Commodore G.J. Singh at this point. Commodore G.J. Singh, firstly, your thoughts on the significance of Republic Day, on celebrating this occasion, how much we have transformed in these 73 years, and how much more there is still to go, still to achieve for India, Commodore G.J. Singh. And if we talk about the parade as well, which is the part of the parade, the segment you most look forward to every year?
First of all, let me thank you for having me on your show, and happy Republic to all your viewers. I would first of all say that this is an occasion which reminds me of our renewal to dedication, to loyalty, to devotion towards our country. It evokes the feelings of being a patriot, it makes you patriotic. And not only that, this is an occasion which unifies every Indian into one thread. So this is something which I see about this occasion. And not only apart from showing the military might to the rest of the world, it is also an occasion to show, as I would say, that your might in having everything indigenously manufactured in your country, from missiles like Agni, Akash to the combat military vehicles. So this is something which shows to the world that how we have grown over the past 74, 73 years. But this is an occasion which also is an occasion to sort of celebrate, in the sense that it is the military which defends the very core of the constitution of this India, because sometimes people raise questions as to the militarization of our forces, but I think it is the military that defends the very constitution itself also, because if the constitution has to be defended, the only tool, the instrument is that we have to restore to some amount of war or violence. So this is a necessary, display, I would say, and as I expect almost everything to enjoy everything coming on the Republic Day. Not anything particular, but I do have special inclination towards my own service, naval arm, because I have served there, and Navy's growth inspires me, and it sort of renews my whole self, in the sense that I find that not only from the time I left it, it has grown many folds from what it was, a small Navy when I joined way back in 71, and what it is now. So this is something which gives you a lot of pride and sort of confidence as well into our services. It makes us, every Indian, I would say, very proud. So these are kind of, and apart from this, I find that the induction of all the new equipment, that is, whether they are aircrafts or the ships or the submarines or other military hardware, all of it put together, I think it's a country which have grown many folds, and it has own what I call is An, Ban and Shan. We have our own way of displaying our patriotism, nationalism to the rest of the world, and sends a very strong message to the neighbors also that we are not what we were once upon a time. We are definitely a very strong country to face any challenge at any time, because the kind of energy, the vibrant positiveness that I see in the Josh, Kharosh of our Jawans, our military men on the parade, that itself is a testimony that this country is not what it was. And also, I would put in a small world of decolonization of us mentally. It is also necessary that we are more sovereign, independent-minded. We do not depend upon the culture, customs of the British era, and the very fact that this time the gun salute has been changed from the British era guns to 105 guns, that 21 gun salute that we give. But there are certain things which cannot do away, because fundamentally all services are founded upon the concepts of what the British left behind. And they are necessary also because they cannot be just done away. So I would say that overall, we are a great country moving forward with a forward movement. Not only that, the very presence of an Egyptian president on this Republic Day also is, I would say, a very balancing act, because we do have very good relation with Israel. Israel and Egypt are not very friendly countries. They have fought wars earlier. Because I personally had been to Egypt, Israel, Palestine, Jordan, in the Middle East quite a number of times. And this particular invitation to the Egyptian president is what I look at is the balancing our relations in the Middle East. Another, I would say, a great step taken by the diplomats of country. And this also reveals the neutral, the non-alignment that policy that we have in the mind of our government, and that one which we have been following for the last many years. So overall, it is an event, inspiration to me, and I'm very proud that we are now made leaps and bounds when it comes to progress for our defense services. Over to Uday.
Yes, let me in fact also bring in Joyita Basu at this point. Joyita, as we count down to, of course, the start of the parade, the start of the ceremonies at National War Memorial, in fact, preceding the parade. Joyita, your thoughts on, of course, the importance of celebrating Republic Day and with as much gusto as we do. Also, interestingly, of course, the decision to invite the Egyptian president to be a chief guest. How important is that? And of also the Atmanirbhar aspect of the parade this year, Joyita.
Happy Republic Day to you, Uday, and the rest of the panelists and whoever is watching this broadcast. And I mean, if you're looking at Republic Day, it is not, it's of course about the Constitution, 1950, our Constitution was, the thing is, it is also about what we have become as a nation in the last 75 years, not just from, 1950 onwards. As a nation, where we were in 1947 and where we have come, the long distance we have traversed, and in spite of all the adversities that the country has witnessed, in spite of all the adversities the world has witnessed, that we have been able to retain what is the basic fundamental that is there in our preamble, the original preamble, which talked about as a sovereign democratic republic. And that we have been able to retain all these years is itself an achievement, because if you look at a time in 1947, when India had just become independent, we were, I think as bad as some of the poorest, our condition was as bad as some of the poorest African nations. In terms of, our life expectancy was in the range of 30 or 32 years. Just imagine. Now, from there, we have come to a situation where our life expectancy is 71 years. And the thing is that we are moving ahead, and we are going to inside perhaps another 10 years or something like that. We will be achieving some kind of a life expectancy of G7 countries of 80. Now, the thing is that itself is a huge, I would say we should commend ourselves for what we have done. Successive governments, they have done it. They have put in a lot of, thought, policy, and the very fact that in spite of all the troubles we have been able to, and there are divisive tendencies in this country also, and the threat from across the border, from two borders right now, China and Pakistan, the two biggest threats to us. in spite of that, in spite of having fought wars with them, that we are where we are right now, and in spite of this huge population, and democratically, that we have been able to maintain and retain our democracy, I think that is a huge achievement. And that is why on 26th January, every time we have this parade, and as I'm going to talk about, this year is also special because of what we are trying to now move beyond what is our colonial mindset. Now, so every 26th of January, we should be, thinking of where we were and what we have become, and we should be grateful for that. Let us be grateful for where our country is today. And having said that, when we are talking about, say, this year's particular significance, is this is the first time we are going to have it on Kartavya Path. It is no longer Rajpath, and now it is indigenous, and so many things, so many, as my fellow panelists also talked about, Indian elements. We are getting rid of, it took a long time. It took 70 years, plus 70 plus years to start getting rid of our colonial hangover, but we have started the process. And that is extremely important. So today's Republic Day parade is extremely significant because of particularly that. So, and this is something, Uday, I'm going to mention something. How important the country, I would say everyone in this country regards Republic Day, and Republic Day parade is so important to people. I think it is one of the most watched television programs all across the country. Uday, I originally am from outside of Delhi. And when I, as a young journalist, when I first came to Delhi, what was the first thing I did? Inside 1 month, there was this Republic Day parade. I managed a pass to the Republic Day, and that was the first thing I did was attend the Republic Day parade and see it in person. It was so important for all of us who were outside Delhi to actually, this is something absolutely fascinating. It is something you grow up with, and because of television, and because we have grown up with, seeing on television, this is Republic Day. Of course, Independence Day is also equally important, but this Republic Day has a special place in people's hearts because of the parade. And I know there are family members who were maybe in the 1950s and the 1960s, they were participating in the NCC, as part of the NCC, they were participating in that parade, and those photos they have preserved, preserved like it is one of the best things that have happened to their lives. So you see, this day is really special.
Yes, it certainly is very, very special. As we see, of course, a lot of crowd that has gathered at Kartavya Path to watch the parade. They are, of course, braving the cold there, and we can see Kartavya Path there decked up and looking extremely festive. And those lanes, of course, that road will be now filled with tableaus, and of course also marching contingents in moments from now. The preparations, of course, continue even as we see now the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Om Birla, hoist the tricolour, also participating in Republic Day celebrations. The Speaker there on our screens, Om Birla. But let me quickly go back across to Major General Dwivedi. Major General Dwivedi, this is also an opportunity where India shows our military prowess. Our might is on full display on Kartavya Path in the DRDO tableaus, and also the other tableaus organized by the Ministry of Defence, isn't it, sir, year after year?
Well, today we are living in very challenging times, and security of the nation is, I think, most paramount, because in case you can't secure yourself, you cannot make any progress. And ironically, India has a very hostile neighborhood right from the time we became independent. We have been victims of aggression from both Western and, of course, Northern neighbors. And hence, the security becomes very, very important. And security is today multifaceted, First and foremost, it's not only the onus of the armed forces. Security is the onus of every citizen. Today, nations fight not only the armed forces. Armed forces are in the lead, but the nation has to be fully behind them. So therefore, when we parade on this, on Rajpath or now Kartavya Path, we also show to the world that we are capable of defending ourselves. And we are quite aware as to what are the dangers that surround us. And when there's a clap, there's a countryman who clapped the soldiers, and I myself go back to 1966. I joined Sainik School at the age of 10 just to join the army. And in 1966, the Sainik School contingent also participated. And since then, I can only say that, the environment has changed, but the spirit of India lives on. So therefore, Uday, coming back to the question, the hard power is very important. Without hard power, you cannot defend yourself. Well, soft power is also complementing the hard power, but when it comes to the brass tacks, it's your hard power. That is the ultimate benchmark how you'll defend yourself. And to that extent, I think, again, we have made considerable progress. I don't say that we have come to the optimal level, but we are on the right track. Today, we are able to manufacture large number of our weapon systems, and we have made a transition from net importers to be self-reliant, and also we are exporting some of our equipment. And second point about hard power is that today we are talking about deterrence. Deterrence means to deter the hostile powers or hostile elements, that should you try something, you will get a very befitting response. So deterrence is only via your hard power. And third very important factor is how you bring the man and machine together. After all, we fight with the weapons, but it's the person behind the weapon that matters. That means that you have to look after your soldiers. You have to look after those who are manning the borders, and you have to adequately ensure that they are best equipped. Because today, you cannot fight with whatever you have. You have to fight with the best, the very best. Therefore, nation owes to the soldiers and to the military that they are given the best of the weapons and equipment, and that's how you are able to deter. And let's not forget that we are pitched against another neighbor which is vying to be a global power and which believes in hard power. Therefore, I think display of your might on such occasion gives a very strong message, both to the friends and the foes, that India is capable of defending its sovereignty, defending its integrity, and also a very stable, country in the neighborhood, which also lends a lot of confidence and also goodwill in the neighborhood and beyond. Uday.
Yes, so the messaging, of course, is very, very clear. According to is what you're saying. We can see the governor of Rajasthan there on our screens now. Also, of course, participating in the Republic Day celebrations in Jaipur. Let me bring in Wing Commander Sudhakaran once again back on the broadcast. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, your take, of course, also on that military display that Major Dwivedi and the messaging of it that he was just referring to, but also, sir, the fact that the President of India also in our address last evening, her maiden Republic Day address, also highlighted the aspect of the G20 presidency. How this is a special year for India as a republic, given the fact that we are the head of the G20 this year, and also the UN this year has accepted India's recommendation for 2023 to be the International Year of Millets.
Absolutely. We are talking about not only about leading the world, we are talking about giving leadership to the world. And, one thing that India has not been able to achieve in the last 70 years, or the space that we have ceded, is the thought leadership space. At least in India, today, when I look at the big four, the consulting companies, designing the fate of India, be it economy or be it, political restructuring, or be it, advisors on various other aspects, we are still a long way from that, and we cannot cede that space. We need to capture that space back. If we have to call ourselves Vishwaguru, see, India doesn't believe in ruling somebody. If we are talking about leading the world, it is about not to subjugate the world. We talk about leading the world from the perspective of protecting the world. We want to lead the world to liberate the world. We ourselves don't believe in not introspecting. We are in a spree of continuous innovation, invention, introspection, and then grow individually as a better human being by the day. Now, if that is the basis of our leadership, the world deserves it. And we need to rightfully reclaim our space in the UN Security Council. G20 is only for a year. Yes, we need to make the most of it, make the world feel that what it means to have India as a leader. That is when we will be able to put our enemies in their space. Today, no doubt, Pakistan is suffering from the policies that it nursed to undermine our security. It is a victim of its own ploy. It has dug a grave for itself. China is also in no better condition, because though it might talk big, though it might talk about a big army, but today its economy is seriously under threat. It is undermined. It is in serious debt. So these are, their own creations. And that is where we see that when India is growing under a very strong leadership, one thing that Indians should understand is we need to continue with it. We cannot compromise here. And this will lead us to a position wherein we capture space in thought leadership. And when we're talking about thought leadership, we would have obviously been in that space with a decolonized mind. So these are some key takeaways for the country, for the years to come. And we need to take that resolve by the day. And if that happens, there is no doubt we all stand to benefit collectively as a country, and the world will benefit from the stature that India will get. India needs to get its space. 140 crore Indians cannot be subjugated. They cannot be told to be the global south. We need to be the global center. We may not need to essentially say that we are supreme or we are the best in the world, but let's be the first amongst the equals. Let's bring the downtrodden up. Let India be the representative of the world's, underprivileged. Let's be the voice of all those who are suppressed. India has the potential to do it.
Okay. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has begun Republic Day celebrations at his home in the national capital. He will soon be leaving for the National War Memorial. Before that, he's distributing sweets to the Jawans there. Some of them, of course, are part of his security apparatus, and he will also be hoisting the tricolour in moments from now. Let me also bring in Sujata Dwivedi at this point, who is joining us live from Mumbai. Sujata, have Republic Day celebrations in Mumbai begun? Presumably, there will also be a strong security apparatus there on ground. What are you seeing around you? What is the festive plans of the state looking like?
Well, yes, so we see that the Republic Day celebrations at Shivaji Park are ongoing, and also the flag hosting ceremony has been done by the Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, and now the parade that takes place every year has begun, wherein several security forces and armed forces along with the Navy are marching and also saluting the national flag. And a few moments from now we see that wherein the Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari also addressed the people of Maharashtra, talking about the culture and diversity that Maharashtra has offered and has had in it. And now the parade has been ongoing, wherein we see that it is being witnessed by lakhs of people here at Shivaji Park. And also we see that Chief Minister Eknath Shinde along with several other dignitaries are currently here in Shivaji Park, wherein they are witnessing this iconic march here. And we see that the security has also been beefed up in Shivaji Park, wherein because of several threats that were received by the Mumbai police, be it the airstrike or several such threats, we see that Dadar and especially Shivaji Park has been declared a no-flying zone, wherein no drone activities can be carried out here. And if done so, then under Section 188 action will be taken. And now the parade has been ongoing, wherein several dignitaries from the Maharashtra government as well as several other places are here to witness this. And like every year, the flag hoisting was done by the governor here, after which we see that the chief minister was also present. And after hoisting the flag at his official residence in Varsha Bungalow, the CM as well as the governor they came here, and after which we see that the flag hoisting ceremony was done, and after that an addressal by the governor, and now there are these march that are being carried out by Mumbai Police as well as several other teams like the fire brigade team, and then also the Navy. And for women empowerment, we see that there are special women cadres that have been formed to perform the march, and we see that this will be ongoing, after which there will be greetings and meetings that will be held by the governor as well as the officials of the Maharashtra government in some time from now. And now you see the view of Shivaji Park, how iconic this is since so many years here. This is the place where the Republic Day is celebrated, and today, the 74th Republic Day, we see despite security threats and all such issues, we see that once again the Republic Day is celebrated with the same encouragement and with the same we see the spirit in people here is clearly visible, wherein the audience have been kept on the left stand for them to witness the march. However, security is the important factor that Mumbai Police has been focusing on, wherein preparations were up since the last 5 days, and now finally we see that amid tight security, the Republic Day has been performed, wherein right from young children to the cadres and to all of such cadres have been formed to perform the march. Also the fire brigade team, you'll find them here. So this is somewhere very iconic, and as we were talking about what sort of celebrations that are being held in Mumbai, and of course talking about Bhagat Singh Koshyari, his also recently he had expressed his concerns of not continuing to be the Maharashtra's governor, and also he wrote to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So aim is this, he yet came here, and the flag hoisting was done by him, and the addressal by him somewhere proves that this is a continuation. However, what next turns comes up politically is on the other hand. But as of now, Maharashtra and Mumbai celebrating the 74th Republic Day. Yes, Uday.
Absolutely. Maharashtra, of course, celebrating a Republic Day, as is the rest of the country. We are seeing visuals coming in from all across India, where, of course, Republic Day is being celebrated with much gusto. The nation, of course, uniting on this very, very special occasion. We're also learning that the tricolour has been hoisted atop the clock tower in Srinagar's Lal Chowk as well. So those are, again, several crucial developments, all signs, Commodore G.J. Singh, of a new India. The tricolour flying atop the clock tower in Lal Chowk. The fact that, the contingents will march and the tableaus will go through Kartavya Path and not Rajpath anymore. The gun salute will happen through Indian-made guns, not the British ones anymore. These are all signs of a new India, isn't it? Commodore G.J.
Yes, of course, Uday. The very fact, if I, try to go penetrate to the word Kartavya, it clearly shows that the government there is to serve the people. It is their duty to do that, other than what earlier word we had, Rajpath, means the one people who rule over others. So this is a very perceptible difference between these two names, that now no longer are people ruling us, but they are doing their duty. They are servants of the nation, those who are in power in Delhi, in South Block, North Block, and of course the other services. So this is the difference that I find in perception in many ways. For example, I will try to bring in out here again the naval aspect. The difference that I see of New India today is that, say, about 30 years, 20 years back, the bureaucracy never looked seaward. They thought the war comes from the land and from the air. So the focus of the whole government used to be only on Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. Navy was somehow not being looked after or being paid attention to as it needed, because they never thought of any war coming out from the seas. But today I find that perception has completely changed. The bureaucracy, the ministers, the people in India are looking outward into the seas that, look, we have to make our country strong when it comes to naval power. Because most of the nations which are very advanced are seafaring. They are not only landlocked. So therefore, I would say this is the difference, different India today, and also the presence of the naval equipment on the Republic Day parade, the presence of the naval contingents, the the presence of the naval personnel all around India now, especially coming on media, has changed the perceptions. Earlier, there is a saying in the North India that people did not recognize, or they couldn't make out the difference between a railway guard who wore a white uniform or a naval officer who also wore a naval white uniform. So the people were not, able to discern and differentiate between the two. But today, I am happy to know that not only on our coastal, states, but also in the interior of India, the people have started recognizing naval presence. And one more thing which I would like to bring out here is a woman power. The woman power also has been very prominently displayed these days, because the woman makes probably the 50%, I would put it 50% population of this country. And the potential, woman potential that this country possesses is clearly visible today when I look at the fighter pilots, women fighter pilots flying jets and, all the latest state-of-the-art sophisticated aircrafts. They are serving on ships. They are operating equipment which probably earlier was only a masculine domain. So the feminine power, which has come into the forces now, is another aspect which was not earlier there in the gone by years. But today we find that India's, overall image across the board, across the world has changed. People have started, the other countries recognizing that this country is something to reckon with. It is at par with the, I would call it, world powers. May not be that much, but we are there on the horizon now. And moreover, I would also say that these things manifest when we have our own Prime Minister being the president of that the G20 and all.
Yes.
This also shows to the people. You see, people in their own mind, they recognize, they think, they review it. Our hostile neighbors, both China and Pakistan, another reason of their being jealous with us, I would use the word jealousy, is basically maliceness and jealousy that they have towards India because of the steps that our governments have taken to make it develop, make it progressive country, make it strong country. And all these, points and factors, when I unify, put together, I find that India is greatly changed, massively. Is a shift now from what it was in the previous years.
Yes,
and now.
And that's certainly all set to continue, Joyita Basu, isn't it? As we proceed now into this Amrit Kal phase, as the Prime Minister has called it. It is, of course, a special Republic Day, as it is happening in the G20 presidency for India, an aspect highlighted by President of India, Draupadi Murmu, in her maiden address on the eve of Republic Day last evening, Joyita. She also spoke about, this year being the year of millets. Again, millets could prove to be a big soft power for India, like yoga has been earlier too. India was instrumental in, in pushing for International Day of Yoga, something which, of course, has been done now and is celebrated worldwide year after year. So everything going right for India, but this is a time when we cannot let our guard down at all, is it, Joyita?
Exactly, Uday. In fact, when you are looking at, I mean, the thing is that fingers crossed that things will keep going right for India, because our enemies are too many, and they are not just across the borders. I mean, there are many people who would like to see, who want to see India fail. Because you see, at the same time, let's also not forget that when we are talking about coming out of our colonial mindset, when we are talking about Atmanirbharata, when we are talking about self-reliance, we are basically irritating a lot of people all over the world. Okay, and it is not just our neighbors. So you see, obviously, you never know what sort of conspiracy is being hatched where. I mean, say, for example, when, and even otherwise, say for China would love to see, India go down to the level of Pakistan. Okay, and we know what Pakistan is all about right now. It's a country, it may have nuclear weapons, but it doesn't have food, it doesn't have power, it doesn't have foreign reserves. I mean, it's become a total basket case. So, and China would love it if India also became like that. But the thing is, you see, so there are too many forces that are constantly conspiring against us. China is already fighting a 24/7. It has unleashed a 24/7 war on us, and not all wars. And think of what is going on along the LAC. So we have to be very careful. But at the same time, when we are talking about India's powers, when we are talking about what India is about, you see, of course, the yoga and, India's soft power, India's yoga, India's movies and all, they have a lot of influence, definitely, not just in the neighborhood, throughout the world. But now we are increasingly we are anyway the world's pharmacy. Okay, with Dhanvantari, we are called. Say, for example, we are the largest supplier to the world of generic medicine. Okay, so as a result of which, that is an area that that forces aligned against us can hurt us. All of us know about the sudden spate of reports coming from the African continent about how Indian drugs are bad, but that is not the case. All right, so this is an area that we need to guard ourselves very carefully. And then, for example, we are talking about what India is, this health aspect, vaccination. We have committed ourselves to supply the world with, I think, 5 billion doses of vaccination by the end of a certain year as part of the Quad, one of the Quad promises that we have made to the world.
Yes.
We are going into the Pacific Island countries, for example. There we are going into with our soft power.
Absolutely.
It is not just yoga, it is also education. These are the places, and we are trying to become a leader of what we call the global south.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a very important area, Uday.
Okay, well, on that note, my thanks to all of our guests for joining us. We're slipping into a short break. Our special coverage on Republic Day. Back on the other side, don't go anywhere.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise. And Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Hello and welcome. I'm Pratap Singh. A happy Republic Day to all our viewers joining us on our special coverage this morning. India is geared up for its 74th Republic Day celebrations. The parade this year will roll down the Kartavya Path, where Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi will be gracing the event as chief guest. Focusing on an Atmanirbhar Bharat, a host of indigenous military equipment will be displayed. In fact, the ceremonial 21-gun salute will replace the British 25-pounder guns with 105 mm Indian field guns this year too. We can also look forward to viewing tableaux from 17 states and union territories and 6 from various ministries and departments depicting the emergence of a new India. We are also seeing now visuals from the National War Memorial in Delhi, where we will expect the Prime Minister to reach in a short while from now. Remember, that is something that precedes the Republic Day parade. In fact, we can already see the convoy. I presume that is the Prime Minister's convoy that is arriving now down Kartavya Path and will slowly now and shortly arrive at the National War Memorial in Delhi. Let me bring in Colonel Shailendra Singh, defense expert at this point. Colonel Shailendra Singh, till not long back, we did not have a National War Memorial to honor and commemorate our braves who laid down their lives for the nation, but now we do. And it is very significant, Colonel Shailendra Singh, that year after year, the parade is preceded by this short but extremely important ceremony at the National War Memorial. Earlier, of course, it used to happen at the Amar Jawan Jyoti, but now, shedding our colonial past, we have it at the National War Memorial. Colonel Singh.
I can only say one good thing, that is, to you and me, myself, as well as everybody, a very, very happy Republic Day. Second, what you have raised is a very beautiful and relevant point. As far as the importance is concerned, I think the viewers can decide for themselves, because this is that religious place, I will call it, where we are trying to remember those people who have laid down their life for the country. Shifting it, maybe right, wrong, people can keep debating. But to have...
Okay, we've lost Colonel Singh there, but let me go straight across to these visuals now. Full frame. We can see Defence Minister Rajnath Singh greeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi there. Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the National War Memorial. The Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Air Force Chief are all present there too. So Prime Minister Modi, of course, has arrived there. He is wearing a traditional safa. The Prime Minister, of course, has made this into a custom, adorning, of course, safas from various parts of the country. Obviously, that is Indian pride as well being displayed by the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister, of course, arriving for the Republic Day celebrations, the 74th Republic Day celebrations. We're expecting, of course, a moment of silence and, of course, observance of that pause to remember the sacrifices of our braves, the sacrifices of our soldiers at the National War Memorial. Yes, Colonel Singh, I think you're back with us. Go ahead, sir.
I'm only saying that it is for the country to decide what is your priority. The priority is to keep doing politics, keep fighting, or at least have one place in the country, call it a National War Memorial, where you are only remembering, you are respecting, you are honoring those people who have laid down, done the supreme sacrifice of laying down their life. If we can't recognize them, I think there is something wrong with us. I sadly say that if 70 years we didn't do it, it was our mistake. We should have done it. And I give full credit to the present government and the Prime Minister that yes, sir, you promised it, you made it happen. Simple.
Yes, in fact, I want to now dip in live to these visuals coming in from the National War Memorial. Let's dip in live to these visuals.
Gods, Antarjana God, Salome, Shast. Antarjana God, Bajab, Shast.
The buglers sounding the rouse, and the Guard commander, squadron leader Akash.
Signifies the commencement of the Republic Day celebrations. Major General Shashi Asthana, defense analyst, is also live with us. Major General Asthana, as is practice, the homage ceremony precedes the parade, and of course this is how the Republic Day celebrations commence year after year. Prime Minister Narendra Modi there leading the nation in paying tribute to the fallen heroes, leading the nation in remembering the braves who sacrificed their lives for the country, who made the supreme sacrifice for the nation. And of course it is but fitting now that this ceremony happens at the National War Memorial in the heart of the national capital, isn't it, Major General Asthana? Your thoughts on the significance of this ceremony, which precedes the Republic Day celebrations and is extremely important, sir, isn't it?
Firstly, my salute to all the fallen soldiers, and this ceremony is important in a manner that there is a saying, if you do not respect those who have fallen on line of duty, then nobody will take the risk. So therefore, this is the most important, shall I say, event which happens during this ceremony. This is not only for the soldiers, but also is true for all the freedom fighters too, in a manner that it is because of them that we are an independent country, we are Republic of India, we are what we are, and we are proud of what we are. So therefore, as far as respecting the fallen soldiers is concerned, certainly there was a need for a place which is the National War Memorial, which has all the inscriptions and enough place for others also as we progress. This is also in sync with the tradition of Indian Army and Indian Defence Forces, that we learnt a lesson after 1962 and never lost a war. We have also given such kind of successes in war, which are being studied all over the world. 71 war, few days of war, 93,000 prisoners of war taken, and a war finished within no time with a surrender of 93,000. Now, this is unprecedented in the history of warfare all over the world. Now, so therefore, and this has not come without sacrifices. Now, those sacrifices have to be respected.
Our viewers, the Prime Minister there has just signed the visitors book. He's of course penned down his message as well on the occasion, and now of course accompanied by the Defence Minister, he will make his way to of course the saluting dais at the Kartavya Path, where of course he will receive the President of India and also the Egyptian President, who is the chief guest this year. Yes, Major General Asthana, back to
you. Yeah, in fact, I have a fair amount of sentiments with this, because as DG Infantry, I did the same exercise on the Infantry Day on India Gate, that is on the Amar Jawan Jyoti. And this discussion did take place at that point of time also, that yes, we must have the National War Memorial, which was there, which was pending for too long. Now we have a National War Memorial, and this War Memorial is world class. It is made in such a manner which signifies the culture, as well as the space and the kind of calm which is there and the kind of respect which a soldier gets, and appropriately located in a manner that it is respected at the seat of the power as it symbolizes that area. So I think all in all, this National War Memorial has been a pride of all the fallen soldiers as well as all the defense forces.
Absolutely.
And certainly, we all respect and salute the place and the occasion.
Yes.
Because the occasion also is
Yes.
a very symbolic occasion.
Yes.
In a manner.
Now we are seeing, of course, the President's bodyguard waiting there for the President of India. These are visuals now, live visuals coming in from Rashtrapati Bhavan. President Draupadi Murmu, this will be her first Republic Day parade after taking charge as President of India last year. And Draupadi Murmu, of course, leaving now from Rashtrapati Bhavan. She will, of course, be accompanied by the President's bodyguard. And she will, of course, be received by the Prime Minister of India there in the middle of Kartavya Path, where the saluting dais, of course, is where they will inspect the parade, which will begin shortly as well. So, you know, the ceremony, the optics there for all to see. This is India's might on full display, and we can see there also the Egyptian President Al-Sisi there as well. Remember, this is the first time. And let me bring in Commodore Anil Jay Singh, defense expert in at this point. Commodore Anil Jay Singh, as we see the President of India departing from Rashtrapati Bhavan, a very important ceremony, isn't it, sir? But also, I want to just highlight the Egyptian President, the chief guest is there with her. And this is the first time that an Egyptian President has been invited to be a chief guest at Republic Day. And it is very important also to note the closening of India-Egypt ties under his reign as well. Commodore Anil Jay Singh.
For two reasons. Firstly, it is a very significant moment, definitely, for two reasons. Firstly, because, you know, India and Egypt have a long historical relationship. Even after independence, President Nasser and Prime Minister Nehru were the architects of the non-aligned movement, and they were very close. And it is surprising that even in that closeness that they shared, that proximity, President Nasser...
Commodore Anil Jay Singh, just hold on for a second. I just want to dip in live. Drawing up for our two dignitaries there, Commodore Anil Jay Singh. Let me come straight back across to you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, as I was saying, President Nasser and Prime Minister Nehru had a very close personal relationship. They spearheaded the non-aligned movement. And despite that, that close relationship, the Egyptian president was never invited to the Republic Day as the chief guest. So the very fact that President Sisi has now been invited as the chief guest, because you know, the chief guest of Republic Day is a very symbolic manifestation of India's deepening engagement with a particular part of the world or with a particular country. And therefore, this is significant in that it reflects India's increasing engagement with West Asia. West Asia is very important to India. And for a few years, we felt that the Act East policy had sort of overshadowed our engagement with West Asia. But that obviously is not the case. In fact, you know, I think one of the great successes of Indian foreign policy right from independence has been how closely we have engaged with traditional rivals in West Asia. We have had very close relationships with Israel, military, diplomatic, political, and with all the Arab nations in the vicinity, which is in itself speaks volumes for the deftness of India's diplomatic handling of the region. And now as West Asia becomes increasingly important, as we see an increasing Chinese footprint in that part of the world, which will directly impact our trade and our security of our trade and energy, which comes to India from West Asia, I think it is very important that this engagement is built up and like-minded countries in the region, democracies, moderate governments, get together to drive the geopolitical and the geo-economic agenda of the region. So I think from that perspective, inviting the Egyptian president is a very, very significant moment in India's geopolitical engagement with West Asia.
Absolutely. Let me quickly bring in Group Captain V.N. Jha. And even as I just want to quickly point out the fact that, we can see now the various invitees on our screens who, of course, are lining up and have already lined up since the morning there, eager to brave the cold, eager to grab a glimpse of this, extremely important ceremony this year. But what is also extremely fitting, we saw yesterday the Padma Awards announced, and the Modi government has, made it into a people's Padma, where we see ordinary people, we see Aam Aadmi, who has, done a lot for the country, also being recognized and honored. Similarly, we are learning that this year very special guests are there at the ceremony in the front row of certain sections, and these include milk and vegetable vendors, street vendors, small grocery shopkeepers, rickshaw pullers, shram yogis of Central Vista, who have been instrumental in making this Kartavya Path that we see today as part of the Central Vista project. Very fitting, isn't it? Group Captain V.N. Jha, former Joint Director DRDO, if I can bring you in here on this new aspect of the parade this year, to the invites to these the people who are really the builders of our new India, the architects of our new India story, and also Group Captain Jha, as we build up to the parade, where the might of the DRDO and the might of our military and a lot more will be displayed on this very Kartavya Path that we can see on our screens.
Thank you very much. It is a pride moment. It's a very proud moment that we all have. That Aam Aadmi, what Modi has been insisting right from his beginning, Aam Aadmi must get the credit for the Indianship. And that is what we are seeing. The present government's outreach to the last man in the queue has been, absolute success. We have seen this happening earlier also. When there was a Kashi Prayag, we have seen Modi washing the feet of the workers there on that Ganges front. We have seen many things. Who could have imagined, as you mentioned, that the Aam Aadmi will be Padma awardees? Those days we knew only those few people who have the reach somewhere with the mightier, with the influential category. Only they can be Padma awardees. But what we are seeing here in the last few years, it's eye-opener to anyone who could think of the soul of India. These are the people who have done absolutely selflessly for the betterment of India and its people. And that is what they are rightly right now being awarded with the Padma Award. And they are the one who was in the front row of the spectators there in that. These few things are the unprecedented thing that we are seeing there. Now, as you were mentioning, as far as the DRDO is concerned, DRDO is the same. I have been there for quite some years. I was earlier in the Indian Air Force. I at times feel envy to the people who are seeing the armed forces of today than what we were in our days. We lack the modern weapon that the armed forces have received today in the Air Force. Today, anyone can think of that we can take on anyone whosoever comes with the might that we have. In the army, on the other channel, I was just listening what army was just a few years earlier and what the army is today. Today, when we see the marching of the armed forces and its weapon system, and when the indigenous weapons come to the fore, to the viewpoint of everyone, there, what we are going to see is the new India today, whether it is under the Make in India program or it is.
Okay, we can see Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, has also arrived with his wife there, being greeted, of course, by Prime Minister Modi. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also present there, of course. The Army Chief, the Air Force Chief, the Navy Chief are all present there. as well on our screens. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So what I was coming to tell you is that today's armed forces is the one which is absolutely highly trained, that it was earlier also, but the mindset of doing something which was earlier not there, that is what has come. We have so many times discussed on your channel how the development across the border areas in the northeast, all along the LAC was not happening because there was no roads. And why there were no roads? Because those days mindset was that in case if we make a road, Chinese will come inside. So that is where the mindset was there, and that is where the change is there right now. Whether it is the upgradation of the infrastructure, be it roads, border roads, be it runway, be it the docks, the modernization of the combat equipment, be it for the Air Force, Rafale and LCA Mark 1 and Mark 1A, whether it is for the Navy.
Yes, we're seeing now those visuals of the President's convoy arriving there at Kartavya Path as well, and of course accompanied by President's bodyguard. This is a very important year. Let me just apprise our viewers for the President's bodyguard, because the President's bodyguard is celebrating 250 years this year in 2023 since its raising in 1773 at Varanasi. So a very important year indeed, Colonel Shailen Singh, for the President's bodyguard as well, which has accompanied the Egyptian President and also the Indian President this year as they arrive at the saluting dais. And very soon we will also be seeing the 21-gun salute. And for the first time, let me just highlight to our viewers, for the first time, the 21-gun salute, Colonel Singh will be given with 105mm Indian field guns, replacing the vintage 25-pounder guns of the British.
I must tell you this, that the 25-pounder gun I have operated on Republic Day in 1989. I have also been part of the 105 field regiment gun. And let me tell you, it's a phenomenal gun. It's a very good, end to the Britishers' legacy of 25-pounder going out now, as far as we are concerned. As far as the President bodyguard is concerned, we must know that this ceremonial, regiment has got an operational role also. The troops there are paratroopers also. They are from armored corps. They are the cavalry people.
Yes.
And it is one of the last of the cavalry regiments. It has an absolute total military operational role. So we should not judge them only by the horses.
Absolutely.
When it comes down to operation, there will be fighting.
Absolutely.
The fighting.
Across the saluting dais, we can also see our country's national emblem, the lion capital of Sarnath, which is placed on that high pedestal there, representing a stupa. And very soon the national anthem will also be, of course, played there. Which is your most favorite aspect of the parade? What are you most looking forward to? If I can ask you, Major General Asthana?
There are many things which are interesting, and the most important thing is the self-reliance, a display of the self-reliance equipment.
Yes.
To say that India is confident and India is producing that equipment and takes pride in that equipment. We may be having even better equipment today.
So the Atmanirbhar aspect is most important for you. Quickly, Commodore Anil Jai Singh, your most favorite aspect, what are you most looking forward to?
Well, I think three things I'm really looking forward to. One is, of course, as General Asthana mentioned, the Atmanirbhar and the indigenization element. But this is not new. We've had indigenous equipment displayed earlier. The Arjun tank has participated.
Yes.
But I think for me as a naval person, the most significant aspect of today's parade is that the IL-38 aircraft.
Okay, I want to cut live across. The national anthem is being played.
President's bodyguard now move away from the saluting base, and of course they will be back for the
retreating there now. The parade will begin in moments from now. Yes, quickly, Commodore Anil Jai Singh, do you want to complete the point you were making, the three aspects you are most looking forward to?
Yes, the first I mentioned. The second is that this is the, we have the IL-38 aircraft, which was the sentinel of the skies over the oceans for many, many years as our major and only maritime patrol aircraft. Is the last time this aircraft will be flying over Rajpath or Kartavya Path, because this squadron is now going to be decommissioned and these aircraft are going to be retired. So I think it's a nostalgic moment for a lot of naval aviators who over the last 30-35 years have commanded the squadron. For us, for a submariner like me, who was constantly in this cat and mouse fight with these aircraft, whether they'll detect the submarine or will the submarine be able to get the better of them. And so I think it's a very nostalgic moment. But I'd just like to make a mention about the President's bodyguard, which you mentioned. I have a special place in my heart for it because my uncle commanded the bodyguard for 5 years, 1975 to 1980.
Yeah.
And it's not only, as Colonel Shailendra Singh said, an armored regiment. Each and every President's bodyguard person is also a qualified paratrooper.
Yes.
So he's not only an armored corps Jawan or an officer, he's also a qualified paratrooper. So
And the parade,
and
the parade now is formally beginning. So I want to dip live straight across to Kartavya Path. We can see the parade commander there. The parade commander this year is Lieutenant General Dheeraj Seth, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal. He is heralding this year's parade. Let's dip live across for the Republic Day Parade 2023.
General Staff Force, High Command, राष्ट्रीय रक्षा कॉलेज और कैलिफोर्निया संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका से रक्षा अधिग्रहण प्रबंधन पाठ्यक्रम भी उत्तीर्ण किया। रेडियो सज्जनों, स्ट्राइक फोर्स की सफल जवान के
राष्ट्रपति जी को सैल्यूट करते हुए और सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरते हुए परेड कमांडर और उनके पीछे आज की परेड के द्वितीय कमान परेड उप कमांडर 2IC मेजर जनरल भवनीश कुमार। इन्हें दिसंबर 1989 में कमीशन दिया गया था। जनरल ऑफिसर ने दिसंबर 2022 को मुख्यालय दिल्ली एरिया में चीफ ऑफ स्टाफ के तौर पर कार्यभार संभाला।
इनमें उत्तर पूर्व में काउंटर इंसर्जेंसी ऑपरेशन, सीएमची में उच्च क्रूरता क्षेत्र एवं पश्चिमी सीमा में रेगिस्तान सेक्टर शामिल है। आपने पश्चिमी फ्रंट पर स्ट्राइक फोर्स के अधीन कुमाऊं रेजिमेंट की 5वीं बटालियन की कमान संभाली। आप जम्मू एवं
सलामी मंच के सामने आज की परेड के 2IC मेजर जनरल भवनीश कुमार। माननीय राष्ट्रपति को सैल्यूट करते हुए
और अपने आर्मी स्कूल और एमिनेशन इंग्लैंड में भी पाठ्यक्रमों में भाग लिया है। जनरल ऑफिसर ने 16 दिसंबर को
बेहद खास अवसर
दिल्ली एरिया में चीफ ऑफ स्टाफ के
74वां गणतंत्र दिवस आज कोहरे की चादर में कर्तव्य पथ लिपटा हुआ, लेकिन जोश और उमंगें आकाश को छूती हुई और जिनकी वीरता की कहानियां हमेशा सुनाई जाएंगी, अब वो आ चुके हैं कर्तव्य पथ पर। परमवीर चक्र और अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित वीर योद्धा, परमवीर चक्र से सम्मानित सूबेदार मेजर बाना सिंह, सूबेदार मेजर योगेंद्र सिंह यादव, सूबेदार मेजर संजय कुमार और अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित मेजर जनरल CA पिठावाला, कर्नल D श्रीराम कुमार, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल जसराम सिंह। परमवीर चक्र युद्ध में असाधारण वीरता का परिचय देते हुए जान की बाजी लगाने वाले सैनिकों को दिया जाता है और अशोक चक्र अन्य परिस्थितियों में असाधारण वीरता का प्रदर्शन और सर्वोच्च बलिदान देने वाले शूरवीरों को दिया जाता है।
वंदनीय भारत, अभिनंदनीय भारत, जीवन सुमन चढ़ाकर
इनका जीवन
तेरी जन्म
प्रेरणा है।
सब वंदना करेंगे।
बैंड की धुन कानों में और धीरे धीरे कर्तव्य पथ की ओर।
Ladies and gentlemen, is the combined band and marching contingent of the oldest regular army known to humanity from the land of Versailles.
हमारे वीर सैनिक, वीर योद्धा परमवीर चक्र और अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरते हुए पहली बार कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम नियमित सेना मिस्र की सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड दस्ता। हमारा मेहमान देश मिस्र और इस दस्ते की कमान संभाली है कर्नल महमूद अल करासवी। इस दस्ते में कुल 144 सैनिक हैं जो वहां के सशस्त्र बलों के मुख्य शाखाओं से लिए गए हैं। मिस्र राष्ट्र की महानता और प्राचीन इतिहास में इसके गौरव को दर्शाते ये सैनिक
And now, following our guest contingent, the first contingent in the uniform of the 61 Cavalry led by Captain Raizada Shaurya Bali, going past the saluting base. Raised in 1953, 61st Cavalry is the only serving active horse cavalry regiment in the world. It has the unique distinction of leading the last recorded cavalry charge in history when it took on the Turks at the Battle of Haifa in 1918. Their motto, Ashva Shakti Yashobal, which means horsepower is forever supreme, and no doubt. And after the clip-clop of the horse hooves on the tarmac, we hear the rumble and the thunder of our mechanized columns. First detachment is of the main battle tank Arjun of 75 Armored Regiment, led by Captain Amanjeet Singh. State-of-the-art MBT Arjun, and indigenous development by the DRDO. Integrated fire detection and suppression system and NBC protection system. And following them, we have the Nag missile system of the 17 Mechanized Infantry Regiment, led by Lieutenant Siddharth Tyagi. Its crewless turret is capable of firing 6 Nag anti-tank guided missiles. Satra Mek, Har Maidan Fateh, their motto of the regiment. And now approaching the saluting base, the BMP 2 of the Mechanized Infantry Regimental Center, led by Captain Arjun Sidhu of the 6th Battalion Mechanized Infantry Regiment. High mobility, lethal weapon system, night fighting capability, and the motto of the regiment, valor and faith.
कर्तव्य पथ पर भारत की सामरिक शक्ति का प्रदर्शन, जिसमें मेक इन इंडिया का तत्व हर जगह मौजूद, क्योंकि इस बार गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में देश में निर्मित हथियारों का प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है कर्तव्य पथ पर। अगला दस्ता सलामी मंच के सामने पहुंचता हुआ क्विक रिएक्शन लड़ाकू वाहन 3 लद्दाख स्काउट रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन नवीन दत्तरवाल के नेतृत्व में। ये वाहन आत्मनिर्भर भारत योजना के तहत भारतीय सेना के लिए खास तौर पर बनाया गया है। विशेष तौर पर लद्दाख, सिक्किम और अरुणाचल प्रदेश में तैनात सैनिकों के लिए इसे डिजाइन किया गया है। अगला दस्ता सलामी मंच के सामने K9 वज्र टी का है। उपस्थित जनसमूह विस्मित आह्लादित होकर इस सामरिक शक्ति का अवलोकन करते हुए K9 वज्र टी के दस्ते का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं 224 मीडियम रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट प्रखर तिवारी। K9 वज्र टी गतिमान युद्ध के लिए उपयुक्त है। परमाणु जोखिम पहचान प्रणाली भी इसकी खासियत। रेजिमेंट का आदर्श वाक्य सर्वदा सर्वप्रथम अर्थात सदैव प्रथम। सलामी मंच के सामने K9 वज्र विशिष्ट अतिथि दीर्घा भारत की सामरिक शक्ति का अवलोकन करते हुए सलामी मंच के सामने अगला दस्ता ब्रह्मोस का 861 मिसाइल रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट प्रज्वल काला के नेतृत्व में। 861 मिसाइल रेजिमेंट ने 1971 के भारत पाकिस्तान युद्ध में ऑपरेशन कैक्टस लिली के दौरान असाधारण साहस का परिचय दिया। दुनिया की पहली प्रचालन युक्त ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल रेजिमेंट होने का गौरव भी 861 मिसाइल रेजिमेंट को हासिल है। आदर्श वाक्य स्वामी शरणम अय्यप्पा। विशिष्ट दर्शक दीर्घा केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्य 74वें गणतंत्र दिवस में भारत की सामरिक शक्ति के साक्षी बनते हुए अगला दस्ता 10 मीटर शॉर्ट स्पैन ब्रिज का है। 64 असॉल्ट इंजीनियर रेजिमेंट के 10 मीटर शॉर्ट स्पैन ब्रिज का नेतृत्व कैप्टन शिवाशीष सोलंकी कर रहे हैं। रेजिमेंट का आदर्श वाक्य अग्रणी अजय, जिसका अर्थ सदैव अग्रणी और अजय।
Short span bridge, we have the mobile microwave node and mobile network center of the Corps of Signals led by Major Muhammad Asif Ahmed of 2 Army Headquarter Signal Regiment. The column consists of 2 vehicles, a mobile microwave node along with the mobile networking center. And this can operate on optical, microwave and satellite media to provide triple play services to include voice, data and video to field formations in active hostilities. Truly the next generation network vehicle, an enabler of network-centric operations. Motto of the Corps is Tivra Chaukas, meaning swift and secure. And just behind them, the Akash weapon system of 27 Air Defence Missile Regiment, the Amritsar Airfield, led by Captain Sunil Dasharathe, accompanied by Lieutenant Chetana Sharma of 512 Light AD Missile Regiment. This weapon system is capable of keeping our skies protected and safe. It was used as a potent deterrent in 2019 when it was employed as a countermeasure to Pakistan's Air Force post the Balakot airstrikes. As the audience watching in awe of these majestic machines coming down Kartavya Path. Technology which is aiding us in keeping our country safe and secure. Soon we will be able to shift our attention from the combat elements on the ground to combat platforms in the air, as we will see a formation of advanced light helicopters coming towards saluting base. The Mechanized Infantry Regiment approaching the dais now, commanded by Captain Harshdeep Singh Sohi of the 23 Mechanized Infantry Battalion. The Mechanized Infantry is aptly dubbed as tomorrow's regiment in today's army. This is the youngest regiment of the Indian Army, and though it is the youngest, it boasts of some of the finest and highly decorated erstwhile infantry battalions being part of its army. Valor and faith is its motto. And the regimental war cry is Bol Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Visibility slightly improving, but maybe it's not enough for the helicopters to be able to be here in time, but moving on.
शेरे जवान की जोशीली धुन, आर्मर्ड कोर सेंटर एंड स्कूल, पैराशूट और राजपूताना राइफल्स, रेजिमेंटल सेंटरों का संयुक्त बैंड, 100 संगीतकारों का ये बैंड दस्ता सूबेदार राजेंद्र के नेतृत्व में, इनके साथ नायब रसालदार मंटू मंडल और सूबेदार राजेंद्र सिंह। अमन जगताप की कमान में पंजाब रेजिमेंट की टुकड़ी चुस्त कदमों से सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरती हुई। भारतीय सेना की सर्वोच्च अलंकृत रेजिमेंटों में से एक युद्ध घोष है जो बोले सो निहाल, सत श्री अकाल।
प्रेरणा देते हुए अब सलामी मंच की ओर आगे बढ़ने वाला दस्ता
ये दस्ता मराठा लाइट इन्फेंट्री का नेतृत्व संभाला है कैप्टन शाश्वत दबास ने। भारतीय सेना की सबसे पुरानी और सबसे सम्मानित रेजिमेंटों में से एक है। इसका गौरवशाली इतिहास 254 वर्षों से अधिक पुराना है। युद्ध घोष बोल छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की जय। कदमों से कदम, कंधों से कंधे मिलते हुए शानदार परेड। राजपूत सिख और सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंटल सेंटरों का संयुक्त बैंड।
Going past the saluting base now, the Dogra Regiment, led by Captain Varun Singh of 21 Battalion of the Dogra Regiment. The motto of the regiment is Kartavya Anvadma, which means duty before death. And their war cry, Jwala Mata Ki Jai. Word of command is from Major Ratnesh Tiwari of the 12th Battalion of the Bihar Regiment, leading the Bihar Regiment contingent. In fact, the Republic Day Parade contingent of the Bihar Regiment has been selected from all the battalions. Karm Hi Dharm. And their war cry, Bol Bajrang Bali Ki Jai. Veer Kargil echoing here at Kartavya Path. The combined band of the Assam Regimental Centre, Maha Regimental Centre and Jammu and Kashmir Rifles Regimental Centre with 100 musicians led by Subedar Major Diggar Singh. Lieutenant Indrajit Singh, the Sikarwar of 3rd Battalion of the 9th Gurkha Rifles, Chindit, giving the command for the unmistakable Gurkha Brigade. This is a testimony of the strong cultural and historical relations between India and Nepal, which transcend international boundaries.
गोरखा ब्रिगेड का दस्ता कर्तव्य पथ पर फिजाओं में वीरता और रोमांच का संचार करता हुआ और उसके ठीक पीछे पूर्व सैनिकों की झांकी टुवर्ड्स अमृत कॉल विद रिजॉल्व अ वेटरन्स कमिटमेंट विषय पर आधारित ये झांकी पिछले 75 वर्षों में पूर्व सैनिकों के योगदान की एक झलक प्रस्तुत कर रही है। पूर्व सैनिकों के सार्थक और प्रभावशाली प्रयासों को इसमें दर्शाया गया है। ये झांकी दर्शाती है कि कैसे पूर्व सैनिक विभिन्न परियोजनाओं में रोल मॉडल के तौर पर राष्ट्र निर्माण में रचनात्मक भूमिका निभाने के लिए समाज को प्रेरित करते हैं। और पूर्व सैनिकों की झांकी के ठीक पीछे नौसेना का ब्रास बैंड बैंड मास्टर चीफ पेटी ऑफिसर 2nd क्लास एम एंथोनी राज के नेतृत्व में भारतीय नौसेना के गीत जय भारती की जोशीली धुन बजाता हुआ। इसमें 80 बैंड वादक शामिल, सलामी मंच के ठीक सामने से गुजरता हुआ नौसेना का ब्रास बैंड। और अब सलामी मंच के सामने नौसेना का मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर दिशा अमृत के नेतृत्व में लेफ्टिनेंट अश्विनी सिंह, सब लेफ्टिनेंट प्रियंका शर्मा और सब लेफ्टिनेंट एम आदित्य और 144 युवा नौसैनिक इसमें शामिल। इस दस्ते में पहली बार 3 महिला और 5 पुरुष अग्निवीर भी शामिल हो रहे हैं। नई सुबह की शुरुआत भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों के इतिहास में। नौसेना के मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट के पीछे भारतीय नौसेना की झांकी युद्ध तत्पर, विश्वसनीय, संसज्जित, सुरक्षित भविष्य की विषय वस्तु पर केंद्रित। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को भी इसमें परिलक्षित किया गया है। लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर इंद्रजीत सिंह चौहान और लेफ्टिनेंट वर्षा शिंदे इसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं। झांकी में आगे डोर्नियर विमान को दर्शाया गया है। बहुत ही खूबसूरत अविस्मरणीय नयनाभिराम दृश्य कर्तव्य पथ।
Warrant Officer Ashok Kumar leading the Air Force Band, which is playing the tune Sound Barrier Quick March, comprising 3 drum majors and 72 musicians. As I mentioned earlier, the visibility here clearing up, and there you had the bars, which has gone past 3 MiG-29 aircraft in Vic Echelon, led by Group Captain Chitwan Arora, flying at 8,000 feet at a speed of 780 kilometers per hour. It was almost a see now and not see them again kind of fly past, because the visibility here is clearing up a bit. The marching contingent of the Indian Air Force, just behind the Air Force Band, comprising 144 air warriors and 4 officers, led by squadron leader Sindhu Reddy. Just behind the marching contingent from the Air Force. We have the tableau with the theme Indian Air Force, Power Beyond Boundaries. In the center, you have a rotating globe symbolizing the Air Force's expanded reach, whereby it can render humanitarian aid across borders and also take part in flying exercises conducted with air forces of friendly foreign countries. Netra, an airborne early warning and control aircraft that carries indigenous payloads in the center. You've got the light combat aircraft Tejas Mark II, light combat helicopter Prachand, and C-95 bolstering the fighting and logistic capabilities, along with the Garuds in combat gear. Securing the nation with effective surveillance, communication, and neutralizing threats is what the DRDO, or the Defense Research and Development Organization, the premier R&D organization, equipping our armed forces with state-of-the-art defense systems, working towards Atmanirbharta in defense. New on Kartavya Path, the DRDO tableau depicting these security measures that they have been able to design and put across.
DRDO की झांकी के बाद कर्तव्य पथ पर शान से बढ़ता व्हील आर्मर्ड पर्सनल कैरियर WHAP 8x8 70 टन। DRDO ने इसे देश में ही डिजाइन और विकसित किया है। DRDO की इस झांकी का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं रोहित आर मोरे। ये वाहन पानी और जमीन दोनों पर चल सकता है, नदियों और नहरों को पार कर सकता है। सड़क पर इसकी रफ्तार 100 किलोमीटर तक पहुंच सकती है। उत्साह और रोमांच के क्षण कर्तव्य पथ पर भव्य और शानदार गणतंत्र दिवस परेड और कर्तव्य पथ पर सलामी मंच की ओर बढ़ता कैप्टन अक्षय की अगुवाई में असम राइफल्स के वीर सैनिकों का दस्ता। इन्हें पूर्वोत्तर के प्रहरी कहा जाता है। नारी शक्ति को दर्शाता ये दस्ता सबसे पुराना और सम्मानित पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स असम राइफल्स। युद्ध घोष दुर्गा माता की जय। असम राइफल्स के सिपाही देश की हमने शान बढ़ाई। मधुर धुन बजाता असम राइफल्स का बैंड, 35 संगीतकार। कमान संभाली वारंट ऑफिसर राजेश कुमार ने। बाई बैंड की कमान हवलदार पूर्ण बहादुर राय के हाथों में। भारतीय तटरक्षकों का दस्ता, हमारे समुद्रों के प्रहरी, भारतीय तटरक्षक के जवान कर्तव्य पथ पर दस्ते का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं डिप्टी कमांडेंट रोहित सिंह। इनका साथ दे रहे हैं डिप्टी कमांडेंट अकिन जोशी और बल की 2 महिला अधिकारी, असिस्टेंट कमांडेंट मानसी शेलर और असिस्टेंट कमांडेंट निमिषा सुपारकर। स्थापना के बाद से इस बल ने समुद्र में 11,000 से अधिक लोगों की जान बचाई है। आदर्श वाक्य वयम रक्षामः। महिला सशक्तिकरण के क्षेत्र में सर्वप्रथम ये बल।
Going past the saluting pace, a flash of red, the Central Reserve Police Force band. Inspector Shamsher Lal leading this band. Desh ke hum hai rakshak. That's the tune. 102 personnel. And now the Central Reserve Police Force marching contingent, an all-woman contingent of the CRPF, Peacekeepers of the Nation, led by Assistant Commandant Poonam Gupta. The force has the distinction of raising the first ever women-armed police battalion in the world. Service and loyalty, the motto of the CRPF. Going past the saluting base, the Railway Protection Force Band. Constable Suresh Chanseni leading the band, the tune Gangotri. Following their band, the Railway Protection Marching Contingent. Assistant Security Commissioner Saurav Kumar leading them, providing security to around 23 million passengers every day over the Indian railways, including more than 4.6 million women passengers, and it prides itself on being the central force with the maximum representation of women in its ranks.
कर्तव्य पथ पर आगे बढ़ता हुआ दिल्ली पुलिस का बैंड। दिल्ली पुलिस के बैंड के जवान दिल्ली पुलिस गीत की जोशीली धुन बजाते हुए गुजर रहे हैं। नेतृत्व बैंड मास्टर इंस्पेक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह द्वारा। उपस्थित जनसमूह, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्य अभिनंदन करते हुए इस गौरवमयी राष्ट्रीय पर्व के प्रदर्शन का। गणतंत्र दिवस परेड में पहली बार दिल्ली पुलिस का महिला पाइप बैंड अपनी मौजूदगी दर्ज करवा रहा है। इस दस्ते में 32 कांस्टेबल शामिल। ये दस्ता दिल्ली पुलिस की धुन बजा रहा है और इसके ठीक पीछे है दिल्ली पुलिस का मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट। असिस्टेंट पुलिस कमिश्नर श्वेता के सुगाथन आईपीएस के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली पुलिस के इस मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट में एक राजपत्रित अधिकारी, 3 सब इंस्पेक्टर, 44 हेड कांस्टेबल और 100 कांस्टेबल मार्च करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इस मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट को गणतंत्र दिवस परेड में अब तक 15 बार सर्वश्रेष्ठ मार्चिंग दस्ते की ट्रॉफी मिल चुकी है। और अब सलामी मंच के सामने राजसी वेशभूषा और शाही अंदाज का अनोखा संगम, सीमा सुरक्षा बल का ऊंट सवार दस्ता डिप्टी कमांडेंट मनोहर सिंह खींची के नेतृत्व में इंस्पेक्टर अचल सिंह 2IC और 2 सब इंस्पेक्टर भी 35 अन्य सवारों के साथ दस्ते में शामिल। ऊंटों के कारवां के बाद आज पहली बार महिला कैमल राइडर गणतंत्र दिवस परेड का हिस्सा बन रही हैं। ये सुसज्जित ऊंटों पर सवार हैं। महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में सीमा सुरक्षा बल का उल्लेखनीय कदम। ये महिला राइडर राजस्थानी कहावत हमारी छोरियां के छोरों से कम का, इस कहावत को चरितार्थ कर रही है। सीमा सुरक्षा बल का सवार बैंड दस्ता बैंड मास्टर इंस्पेक्टर गोदराज की अगुवाई में सलामी मंच के सामने। दुनिया में अपनी तरह का एकमात्र ऊंट सवार दस्ता हम हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल, बहादुरों का दल की स्वर लहरियां बिखेरता हुआ।
BSF Camel Band gathering applause as it moves forward. And after the military displays, we now have the youth pavilion on Kartavya Path. First, the NCC Boys Marching Contingent, led by Senior Under Officer Pujari Shivanand of NCC Directorate, Maharashtra. The cadets have been drawn from all the 17 directorates of the NCC. And the NCC is the largest youth uniformed organization in the world with nearly 14 lakh cadets on its rolls. Behind them, the strains of Sare Jahan Se Acha, the combined band of the NCC Boys Senior School Gwalior and NCC Girls Birla Balika Vidyapeeth, Pilali, led by Senior Under Officers Abhishek Chauhan and Sweksha Gupta. Getting a standing ovation as the band moves forward with the most popular tune of Sare Jahan Se Acha. Following them, the NCC Girls Marching Contingent, led by Senior Under Officer Sonali Sahu of NCC Directorate, Odisha, a state from where our Honorable President hails. The contingent of the National Service Scheme known as NSS, comprising 148 volunteers. The National Service Scheme has 3.91 million volunteers in its fold, drawn from 657 universities, 51 directorates and 2 councils, 20,669 colleges and institutions of higher learning, and over 11,000 senior secondary schools.
कर्तव्य पथ पर संगीत की स्वर लहरियां बिखेरता भारतीय सेना का सामूहिक पाइप और ड्रम बैंड धुन बजा रहा है। नंदा देवी 128 संगीतकारों के दस्ते का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं। सुविधा मेजर भवन आर्य। और अब सजे धजे वाहनों में कर्तव्य पथ पर प्रधानमंत्री राष्ट्रीय बाल पुरस्कार विजेता पधार चुके हैं। ये पुरस्कार 2 श्रेणियों में दिए जाते हैं, बाल शक्ति पुरस्कार और बाल कल्याण पुरस्कार। बहादुरी के लिए मास्टर रोहन रामचंद्र बहिर, कला और संस्कृति के लिए मास्टर आदित्य सुरेश, कुमारी एम गौरवी रेड्डी, मास्टर संभव मिश्रा, कुमारी श्रेया भट्टाचार्य जी, खेलकूद के लिए कुमारी अलाना मीनाक्षी कोला गोतला, कुमारी हनाया निसार, मास्टर शौर्यजीत रंजीत कुमार खैरे, नवाचार के लिए मास्टर आदित्य प्रताप सिंह चौहान, मास्टर ऋषि शिव प्रसन्ना और समाज सेवा के लिए कुमारी अनुष्का जौली। अब बारी भारत की सांस्कृतिक विरासत के दर्शन की। प्रभाला तीर्थम पर केंद्रित आंध्र प्रदेश की झांकी। आंध्र प्रदेश को चावल का कटोरा और अन्नपूर्णा भी कहते हैं। संक्रांति आंध्र प्रदेश का प्रमुख त्योहार है। त्योहार के दौरान लोग प्रभाला तीर्थम को मनाते हैं। आंध्र प्रदेश की झांकी के बाद सलामी मंच की ओर बढ़ती हुई असम की झांकी। असम की झांकी में असम के इतिहास में महान जनरल लचित बुरफकन को नाव पर देखा जा सकता है और दूसरे भाग में मां कामाख्या के पवित्र मंदिर का प्रतिरूप है। ये गुवाहाटी में नीलांचल पहाड़ी पर स्थित है और झांकी के साथ साथ बिहू लोक नृत्य।
The visual treat has just started, and now we await the tableau from the Union Territory of Ladakh. The theme, tourism and composite culture of Ladakh. Depicting the harmonious nature of the people with the nature around. And now the tableau from Uttarakhand, Devbhumi Uttarakhand, the land where divinity resides. Glimpses of the Corbett National Park, the Ipan art of Uttarakhand displayed on the outer part of the tableau, and the famous Cholia dance of Uttarakhand.
देवभूमि उत्तराखंड की झांकी सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरते हुए समाज के हर वर्ग का शख्स आज कर्तव्य पथ पर भारत की समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत का साक्षी बनता हुआ। अगली झांकी सलामी मंच के सामने त्रिपुरा से। महिलाओं की सक्रिय भागीदारी से त्रिपुरा में पर्यटन और जैविक खेती के माध्यम से स्थायी आजीविका किस तरीके से अर्जित की जा रही है, इस विषय पर त्रिपुरा की ये झांकी केंद्रित है। त्रिपुरा की झांकी में पैगोडा यानी बौद्ध स्तूप का भी नक्काशी के साथ प्रदर्शन हुआ। और अब बारी है पश्चिमी भारत की यानी गुजरात की ओर चलते हैं। क्लीन ग्रीन ऊर्जा युक्त गुजरात की झांकी सांस्कृतिक परंपरा और वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण का सुंदर तालमेल इस झांकी में देखने को मिल रहा है। झांकी के दूसरे हिस्से में 24 घंटे सौर ऊर्जा से चलने वाले देश के पहले गांव मोडेरा को दिखाया गया है, जिसे हाल ही में यूनेस्को की विश्व धरोहर स्थल में शामिल किया गया।
हर घर सोलर पैनल थी सोहाय, मोढेरा गाँव में जोई हर कोई हर खाय, गुजरात माहे सोलर नो जय जय थाय। कुसुम स्कीम थी 40 सोलर पंप, खेड़ू खुशाली मांगाय, गुजरात माहे पर्यावरण नो जतन थाय। सूरज पवननी जोड़ी थी कच्छ में, हाइब्रिड प्लांट उभा थाय ने 8 प्रहर ग्रीन एनर्जी पैदा थाय, गुजरात।
Renewable sources of energy as the theme for the tableau from Gujarat. And in case you've been counting the number of tableaus that have gone past, 23 tableaus, of which 17 are from states and union territories and 6 from various ministries and departments are in this parade. We now have the tableau from Jharkhand, housing one of the 12 Jyotirlingas. The tableau shows the famous Vedanath temple located in Deoghar, Lord Birsa Munda in front. Birsa Munda was a social reformer and a freedom fighter who revolted against the British, was arrested and hanged, and even today tribals consider as the god of the earth. The children here looking eagerly to see maybe just their state coming down the Kartavya Path. From Jharkhand we move to the north and eastwards to Arunachal Pradesh, showcasing the rich potential for tourism in the fields of adventure, sport, ecology, culture, religion, history and archaeology. Arunachal is known as the land of the rising sun and shares boundaries with Bhutan, China and Myanmar. Many developments have been made in the state, and we can see on the tableau the advanced landing grounds with civil terminals, etc. being depicted. You've also got the state bird, the hornbill, on it, and major tribes of the state attired in traditional dresses accompanying the tableau.
पूर्वोत्तर से आइए चलिए अब उत्तर की ओर नए जम्मू कश्मीर की तस्वीर लेकर ये झांकी कर्तव्य पथ पर। जम्मू कश्मीर ने पर्यटन की नई ऊंचाइयां छूकर रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। झांकी में जंगल है, ट्यूलिप गार्डन है और लेवेंडर की खेती है। पवित्र अमरनाथ तीर्थ स्थल को इस झांकी में देखा जा सकता है।
सर्वालयं सर्वचराचरस्थं त्वमेव शम्भुं शरणं प्रपद्ये। बम बम बोले बम बम बोले बम बम बोले। हमको गातो बलिदानी अमरनाथ का बलिदानी जय जय बम बोले।
भारत की संस्कृति की तस्वीर कर्तव्य पथ पर और अब नारी शक्ति का संदेश लेकर केरल राज्य की ये झांकी। नारी शक्ति पुरस्कार की विजेता 96 वर्ष की कार्त्यानी अम्मा को सम्मानित किया गया है। पार्श्व गायिका का राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार हासिल करने वाली नंचम्मा यहां पर मौजूद।
Well, if you're enjoying the diversity, join us. We move from the Arabian Sea towards the Bay of Bengal. The tableau, which will now come on next, will be from West Bengal. And here, visuals at the India Gate, Durga Puja. Following the tableau from West Bengal, we have the next state of Maharashtra, which will now shortly go past the saluting base, and there we are. Sade Teen Shakti Pithe and Nari Shakti, showcasing the feminine power as well as the intangible heritage of temple style and folk art of Maharashtra.
अंबाबाई कोल्हापुरी असे रेणुका माहुरी सप्तशृंगी वणी मध्ये भवानी तुळजापुरी
तिचं ब्रह्म तिचं मुक्ती आदिमाया विद्याशक्ती विश्व चैतन्याची होई तिच्यापासून उत्पत्ती महाराष्ट्रीय अवतरी शक्ती माता साडेतीन शक्तीपीठे दाखविती आम्हा
देश का समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक वैभव 74वें गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह के तहत कर्तव्य पथ पर परिलक्षित हो रहा है। महाराष्ट्र के बाद चलते हैं तमिलनाडु। महिला सशक्तिकरण और संस्कृति पर आधारित ये झांकी, जिसमें प्राचीन कवयित्री अव्वैयार की प्रतिमा दिखाई गई है और झांकी के पिछले हिस्से में तंजावुर बृहदेश्वर मंदिर। तमिलनाडु की इस झांकी में मनोहारी नृत्य का प्रदर्शन भी देखने को मिला। उपस्थित जनसमूह बड़ी संख्या में, जिसमें छात्र छात्राएं शामिल, राष्ट्रीय पर्व का हिस्सा बनते हुए। अगली झांकी नारी शक्ति का उत्सव कर्नाटक से। सुलागिट्टी नरसम्मा, एक दाई, तुलसी गौटा हलक्की, जिन्हें वृक्षों की मां कहा जाता है, और उनके साथ सालू मर्दा थिम्मक्का को यहाँ दर्शाया गया है। From Karnataka, we move to the state of Haryana, and Kurukshetra specifically, best known as the land where the great battle of Mahabharata was fought 5,000 years ago and where Lord Krishna spoke the Bhagavad Gita. Here, depicting the scene of Lord Krishna's sermon to Arjun, various scenes from the battle are also depicted on the sides of the trailer. Lord Krishna's message of karma, jnana and bhakti.
बना
शीश झुकाना, वेदों की इस भूमि पे कर्म ज्ञान पा जाना, दम के विकास से यह परदेश और बने देश की शान, हरियाणा अपना हरियाणा।
The chariot and galloping horses signifying the journey from darkness of ignorance to the eternal light of enlightenment. We're on to now the Union Territory of Dadar, Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, where the theme is conservation of tribal culture and heritage. The tableau in several parts. The first part showing the conservation of culture with tribal folk dances Bhavada and Tarpa of the Warli tribe and the fishing activity of the Machi tribe. The anchor from INS Kukri ship in front. The large boat which represents the fishing culture of the territory, and the rear part of the ship showcasing the Diu fortress.
हमारी समृद्ध विरासत के दर्शन से सभी अभिभूत हैं। प्रकाश के संदेश को लेकर आ रही है उत्तर प्रदेश की झांकी। आस्था और भगवान राम की नगरी अयोध्या में दीपों का उत्सव सन 2017 से लगातार किया जा रहा है।
चमक रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश, घर घर में खुशहाली है, संवर गई तस्वीर और जन जन के सपने जागे, खुली नई राहें विकास की, जुड़े प्रेम के धागे, संस्कृत के फूलों से शोभित उपवन की हर डाली है, चमक रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश, घर घर में खुशहाली है।
और अब ICAR की झांकी पोषक तत्वों के पावर हाउस मिलेट यानी मोटे अनाजों पर केंद्रित। भारत सरकार के प्रस्ताव को मानते हुए संयुक्त राष्ट्र
कर्तव्य पथ पर अगली झांकी ICAR की, जो मोटे अनाजों यानी मिलेट्स पर केंद्रित है। संयुक्त राष्ट्र ने सन 2023 यानी इसी वर्ष को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मिलेट्स वर्ष घोषित किया है। झांकी में ज्वार, बाजरा, रागी, कुटकी, कुंगनी और सांवा की फसल देखी जा सकती है।
मेरे देश की धरती से सोना ये उगे, कहते हैं मिलट इनको, मोटा दाना भी इनको कहे, ज्वार बाजरा रागी कुटकी इनमें आते हैं, पौष्टिकता का उत्सव आओ मिलके मनाते हैं, आओ मिलके मनाते हैं, होती टिकाऊ खेती अच्छी सेहत ये बनाए, चलो मिलट उगाए, मिलट का वर्ष मनाए।
Next is the tableau of Ministry of Tribal Affairs, which is based on the theme of Eklavya model building.
As the tableau of the ICAR moves past, we now have approaching the saluting base, the tableau from the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, based on the theme Eklavya Model Residential Schools. next tableau is also from the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Narcotics Control Bureau tableau, with the theme Resolve at the Rate 75 Drug-Free India.
Narcotics Control Bureau है हम नजरबाज की जीते सी होती है पहचान नशा मुक्त भारत का हमने छेड़ा है अभियान सकल देश में जन आंदोलन का परचम लहराए नशे के अभिशाप से हम भारत को मुक्त बनाए
ड्रग्स से इस जंग में साथ हम सभी हर कदम पर संग में आपका एनसीबी।
कर्तव्य पथ पर सामाजिक संदेश का भी समावेश होता हुआ गणतंत्र दिवस के इस पर्व में अगली झांकी केंद्रीय सशस्त्र पुलिस बलों की नारी शक्ति को परिलक्षित करते हुए, जिसमें सीमा सुरक्षा बल, सीआरपीएफ, सीआईएसएफ और असम राइफल्स का प्रतिनिधित्व है।
और वीरों की वीर है नारी धरती हो या आसमान शून्य से कम हो तापमान सीमाओं की रक्षा आंतरिक सुरक्षा रणभूमि या जन सेवा कर्तव्य पथ पर अटल खड़ी है नारी रक्षक
कर्तव्य पथ पर अटल खड़ी है नारी। देश की नारी शक्ति का मनोहारी प्रदर्शन। और अब अगली झांकी कर्तव्य पथ पर केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग से। ये झांकी जैव विविधता संरक्षण विषय वस्तु पर आधारित है। झांकी में चीता परियोजना और राष्ट्रीय पक्षी मोर को भी नृत्य करते हुए दिखाया गया है। पूरी तरीके से प्राकृतिक फूलों से सजी धजी ये झांकी
मनुष्य
कर्तव्य पथ पर
अग्रसर जब मन में रखेगा जीवों के लिए सम्मान।
Entirely crafted with vibrant colored natural flowers, the tableau from CPWD moving towards India Gate, followed by the tableau based on the theme Shakti or women power, celebrating the divine feminine who resides in and empowers all living beings. The tableau has manifestations of her as Shakti or power, as Buddhi or intellect, and as Lakshmi or prosperity. All these forms of Matri, creating, maintaining, destroying and recreating the entire universe as per Indian traditions. Shakti Rupena Sanstita. For the second year, the Ministry of Defence and Ministry of Culture now will present their cultural extravaganza, Vande Bharatiyam, with the theme of Nari Shakti. The group consists of 479 artists in the age group of 17 to 30 who have come here selected through a month-long rigorous competition held at various state and zonal levels, and now they are on the national stage. 326 female and 153 male dancers in the grand finale of Vande Bharatiyam, presenting classical, folk and contemporary fusion dance depicting the power of women through 5 elements: earth, water, air, space and fire. The song has been composed by 2 female composers, Raja Bhava Tarini, Alok Nanda Das Gupta, And the 5 elements are introduced by Ghazala Amin, penned by Ashok Chakradhar, with lyrics for Nari Shakti by Rajeshwari Dasgupta. The entire show has been choreographed by a team of 4 dynamic dance exponents: Jaya Prabha Menon, Kavita Dwivedi, Nivedita Mahapatra and Bhavini Mishra.
मैं पवन हूँ, मैं ही अगन हूँ, मैं 5 तार की वीणा हूँ, नारी हूँ, परम प्रवीणा हूँ, मैं भक्ति हूँ, मैं युक्ति हूँ, मैं मुक्ति हूँ, आसक्ति हूँ, अनुरक्ति हूँ, मैं सर्वगुण संपन्न नारी शक्ति हूँ, स्वयं सिद्धा सौम्या हूँ, स्थिरा हूँ, धवलधानी धैर्यधारी मैं धरा हूँ।
यत्र नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवताः यत्रैतास्तु न पूज्यन्ते सर्वास्तत्राफलाक्रियाः।
दायनी हूँ, तोड़ती जंजीर हूँ मैं, वेग शिप्रा चंचला हूँ, नीर हूँ मैं। मधुर आवेग हूँ मैं, शुद्ध पावन सी पवन का वेग हूँ मैं। Din din da, din din da, din da. Din din da, din da, din da. गगन का विस्तार हूँ मैं, देखिए मुझको क्षितिज के पार हूँ मैं। कहो रुद्राणी मगर अनुराग हूँ मैं, एक चिंगारी लपट हूँ, आग हूँ मैं।
Vande Bharatam Nari Shakti. The presentation by the Ministry of Defence and the Ministry of Culture. Classical, folk and contemporary fusion dance all coming together, depicting the power of women through 5 elements of earth, water, air, space and fire. As we reach the end of the Republic Day parade, the audience now all pumped up for the grand finale, and we're hoping that we will have the flypast as well as the Daredevils from the Corps of Signals on their motorcycles, depicting their acrobatic skills and their aerobatic skills. The excitement is palpable as we strain our eyes to spot the headlights of the first rider from the Corps of Signals motorcycle ride display team, popularly called the Daredevils. The riders are volunteer dispatch riders who not only are proficient in their trade but are also a self-determined, mentally alert, physically fit batch with unmatched courage, stamina and precision in handling motorcycles.
राजपथ पर जो कि पहले राजपथ था अब कर्तव्य का पथ बन चुका है, उस पर अब डेयर डेविल्स का आगमन हो रहा है जो आपको रोमांच से सराबोर कर देंगे, दांतों तले अंगुली दबाने पर मजबूर कर देंगे। सबसे पहले ओपनिंग सैल्यूट डेयर डेविल्स के द्वारा।
Captain Ashish Rane saluting smartly on top of his 10.5 feet ladder. Precision to the split of a second that has all of us watching mesmerized by the kind of stunts that they will perform. Jimmy formation showcasing swift and secure trade to the Corps of Signals being performed by Lance Naik Desai Ajit.
कर्तव्य पथ पर कर्तव्य परायणता और संतुलन का अनोखा संयोजन, मन और शरीर के सामंजस्य का संयोजन, संयोग को प्रदर्शित करता योग प्रदर्शन डेयर डेविल्स के द्वारा। एनके स्वप्निले को मोटरसाइकिल पर सूर्य नमस्कार करते हुए देखा जा सकता है। टीम ने एक मोटरसाइकिल पर 50 योग मुद्राओं का विश्व रिकॉर्ड भी मुकम्मल किया है और उनमें से कुछ राजनायक अजय यादव यहाँ पर प्रदर्शित करते हुए उपस्थित जन समूह विस्मृत, आह्लादित, प्रसन्न, आनंदित।
The signal fighter carrying signal colors by Havaldar S.K. Singh and 6 Daredevils on one motorcycle, which again is a state-of-the-art formation. Over the years, this team has managed to score several world records for their human formations. Behind the signal fighters, you've got the signal rocket formation with Naik Sumit Kumar Yadav and Naik Misal Gajanan, with 2 other Daredevils in the daring Daredevils formation.
सिग्नल रॉकेट और उसके ठीक पीछे हम देख सकते हैं कोर ऑफ सिग्नल्स के स्विफ्ट और सिक्योर जवान 18 फीट ऊंची लैडर पर विश्व रिकॉर्ड बनाते हुए ये बेमिसाल फॉर्मेशन हवलदार सुजीत मोंडल द्वारा बनाया जा रहा है। साहस, संतुलन और सतत अभ्यास का परिणाम।
A difficult feat. You have to maintain speed, you have to maintain your balance and complete your maneuver in the stipulated time. A choreography that requires innumerable hours of practice and precision. In a series of communication forwarded as the Signals Rath, which depends on the zeal and enthusiasm of dedicated soldiers, this event being performed by Naik R.S. Shekhawat, Signalman S.S. Meera with 4 other Daredevils.
12 डेयर डेविल्स के साथ कुछ ही क्षणों के पश्चात सलामी मंच के सामने हवलदार गामित परेश और हवलदार प्रमोद पाटिल साहसिक अभिमन्यु फॉर्मेशन में, जिसके शीर्ष पर सिग्नल कोर का झंडा हमने लहराते हुए देखा। इनके रंग वीरता और शौर्य के प्रतीक, युवाओं में उत्साह और साहस का संचार होता। और अब इन्फो वॉरियर्स,
the pride of the Corps of Signals, the Info Warriors, performed by Havaldar Anil Kumar with 9 Daredevils. And we move on to the pride of the Corps of Signals, performed by Naik Jayakumar, Info Warriors, cluster of birds flying, that scenery of courage and fearlessness, ready to die for the country when the need arises. Havaldar Durgesh Kumar and Havaldar S.K. Jain are going forward, and you've got the lotus formation now with 10 daredevils on a single motorcycle, making that captivating formation. Havaldar D.K. Behra, followed by Vice Captain Lieutenant Dimple Singh Bhatti, saluting smartly, standing on the seat of the motorcycle, leading the pyramid that follows.
रोमांच की पराकाष्ठा कर्तव्य पथ पर अंतिम लेकिन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण फॉर्मेशन करतल ध्वनि से अभिनंदन पिरामिड एक मोटरसाइकिल पर 33 डेयरडेविल्स ह्यूमन पिरामिड बनाते हुए फॉर्मेशन का नेतृत्व सूबेदार प्रताप सिंह कर रहे हैं.
As difficult as it is to see them do these stunts, we must warn our viewers not to attempt any of them on our roads. Please remember that these daredevils have been specially trained to do these maneuvers.
Our daredevils, devilishly daring indeed, breathtaking formations, perfect balance, and really absolutely focused, seemingly effortless, but what practice goes into this. As we could see, the wind factor has definitely picked up, and here we have a wish in our hearts and a prayer on our lips that the cloudy day would clear up a little. We are really looking forward to the fly past, because after gravity-defying feats on the ground, we now await the grand finale of the Republic Day Parade. The Indian Air Force will present a breathtaking fly past. Precision at tremendous speeds will be on display today, and we will witness some thundering aerobatics done with professional precision.
अब परेड का सबसे रोमांचक पड़ाव आ चुका है. जांबाज जिनके करतब अभी हमने कर्तव्य पथ पर देखे, अब निगाहें आकाश की ओर, जहां से वायुसेना का फ्लाई पास्ट शुरू हो रहा है.
The fly past, which will have 50 aircraft participating, with the Rafale, the Sukhois, MiG-29s, the Jaguars, the Sarangs, and other helicopters.
And here we can see our cameras have caught the Prachand formation coming over the dome of Rashtrapati Bhavan and now moving towards the saluting base at Kartavya Path. One LCH, light combat helicopter in the lead, 2 Apache helicopters and 2 advanced light helicopters, Mark IV aircraft in echelon. The 5 aircraft Arrowhead formation, led by Group Captain Deepak Bishnoi. These are visual shots taken from the air, from the aircraft, giving you great perspective. And the next formation behind them from the direction of Rashtrapati Bhavan.
तिरंगा फॉर्मेशन, जिसमें 5 सारंग ALH लेडर फॉर्मेशन में यहां तिरंगा लहराने को तैयार, 150 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार से. कोहरे में आज की ये सुबह लिपटी हुई, लेकिन सुबह के मुकाबले रोशनी थोड़ी बेहतर होती हुई और निगाहें सभी की आकाश की ओर.
Coloring the sky with the national colors. Nothing can dampen or cloud this spirit. Very soon, the next formation, Tiranga.
पांच सारंग एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर 150 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार से सलामी मंच के ऊपर से गुजरेंगे.
So just to give you a perspective, historically flypasts have a special affinity with parades and form their aerial component, and the flypasts here at the Republic Day Parade have a way of imprinting themselves on the nation's memory. It's the form of an aerial salute. They show respect, display aircraft, and showcase flying skills as a form of entertainment to delight the public, and an expectant public waiting to be delighted. Expectant cameramen waiting to catch these birds in the air. The diffused glow of a chilly January morning, witnessing along with all present here the reaffirmation of our national identity, a nation on the move. Men, women, people, culture, creativity, all on the move. And here, the Indian Air Force wanting to redefine the sky space of movement. It's not an easy day to fly, particularly for a flypast, and all acrobatics or aerobatics are of course very, very challenging on days like this, but that's what national pride is all about. Rising to the challenge, and that's what our men and women in uniform are all about.
फ्लाई पास्ट के हिसाब से मौसम काफी कठिन, कोहरा काफी ज्यादा है।
So expectation, of course, writ large on faces as heads invariably at a slight sound turn skywards and the gaze searches for that glimmer of silver, a message which we would be wanting to send out to the future, that we see you. There's the crowd applauding. And we can see a part of the fly past going past. A deep desire in all the pilots not to disappoint. So notwithstanding the weather, they are trying to show aircraft in the air.
मौसम काफी खराब होने के बावजूद, विजिबिलिटी बहुत कम है, उसके बावजूद वायुसेना के विमान सलामी मंच के ऊपर से गुजर रहे हैं। नेत्र फॉर्मेशन, एयरबॉर्न अर्ली वार्निंग एंड कंट्रोल विमान AEWNC 4 रफाल एरो फॉर्मेशन में 415 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार के साथ।
That was the Netra formation, comprising 1 airborne early warning and control aircraft with 4 Rafale aircraft in echelon going past the saluting base. The Indian Air Force traditionally has been presenting the fly past on all Republic Days, and here we have the next formation. The beam formation, comprising 1 C-17 aircraft with 2 Sukhoi 30 aircraft in echelon, streaming fuel and flying past over the National War Memorial. Led by Group Captain A.K. Patnaik, speed of 555 kilometers per hour.
फ्लाई पास्ट के लिए ये सभी विमान देश के अलग अलग एयरबेस से उड़ान भरकर यहां आते हैं और उसके बाद सलामी मंच के ऊपर से गुजरते हैं।
In the words of a pilot, when you're up in the sky, the thunder becomes felt in the heart, not in the head. And it is, of course, through flypast that ceremonial and national pride also imprint themselves on a nation's memory.
उत्सुकता और प्रतीक्षा, सबकी निगाहें आकाश में।
For any national celebration to have true meaning, its reasons need to be lived collectively.
अमृत फॉर्मेशन, जिसमें 6 जैगुआर 750 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार से उड़ते हुए ग्रुप कैप्टन NP वर्मा की कमान में।
This is the Trishul formation. 3 Sukhoi 30 Mark I aircraft pulling outwards for the Trishul formation.
ग्रुप कैप्टन A धनखड़, जो त्रिशूल फॉर्मेशन के साथ थे, वेक फॉर्मेशन में यहां से उड़ान भरते हुए गए सलामी मंच के ऊपर से। 750 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार।
In fact, today is a day when the nation and all its symbolic representations take center stage, and the national flag flutters proudly in many more spaces, including in our hearts.
गूंजता हुआ आकाश, रफाल 900 किलोमीटर की रफ्तार से उड़ते हुए।
The Vijay formation, Group Captain R. Kataria just went past the saluting base. The thunder can of course be felt over here. One of the sounds we've all been waiting for. But of course, the fog has dampened the fly past a little. Not our spirits, just some maneuvers.
Display of power, dominance and emancipation, and the nation is safe and giving us all a feeling of reassurance.
खराब मौसम के बावजूद वायुसेना के विमानों का यहाँ शानदार फ्लाई पास्ट और जनता में उत्साह।
I think that's the most beautiful part of National Day celebrations. The coming together of all of us over here, that by itself is spirit elevating. Republic Day celebrations are often also reflective in nature. Today we not only pay homage to soldiers who exhibited acts of bravery, many of them singularly daring and way beyond what was thought possible, but we also recognize that times are changing, that context, science, techniques and art of war are also changing. With the nature of threats to national security changing, the handling of these need to change too. And today our armed forces have shown us not only armed power but also very, very well-trained manpower, valor and daring. Today, as much as in physical acts is required in courageous decision-making too in times of crisis. And today, as the President's bodyguard come to escort the Chief Commander of the Armed Forces back to her residence, we reaffirm our confidence in our armed forces as they exhibit their focus on maintaining the quality of their rank and file, equipment and technology to remain positioned and prepared to deal with any situation existing or emerging.
राष्ट्रपति अंगरक्षक सलामी मंच के सामने अपना स्थान लेते हुए
The Commonwealth President's bodyguard will shortly give the word of command for the national salute. All ladies and gentlemen are requested to rise for the national anthem of India.
राष्ट्रपति अंगरक्षक सलामी देंगे राष्ट्रीय सल्यूट मध्य ब्रेक
Proud moment for President Draupadi Murmu. This is her first Republic Day as President-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the Supreme Commander.
We were indeed honored to have in our midst
The VIP carcades have started arriving, and first the President of India will be seen off by the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister.
महामहिम अब्दुल फतेह अल सीसी विश्व के राष्ट्रपति महोदय की गौरवमयी उपस्थिति
Days like today offering us possibilities to step out of our routine lives and touch this wondrous fusion of mind, heart and spirit that define our nationhood. Our chief guest, along with our president, depart from the saluting base. In fact, a question that often comes up in today's world of quick turnaround times and task is that what is the role of traditional ceremonies and protocol? Well, history, tradition, ceremonial protocol all have a way of giving context, of anchoring the present in a stability that has weathered many storms. Institutions need to be nurtured organically. They go beyond the individual, and that's the reason tenures and terms are linked to people, not institutions. A healthy democracy resting on transitions of people, parties and power. The Defence Minister, Shri Rajnath Singh, seeing off the dignitaries.
माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी और हमारे मेहमान मिस्र के महामहिम राष्ट्रपति प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं अब कर्तव्य पथ से। भव्य गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह यादगार बनता हुआ गणतंत्र का उत्सव अपने सबसे निखरे हुए रूप में देश और दुनिया के सामने है। भारतवासी गर्व करें ऐसा शानदार समारोह। विदेशी मेहमान प्रफुल्लित, अपार गौरव और प्रेरणा के अनेक पल भावनाओं की एक एल्बम सी बन गई है। माननीय राष्ट्रपति प्रस्थान कर रही हैं। हमने आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे किए हैं। इसे हम आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के रूप में मना रहे हैं। दुनिया में भारत की आवाज अब ध्यान से सुनी जाती है और मानी भी जाती है। घुड़सवार अंगरक्षकों के साथ राष्ट्रपति जी का काफिला राष्ट्रपति भवन की ओर।
So though the parade concludes at Rajpath in the capital today, the celebrations do not end, and we as Indians have much to celebrate. A republic where the constitution is the guiding spirit, a diversity that helps us understand differences with sensitivity, a young population that could be an economic boon, and of course a unity that bridges differences and challenges divisive forces. After the President's departure, we now await the departure of the Vice President of India.
भारत की राष्ट्रपति माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू और 74वें गणतंत्र दिवस के मुख्य अतिथि मिस्र के राष्ट्रपति महामहिम अब्दुल फतेह अल सीसी समारोह पूर्वक प्रस्थान कर चुके हैं। कर्तव्य पथ के ऊपर रायसीना पहाड़ी की ओर अग्रसर होता हुआ ये काफिला इस वर्ष की गणतंत्र दिवस परेड कई मायनों में खास रही है, यादगार रही है। विशेष आमंत्रित अतिथियों के अलावा समाज के अलग अलग वर्गों से आने वाले सामान्य नागरिक भी इसमें शामिल रहे। विशेष तौर पे वे श्रमयोगी जिन्होंने पुनर्विकसित कर्तव्य पथ को उसका वर्तमान स्वरूप प्रदान करने में अहम भूमिका निभाई। देश के उपराष्ट्रपति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ और श्रीमती सुदेश धनखड़ रवाना हो रहे हैं कर्तव्य पथ से। सही अर्थों में श्रमयोगियों की कर्तव्य पथ पर उपस्थिति राष्ट्र निर्माण के उत्सव में जन भागीदारी की मिसाल के तौर पर इसे देखा जा सकता है। सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, यही है आज के नए भारत की नई अनुभूति, नया उद्घोष।
India's Republic Day celebrations are an occasion to rejoice in the rituals of democracy, whose norms are finally laid out in the Constitution. For many Indians at home and abroad who take pride in their Constitution, the recognition of their country as the world's largest democracy, it is yet another opportunity to fly the tricolour at home and take pride in all things India. The Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi acknowledging the greetings of the people who are assembled here as he moves forward, greeting them on the 74th Republic Day parade. You've got a vast number of people who've been invited here as special guests, first time being included in the largest spectacle, and some of them, as was mentioned before, are the Shram Yogis, the ones who have worked to show us what the vista looks like today. They're still continuing their work with the ongoing construction of the new parliament, the enclaves, the executive enclaves of the Vice President and the Prime Minister's office and residence, and other important buildings of the power corridor, as it were, of the nation. The pride and elan of the parade over these years is impossible to forget. The discipline, the turnout, the military bearing of the personnel participating in the parade all add to the collective spirit of national pride. And the freeze and fog of the January mornings in Delhi notwithstanding, the show goes on, and the Prime Minister here very enthusiastically greeting and acknowledging the contribution of all these Shram Yogis who are here. Street vendors, milk vendors, people who are all helping us in making a life and contributing to the nation.
Contact, connect and communicate. The mantra of governance, Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaching out, waving out in more ways than one to all present here. What an exciting moment for all of them to see their Prime Minister so close up. And today, as we participate in this festival of progress and prosperity, days like today remind us that we are not just individuals, but a part of a larger collective, a whole, that is definitely greater than just the sum of its parts. People, cornerstone of organic renewal. The Prime Minister recognizing this, acknowledging this, and greeting the people on the 74th Republic Day celebrations.
प्रधानमंत्री कर्तव्य पथ के दोनों ओर जो दीर्घाएं हैं, वहां जाकर उन्होंने मौजूद दर्शकों का अभिवादन स्वीकार किया। और इस यादगार गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह को और भी यादगार बना रहे हैं उन सभी लोगों के लिए जो यहां आए और प्रधानमंत्री को इतने नजदीक से वो देख रहे हैं।
हर एक व्यक्ति कह रहा है, मैं गंगा की श्वास हूं, मैं ब्रह्म।
जैसा हम सब जानते हैं, पिछले 3 वर्षों से दुनिया कोविड महामारी से जूझ रही है। पिछले वर्ष के मुकाबले इस बार हालात अब बेहतर हैं और जिस तरह की लड़ाई भारत ने कोविड के खिलाफ लड़ी है, उसका उदाहरण दुनिया भर में दिया जाता है। हमने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा टीकाकरण अभियान चलाकर 220 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा खुराकें दी हैं और इस समय जब हम बात करें इस समारोह को मनाने की, तो बिना कोविड प्रतिबंधों के हमने अपना ये उत्सव आज मनाया है।
In the recent past, despite the pandemic years, the country has witnessed resurgence in all sectors with the launch of numerous schemes by the government to highlight ease of living, ease of business and digitalization towards a holistic growth of the country. The Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, still acknowledging the greetings and cheers of the people here who still want to reach out and convey to him their pride and happiness in celebrating this magnificent parade.
At this moment of celebration, it would be nice to remember that on this cloudy 26th of January, we began the celebrations with paying homage to the Amar Jawan. And even right now, as we are celebrating here in the capital, our men and women in uniform stand guard, keeping a watchful eye, protecting our land over ice-capped mountains and snowy slopes and dusty dunes that seem to go on endlessly, vigilant, strong and capable, so that we may carry on with our lives like we are doing right now. It must be a very emotional moment for the Prime Minister to see the public responding to him with such joy. Celebration writ large in every movement of his.
इन तस्वीरों को देखते हुए मौसम और कोहरे का हम अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। दूर देखते हैं तो वहां विजिबिलिटी काफी कम,
सभी अभी आप देख रहे हैं देवी और सज्जनों,
लेकिन फिर भी आज जिस शानदार गणतंत्र उत्सव के हम सब गवाह बने, वो हम सबको याद रहेगा, हमारी यादों में बसा रहेगा। प्रधानमंत्री प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं कर्तव्य पथ से। गणतंत्र दिवस के इस सफल आयोजन के बाद, इस समारोह के बाद सीधे सपाट रास्तों में मोड़ कभी कभी बदलाव की धुरी बन जाते हैं। देश और व्यक्ति की यात्रा में सही मार्ग का चयन भविष्य तय कर देता है। हमें गर्व है कि हमने वक्त की उंगली को थामा है। अब विकास पथ ही कर्तव्य पथ है। गणतंत्र दिवस की अनेक शुभकामनाएं। जय हिंद।
मेडिसिन लेती हूँ, इसकी और अपनी
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी 2-3 बार
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Prime Minister Modi will address the 6th edition of Pariksha Pe Charcha on the 27th of January 2023, a day after the Republic Day. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan today announced that 102 students have been invited from across India to attend the program in person. Prime Minister Modi has been an inspiration for the children and youth of the country and has undertaken multiple initiatives for them over the past few years. From authoring a book titled Exam Warriors to constantly encouraging students to realize all their aspirations, Prime Minister Modi's outreach is noteworthy. Well, NewsX presents a special build-up telecast where students' voices have been centered. We'll talk about this with a few people who are themselves into imparting education. Let me introduce them. Dr. Upma Arora, Principal of JBM Global School, is going to be with us. Dr. Arun Kumar, educationist, is also joining us on the program. Mayank Singh, co-founder of Campus 365, is also here with us. And before we dip into this conversation with them, let's listen into these reactions that came by.
मैं अनाहिता भनोट क्लास 10वीं की छात्र हूँ दी HDFC स्कूल से। प्रधानमंत्री जी, इतने सारे आंकड़े और दिनांक, कब किसने इतिहास में क्या किया, सोशल स्टडीज में, ज्योग्राफी में, इनको याद करने के लिए आपका क्या फॉर्मूला है?
Prime Minister Modi ji, Vanakkam. I am Ananya Krishnan, studying in class 9 in PSBB Millennium. Sometimes one can't sleep at night but then feel tiredness during studying. Should one study late into the night or only in the day? How should one manage a good sleep routine?
Good afternoon. My name is Nitin J, class 10 from Delhi Public School, Nagarjul. And I just wanted to ask that it's been 3 years since the pandemic started, and there's been a lot of experimentation in the exam format. And one thing I realized this year while during the pre-boards is that time management is a major concern for us. So could you please give some tips on how we can better manage our time during a 3-hour paper?
Hi, my name is Kavya and I'm from SYGC MKS College. So my question to you is that how do we cope up with the stress for the exams? Like right now we have our prelims and boards. What do we expect as a COVID batch to cope up, and how to understand that what are we supposed to do in future?
Hello, my name is Rishikesh Pawar. I am from Arancha International School. And my question to the Prime Minister is, how do I manage to study without going to any coaches or classes?
All right, those are some tough googlies coming the Prime Minister's way, but we also conducted a snap poll in which we asked some relevant questions and we got some astounding results to this questionnaire, or rather this poll that we had put up on Twitter. The first one was, of course, how would you rate Prime Minister Modi's outreach in this particular scenario, the 6th edition of Pariksha Pe Charcha. And in fact, this is the result that we got. It's a good idea, is what almost 35% of the people said. It's an excellent idea. That was the predominant answer, with 50% people saying that it is a great idea. It's okay. Some people were perhaps not that impressed. And not a good idea was something that was also said by around 8% of the people. But predominantly, people were very happy with the outreach that the Prime Minister and his efforts to reach out to kids during exam time through Pariksha Pe Charcha. In fact, this also sets a tone of how students should be looking at challenges that crop up when they are in the business of studying. So the second question that we asked in this poll was, what do you think is the biggest stress issue for kids during board exams? And of course, the number one factor that basically rattles a lot of students is parental pressure. All of the above was also said, which includes syllabus is too big, failure shaming. Of course, whenever people are not able to achieve the kind of results that they aspire for, then failure shaming is perhaps that biggest chunk which people thought should be done away with. There has to be a course correction, and that is something that the Prime Minister will also have to take care of. The structure of the examination is also something that came up. It has come up in conversations pertaining to education a lot of times in the past as well. The Prime Minister is going to have his task cut out, because oftentimes parents also complain that the syllabus that the students have to contend with, the bags that they have to carry to schools, are a little bit too much. The number 3 question that we asked was, what can be done to reduce exam stress for children? And of course, the number 1 answer to that was focus on entrance exams. That is a brilliant idea, and that got the maximum amount of weightage as well. Then came reducing of syllabus, something that I just talked about a few seconds ago. Scrapping of board exam was also an idea that was in fact of interest to a few people. Shift to multiple choice questions. That is something which is done in Western nations, which makes life a little bit easier for students, as they really are presented with options which perhaps will not yield to results which are, basically tilting towards failure. The number 4 question was, which modern political leader do you think inspires children the most? Well, needless to mention, the Prime Minister took that pie with 67% of the votes. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal came a close second with 13%, and Rahul Gandhi at number 3 with 7%, almost 7%. Mamata Banerjee and MK Stalin not to be even mentioned in the same breath, considering that that blue area that you see in that particular pie chart is represented by the people who supported the Prime Minister and his endeavor, his attempts to get closer to students, understand their problems, and figure out a way of dealing with these challenges, these impediments which are thrown into their way. And some of these questions definitely make sense. A lot of them are going to set a tone, set a course for students to, take up things more actively. Which Prime Minister has been the best at inspiring children? This was the 4th question that we had asked in this snap poll. And needless to say, the Prime Minister once again took that particular majority of the chunk. Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of the country, took around 23% of the votes. And of course, Indira Gandhi, Manmohan Singh and Lal Bahadur Shastri were also part of this particular structure and this poll, but were not able to come close to the kind of inspiration which has been regularly given out by the Prime Minister as well. Dr. Arun, if I can come to you, if you can hear me. Dr. Arun, if you can hear me.
Yes, I am.
Right. The first question, let me shoot out to you. First of all, this snap poll that we have conducted, this basically is a compendium, as a synopsis of, most of the problems that are faced by the students. The Prime Minister is going to be speaking to some of the students with these problems. He's also going to be addressing that macro issue which pertains with, the plethora of syllabus, the cornucopia of syllabus which is thrown at students. Which of these problems do you think that students need to contend with at the most right now? And, how is the Prime Minister instrumental in making sure that the course is right for these students when he addresses them? Dr. Arun? Can you please unmute yourself, Dr. Arun? You're muted right now. Okay, there's something wrong with your network, sir. We'll come back to you momentarily. Dr. Upma Arora is also with us on the show. Dr. Arora, if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, your thoughts on the Prime Minister's outreach program. How inspirational is it when the leader of a country directly addresses these issues which, haunt and plague mostly every student in the country?
See, it's a beautiful step our Prime Minister has taken, and children get a lot of inspiration. He himself is a source of inspiration to millions of people in the world, and no doubt our children are getting benefit, and he has taken a step wherein it is, I suppose, the first step which is talking about the children. It is it's the heart of the children, and the children are really loving it, and children are really enthusiastic, and they are coming up with their their questions, whatever the exam fear, and they are openly talking about it. So it's a very good initiative by our Prime Minister.
Right. Dr. Arun, if you can hear me, I'd like to come back to you. Dr. Arun, if you can hear me.
Sir, I listen to you.
Okay, there's something wrong with your connection, sir. We'll try and patch you in momentarily. Mayank Singh, co-founder of Campus 365, also with us on the program. Mayank Singh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Mayank, your thoughts on the Prime Minister and, the fact that, he's taking out time to speak to students. He's a world leader, one of the top 5 most influential leaders in the world. Getting into a conversation with these students definitely shows us, as well as the country, that what he considers to be the future currency for the nation when it comes to its development.
Agree. I totally agree with what the Prime Minister vision and mission is. I think every time before starting of the examination season, he loved to interact with the student, motivate them to do better and to do and perform their best. I think, and coming from the world leader who himself came from a lot of struggle and everything, and outshined himself as a personality. I think this is commendable, and apart from that, the lot of changes in the policy he has introduced in the past years has actually improved the entire education system of India and helping it to match to the world education system. So I feel this is amazing and commendable.
Right, and Dr. Upma, it's also important to understand that some of these problems, some of these issues that the students have, they have been rampant. They have been around for a very, very long time, and specifically the one that talks about a long syllabus comes up time and again. What do you think can be done in this regard, specifically considering that the Prime Minister is showing a very keen, astute interest in this?
See, as I told you, that it is commendable, and it is very good that he's talking about it, and it is the first time that somebody has taken it at a national level. So as far as long syllabus is concerned, I don't think the syllabus which CBSE is having is long. So it is how you deal the syllabus. So that is what our Prime Minister is doing. See, chapters, if you talk about grade 12, how many chapters are you having? Say about 10 or 12 or 15 chapters. When you go in first year of your college, you have 40 chapters and subjects are doubled. So it's not about the long syllabus, it's about how you deal with the syllabus, how you take the syllabus, and how you take the, how you take the situation. So how you cover the syllabus, that matters. The longness is going to multiply. It is going to multiply in your first year. There's only 6 months gap. After you do your exams till April, you are free with your exams. Next year, when you face your first year exam or university exam, you have to have double the subjects and 4 times the number of chapters. So how is that pressure going to, a child going to handle it? So it's not about the long. I don't agree that the syllabus is long.
So it's quality over quantity is what you're implying. Well, let's listen into some, more of the queries and questions that the students of our country are likely to ask of the Prime Minister. Listen in.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम सिद्धांत शाह है। मैं कोठारी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का क्लास 10वीं का छात्र हूँ। आज का मेरा प्रश्न है कि NTSC परीक्षा के दौरान बोर्ड की तैयारी कैसे करें?
पापा बोलते हैं कि आप इंजीनियर बनो और मुझे डॉक्टर पसंद है, तो हम अपने माता पिता को कैसे मोटिवेट करें कि मुझे क्या बनना है?
Respected Prime Minister, myself Ayusha, I am a student of class 9 of Kamla Nehru Sishu Vihar High School from Patna, Bihar. We work very hard throughout the year, but we feel nervousness when exam days are on our head. So my question is that how to remove this nervousness and how to do preparation for exam to score best.
मेरा नाम निकिता कुमारी गुप्ता है। मैं 10th स्टैंडर्ड में पढ़ती हूँ। SMT वसंत बिन चंदूबाई मेट्रिकुलेशन स्कूल चेन्नई में पढ़ती हूँ। मेरा सवाल है कि टाइम मैनेजमेंट कैसे करा जाए?
All right, as the Prime Minister gets all set to interact with these students, let me in fact take you through the Twitter poll that NewsX conducted and what were the questions that we asked of and what kind of engagement and responses that we got. Of course, how would you rate the Prime Minister's efforts to reach out to kids during exam time, Pariksha Pe Charcha? It's an excellent idea. 66, almost 70, 67% of the people went on to say that this is a great idea. We'll obviously be showing you some of the other questions momentarily. But in fact, let me go across to Dr. Arun once again. Dr. Arun, if you can hear me. Dr. Arun, if you're there with us. Okay, perhaps another network issue there. Dr. Upma, if I can come back to you.
Yes.
We've spoken about the quantity versus the quality issue already. But the fact of the matter is that curriculums and syllabus is not very easy to change. It's a time-consuming process. It's a process which takes a humongous amount of effort. Do you think perhaps that is the thing that has held a lot of schools back from changing this process?
See, with new education policy which is coming, it is coming with a lot of changes, and from time to time CBSE is changing the pattern. Earlier the questions were subjective, now it's objective. The child has to go through the whole chapter, the whole content. So it is changing and it is evolving for last 10 years rather. We have seen a lot of changes in our education pattern, and with 2023, which NEP, we are expecting a lot of changes. Still many changes we are expecting, and I don't think this is going to change the curriculum, the idea and the skill-based education which is coming. One more thing which I would like to tell to the students is that children should love their subject. It is about the loving the subjects. Today in the morning when yesterday we were planning for our assembly and the children were doing skates, dance on skates. I told them it was 1 o'clock and it was about almost the time to go back home. I told the children, why don't you go back? Why don't you take rest now? It's almost in the morning, since morning you are practicing. They said, ma'am, we can do it 5 more times. So 5 more times doing skating. Why? Because we love it. So the children should love their subject and the interest should be created. How you take the syllabus, that matters. How you teach in the school, that matters. So it is the education policy which is changing, and with the attitude, the kind of teachers that we have, they should be skilled, and how you take the syllabus, that matters a lot.
Right, absolutely. Mayank, if you can hear me, I'd like to come to you.
Yes, I
Mayank,
completely agree.
the issue that in fact needs to be focused on, taking a leaf out of what Dr. Upma said, is that you have to keep the interest alive. You have to keep, that charm of studying alive. It perhaps gets subdued. It gets, inundated because of, this mammoth syllabus that mostly every student has spoken about.
Yes. So I completely agree with what Dr. Upma said, and I think the new education policy also focuses upon that to drive the interest towards what the students basically love it. Because we all have witnessed how the education policy has changed dramatically from last couple of years, and the penetration of technology or like what we are doing from last 5-6 years is basically, and we are actually working with many institutions, top many institutions in India, and we are seeing how the technology adaptation has helped students overall growth and overall achievement in terms of academic or as well as co-curricular activity. And as a technology aggregators, it's our duty to make this entire process lot more automative and lot more user friendly for the students, so they can see where their interest is more aligned into, and they can polish their skills more and be more refined in that particular sector or an area.
That's a good point. Dr. Upma, how can technology come to the rescue?
See, technology, last 3 years when the COVID situation was there, children really love their classes. And nowadays, since everything, artificial intelligence being on it, and everything is coming on coding, so children have to learn it, and children are loving it because it has become very fast. So it's not difficult to search anything, and they are loving this. And once the interest is there, since the children are very fast, children of 21st century, they are very fast and they learn very fastly. Gone are the days when the children used to learn computer. They don't have to be taught computer nowadays. Everything is so easy and they are learning it. Technology, yes, technology is also helping them out in having learning is very fast. So if you need a tutorial, you are sitting at home, you don't have to wait for any tutor, any coaching you want to take, you just take it and do it. So they have a lot of helps that they are getting from internet, and they are doing it as far as the school education is concerned. Yeah.
Right, you're absolutely right. Technology can come to the aid, but once again, we'll pick up where we left off. The Twitter poll, the Snap poll that we conducted, and what kind of results we got. We'll show you the exact screenshot of what we put out on Twitter. The first question was, how would you rate Prime Minister Modi's efforts to reach out to kids during exam time through Pariksha Pe Charcha? The engagement was excellent. We got 67% of the people saying that it is an excellent idea. 120 retweets is what we got, and of course this is something which has been unequivocally hailed by everyone who has actually understood why the Prime Minister is doing it. The number 2 question that we asked is who do you think, or what do you think is the biggest stress issue for kids during board exams? And of course there's not just one issue. There are multiple issues which plague the minds of students, because if you look at the answer, it's 40% for all of the above, which includes parental pressure, which includes college admission fears, which includes failure shaming as well. The third question that we put out was, how can we reduce exam stress for students, reduce syllabus? That is the elephant in the room that we have been trying to address. That is the only way forward, because it's got to be quality over quantity, because students have oftentimes complained that some of the stuff that they read about, some of the stuff that they have to memorize and perhaps mug up is not really very usable or valuable in the real world. Scrap the board examination system is also something that got some pace, and focus on entrance exam. That has also been a call which has been put out in the past as well. Going ahead, the fourth question was, which modern political leader do you think has inspired children the most? And of course, the Prime Minister winning this particular question hands down by a whopping 78.2%. Almost 80% of the people thought that the Prime Minister has been pivotal. He's been instrumental in making sure that students who are the future of the country get the attention that they deserve. And that is why he takes out time from his busy schedule in addressing all of their queries. Big or small, the queries are usually addressed by the Prime Minister in a very prosaic, in a very simple manner. The fifth question was, which Prime Minister has been best at inspiring children? And of course, once again, no prizes for guessing. It's the Prime Minister with 66.7% of the votes. The first Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, coming a distant second with 26.5%, and Indira Gandhi with 3.4%, and others, of course, with lesser numbers as well. So this is perhaps the crux of what the Prime Minister is trying to do. He's trying to infuse a value, Mayank, into students that, they don't need to study for the sake of it. They have to study keeping a vision in mind. They have to study keeping their problems in mind, because problem solution at a young age will definitely yield to problem solution at a mature age as well. And that is what schools necessarily do. They solve problems for students.
Completely. And I think as we saw in the recent trends that the young entrepreneurs are coming to the picture. I think when we started the organization Campus 365, we are also at the age of around 27. So as you can see, these Make in India initiatives and much infusion that to build the tech in the own country and to infuse the young minds to build something and to offer the job rather than getting a job is a mindset which actually changed once the Prime Minister stepped into and he's introduced new policies like the biggest one is Make in India and Skill India. These are their impact that now we stand amongst the top countries like US and Britain, the creation of startup. And I think India in future, or we can say the decade, it is our decade. And in future, I think we are the leading startup driven countries among the entire globe. So this is what the major impact, and the shift has also been changed. Now the West looks it up as us as a technical hub, where the new technologies in terms of even in any sector, let's say is AI or EdTech or software tech or environmental tech, we are the leading providers of those.
All right, Dr. Upma, going forward, do you think this is perhaps a healthy idea? For every state leader, why only the Prime Minister to have in his state address students and their problems? Because different states have different criterias for running their educational institutes.
See, it's since if Prime Minister Modi ji can do this, the chief ministers of their state, if they take an initiative, it's good. But otherwise, at school level, we are doing at every step. Almost every day, we counsel the children, we come across the problems of the children, we try to talk to them. But if at this level, Prime Minister is taking an initiative, it's a different altogether, because children would love to know from their leader of the country. If he is doing it, it's absolutely well. And if the Chief Minister does it, that also will be a good initiative by them.
All right, Dr. Upma, Mayank, appreciate you joining us and giving us, a perspective into this very unique initiative that the Prime Minister has taken.
आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब, मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब। आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब, मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
तंदुरुस्त हो सारे और कोई ना हो बीमार, सबका इलाज होगा कोई ना रहे बेइलाज।
दो कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े, दो कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े। बढ़ा हुआ है हौसला और पूरे होंगे ख्वाब, आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब।
सेहतमंद पंजाब का सपना साकार हो रहा है। हमने 15 अगस्त को 100 आम आदमी क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए थे, जिसका लोगों ने बहुत जोरदार स्वागत किया और लोग इस सेहत सेवा का बहुत फ़ायदा ले रहे हैं। 7.5 लाख से ज़्यादा मरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ से दवाई लेके ठीक हो चुके हैं, ओपीडी का फ़ायदा ले चुके हैं और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा टेस्ट जो कि बिल्कुल मुफ्त हैं, फ्री हैं, वो यहाँ हो चुके हैं इन क्लिनिकों में। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि 27 जनवरी को 500 और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए जा रहे हैं, ताकि रंगला पंजाब की जो हमारी नीति है, जो रंगला पंजाब बनाने का हमारा सपना है, उसमें सेहतमंद पंजाब भी शामिल रहे।
मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news.
Hello and welcome. I'm Pratap Singh. You're joining us on NewsX. We're making a start with the top stories we're tracking for you. India marks its 74th Republic Day with grand celebrations across the country. The Prime Parade at Kartavya Path showcases India's military prowess and Atmanirbharta. Even as Telangana High Court has directed the state government to hold a ceremonial Republic Day parade, no parade is taking place in Telangana. Jailed TMC leader Saket Gokhale, who is in jail over an alleged misuse of crowd-funded money, has been arrested again by the ED for misappropriating funds. As Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi graces India's Republic Day parade as the chief guest, India-Egypt ties witnessed a remarkable boost. After former U.S. Secretary of State called Sushma Swaraj a goofball, the External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar hits back in terms Pompeo's remarks disrespectful. As the US and Germany are set to deliver numerous battle tanks to Ukraine, Kremlin has branded the move as extremely dangerous. Russia also threatens to burn down the tanks being supplied. The Telangana High Court has directed the state government to hold the Republic Day celebrations, including the ceremonial parade, according to guidelines of the centre. Acting on a public interest litigation petition filed by Advocate K. Srinivas, a single-judge bench of the High Court, headed by Justice P. Madhavi Devi, found fault with the state government for citing COVID-19 protocol as the reason for not holding the celebrations for the Republic Day in a public place. Tamilsai Soundarajan unfurled the national flag at Raj Bhavan. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao attended the wreath-laying ceremony at Virula Sainik Smarak Ground in Secunderabad on Republic Day. He skipped the Republic Day celebrations at Raj Bhavan in Hyderabad, where Governor Tamilsai Soundarajan unfurled the national flag. Madhu Sharma is joining us for more details on this story. Madhu, it seems that there is politics at play on even as big an occasion as Republic Day.
Yes, well, the Republic Day celebrations, were in fact conducted in a grand manner at Raj Bhavan. On we have seen the controversy how it erupted, and Telangana High Court on yesterday directed the state government to conduct a Republic Day celebration in a grand manner with a ceremonial parade instructions issued by the central government is what the High Court has said, and High Court also passed the order after hearing a petition seeking directions to the government to organize a parade as a part of celebrations. The Council of Petitioners contended that the earlier Republic Day was celebrated at a parade ground here in Grandmother, and many people used to visit and witness the celebration, which is not happening now for the past 2 years, is what the petitioners have said. And the relations between Raj Bhavan and the Bharat Rashtra Samiti government are not best of the terms with the governor Soundararajan. Like, she was earlier also complaining of of the protocol not being followed with her regard to her office. And while the government has reservations about some bills pending with the governor, and her style of functioning is what the BRS has been complaining regarding this for the several issues. And earlier also we have seen that how Telangana governor was in fact insulted by allegedly insulted by the BRS government, by party leaders and others in this. And Telangana governor, she unfurled the flag, the national flag at Raj Bhavan during the 74th Republic Day celebration this morning at 7 a.m. And amid the growing tensions between Telangana government and Raj Bhavan, protocol issues and several other, she hosted it today. And the several leaders were also there on which speaking on the occasion, Tamilsai Soundararajan called for upholding and safeguarding the respect and rights of the Telangana and the democracy in the state. And she said that she would work for the people through some though some many party or the government might not like her, in fact. And it came from the birth is what she said. And she clarified that my role would definitely be there in the progress of Telangana's people, and my biggest strength is the hard work for which I am honest. She also mentioned that honesty and love are the major reasons that I am surviving in this Raj Bhavan. If not, Telangana government would have passed down the false allegation, is what she mentioned in the parade ground. She mentioned in the Raj Bhavan while unfurling the flag.
Madhu, stay with us. We're getting more breaking news coming in. BJP has taken on KCR for Republic Day drama. BJP leader Vijay Shanti has spoken to NewsX, hitting out at the Telangana government. Let me go back to Madhu at this point. Madhu, the BJP obviously attacking KCR. BJP leader Vijay Shanti has hit out at him. Okay, I think we have lost Madhu's connection, it seems there. We will just go back to him, but we're getting reactions on this story. Let's play out this interview.
Chandrasekhar Rao, or the CM of Telangana, has skipped the Republic Day parade held in Raj Bhavan. Now I'm joined with Vijay Shanti, the BJP leader. Let's try and talk to him. Ma'am, how do you see this, ma'am? CM KCR skipping the Republic Day parade in Raj Bhavan.
Do you think he's doing his duty perfectly as a chief minister? He's insulting Governor Tamilsai Madam, and entire woman he's insulting. Once upon a time he insulted me. He just suspended me from the party for no reason. We just fought for the Telangana. So soon as the announcement came, he suspended me. So these kind of harassment is taking place in Telangana, and he just sits in his farmhouse. There's no functionary anything in Telangana. As a corrupted man, corrupted family. So waste of talking about him. And today also Republic Day, and happy Republic Day to everyone. And I think you heard all this, what he's doing is not attending anything. So I think we have to bring him down. And Bharatiya Janata Party has to come into the power in Telangana.
Ma'am, this is the second year wherein Telangana CM is not attending the Republic Day parade in Governor's office. How do you see it?
Of course, he never attends anything. He doesn't go to the assembly. He doesn't go to the secretariat. He just demolished the secretariat, and he said he's going to build another secretariat. And because he needs the money, so wherever he gets the commission, he just collapse the building. He'll just construct the building. He's a destruction man. Nobody should believe him. He's a liar. He's not a CM material candidate. So people has to think about him, and why did the people vote for Mr. KCR when they know that he's a corrupted man? So they have to think, and they have to go for an alternate. Alternate is only BJP, because there's no Congress in Telangana also. If you vote for Congress, if if they win the seat also, they just go and join TRS for the package. So only the thing is, Bharatiya Janata Party is there in Telangana. It's a systematic party, a disciplined party. So if people can vote and bring the Bharatiya Janata Party to the power, I think people will be very happy and there won't be any corruption or anything.
One last question. Yesterday, the Honorable High Court have also given the guidelines. I mean, it has instructed the state to conduct a parade ground in the place of choice, but that was also not seen.
So he is not respecting the High Court, Supreme Court, any court. He has his own court. He doesn't give respect to Baba Ambedkar.
106 dignitaries from all walks of life have been conferred one of the country's highest civilian awards, the Padma Awards, on the 74th Republic Day. Joining us now is Kapil Dev Prasad, who is a handloom weaver from Nalanda. He's won the Padma Shri honour. Firstly, congratulations to you, Kapil ji, and thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling after getting this award? कपिल जी, अगर मेरी आवाज आप तक पहुंच रही है तो बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको, बधाई। कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप ये पुरस्कार पाके?
धन्यवाद सर, बहुत अच्छा लगा।
कपिल जी, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे?
जी सुन रहे हैं।
जी, कपिल देव प्रसाद जी, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको इस पुरस्कार पाके। कैसा अनुभव कर रहे हैं आप? कपिल जी, हम आपको सुन नहीं पा रहे। कपिल जी, हम आपके पास वापस लौटेंगे। एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए मैं रुक रहा हूं। ब्रेक के बाद हम सीधा कोशिश करेंगे कि दोबारा पद्मश्री कपिल देव प्रसाद के पास हम चलेंगे।
मेडिसिन लेती हूँ, इसकी और अपनी
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी। 2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इथों ले चुका है।
फादर साहब जानते ने कोई तकलीफ होती है तो चले जाइए उतों, पैसा कोई नहीं।
अक्सर फ्री होते हैं, सब काम फ्री होता है वहाँ पे।
मैंने निकाला था नोट, कहते नहीं लेना।
आ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਗਾਲਾ ਕਲੀਨਿਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ।
Welcome back from the break. You're watching NewsX. 106 dignitaries from all walks of life have been conferred one of the country's highest civilian awards, the Padma Awards, on the occasion of the 74th Republic Day. Joining us now is Kapil Dev Prasad, who is a handloom weaver from Nalanda. He's won the Padma Shri honour. Kapil Dev Prasad is in fact joining us live now. Kapil Dev Prasad, congratulations to you. बहुत-बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
धन्यवाद सर।
कपिल देव प्रसाद, ये पुरस्कार पाके क्या अनुभव कर रहे हैं आप?
खुशी हो रहा है, इसको और आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
आपको कब पता चला कि ये पद्मश्री से आप नवाजे जा रहे हैं?
कल पता चला सर, कल गृह मंत्रालय भारत सरकार से आया था फोन, तो ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं श्री प्रकाश जी, वही बोले कि आपका चयन किया गया है, विधिवत रूप से शाम 7 बजे के बाद घोषणा की जाएगी। घोषणा हुआ, उसके बाद तो आप लोग प्रेस रिपोर्टर वाले का तांता लग गया जी, बहुत अच्छा लगा।
तो पहला रिएक्शन क्या था? क्या आपको लग रहा था कि ये सही है कि गलत है? पहला रिएक्शन क्या था आपका?
सही तो हम तो पुरस्कार मिलने पर तो मिलना अच्छा चीज नहीं है सर, हम तो सही ही कहेंगे।
जी बिल्कुल। और कपिल देव जी, जरा बताइए आपके कला के बारे में। करते क्या हैं ये जो बहुत ही अद्भुत कला है? आप नालंदा जिले से आते हैं, बिहार से। ये जो नालंदा जिले का ये जो कला है, ये जो क्राफ्ट है, इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए कि कहाँ सीखा और कैसा अद्भुत है ये?
ये तो बहुत प्राचीन कला है सर। जिस समय जेकार्ड डोबी ये सब तो फूल बनाने का मशीन है, उस आविष्कार नहीं हुआ था, उसी समय से हम लोग के 5-7 साल पहले से हमारे पूर्वज बूटी बनाते रहे हैं। उसी को बावन बूटी कहते हैं। बावन बूटी साड़ी बनता था, और हम तो अपने घर में ही सीखे, बाबूजी से, चाचा से। और उसके बाद एक बिहार गवर्नमेंट हाफ टाइम बिल्डिंग स्कूल मुगल कुआं, वहाँ 4 साल पढ़ाई किए थे। उसमें आधा टाइम पढ़ाई होता था, आधा टाइम कपड़ा बुनाई होता था। वही हमारे शिक्षक थे रामनंदन प्रसाद जी, वही हमको ज्यादा जानकारी थी बुनाई कला के बारे में जी।
और क्या उस जिले की खासियत है या फिर बिहार के अन्य जिलों में भी ये कला मशहूर है?
हाँ, कपड़ा बुनाई के समय ही उसमें हम लोग अलग अलग रंग का मोटा धागा डाल करके वो बूटी बनाते हैं। जैसे हाथी, घोड़ा, पीपल ट्री, पीपल पत्ता, पेड़, चिड़िया, इसी तरह का। वो उपेंद्र महाथी जी का ज्यादा डिजाइन है, और कुछ नए लोग भी डिजाइन बना रहे हैं जी।
क्या आपके परिवार में और भी लोग ये करते हैं?
हाँ।
क्या आपके परिवार में और भी लोग ये करते हैं?
जी, अभी तो हमारे गांव में, इस जिला में लगभग 100 बुनकर लगे हुए हैं इस काम में, और हमारे गांव में ही 20-25 बुनकर हैं।
नहीं, आपके परिवार में आपके परिवारजन भी हैं क्या इसमें?
जी, बेटा, बहू, पत्नी, चारों इसी काम में लगा हुआ हूँ।
अच्छा, जरा आप दिखा पाएंगे एक आपकी प्रस्तुति क्या आपके आसपास रखी हुई है? जरा आप दिखा पाएंगे हमारे दर्शकों को?
क्या सर?
एक जो आपने बनाया है बावन बूटी का, जरा अगर आसपास पड़ा होगा।
सब आपको भेज दिया जाएगा। अरे तो में है कुछ कपड़ा
अगर ला पाए तो हाँ, दर्शक को पसंद आएगा ये देखकर और ज्यादा समझ पाएंगे। तब तक मैं आपसे और वार्ता करता हूं। जब आपके मित्र लाएंगे तो हम दिखाएंगे उनको, मगर तब तक मैं आपसे और वार्ता करता हूं। कपिल देव प्रसाद जी, क्या आपको ये अच्छा लगता है कि आम आदमी को भी ये पद्मा पुरस्कार मिल रहा है? क्योंकि पहले हम देखते थे कि बड़े बड़े उद्योगपति, बड़े बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज को ही ये मिलता था, बड़े बड़े शहरों में रहने वाले लोगों को पद्मा अवार्ड मिलता था, मगर अब छोटे गांव के लोग भी, आम आदमी को भी पद्मा अवार्ड से नवाजा जा रहा है। क्या ये अच्छी बात है, अच्छी प्रथा है?
हाँ, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है सर। गरीब गुरबा तक जो जाता है उसका, इससे नीचे के तबके के लोग ज्यादा प्रभावित होते हैं और ज्यादा मन से काम करते हैं, आशा में कि हमें भी एक दिन मिल सकता है।
बिहार सरकार से आपको क्या फोन आया है? किसी ने सूचना दी है, बधाई दी है, शुभकामनाएं दी है आपको?
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी और माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री तेजस्वी यादव जी का भी
अच्छा, फोन आया था। जी, फोन आया था आपको। अच्छा, मैं आपसे ये पूछता हूं कि क्या आपको इस अवार्ड से अब और ऊर्जा मिली है कि आप और भी साल ये करना चाहेंगे?
हाँ जी सर, हम तो अब थोड़ा, मेरा 70 साल उम्र होने जा रहा है, फिर भी ये मिलने से थोड़ा हम अच्छा महसूस कर रहे हैं और इसको बढ़ाने का प्रयास करेंगे।
कोई ला पाया है? आपके आसपास वो ला पाया है? वो आपकी प्रस्तुति, आपकी बनाई हुई मिल पाई है किसी को? हम
बोले अभी मेरा पास नहीं है,
निकाला जा रहा सब मोबाइल से।
अगर कोई ला पाएगा और दिखा पाएगा तो काफी आनंद आएगा हमारे दर्शकों को। चलिए हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आप वो लाएं और दिखाएं हमें। मगर एक और सवाल मैं आपसे पूछूंगा, क्या आप चाहेंगे कि कला को अब आपके राज्य से देश के बाकी राज्यों में भी फैलाया जाए, और भी लोग इसके बारे में जानें, और भी लोग ये कला को सीखें और विदेश तक भी जाइए?
हाँ सर, चाहते ही हैं सर। वो जो हैंडलूम एक्सपो वगैरह लगता है उसमें हम लोग जाकर के बिक्री करते हैं। बम्बई, दिल्ली में इसका अच्छा मार्केट है, और बंगलोर, 3 जगह ज्यादा हम लोग जो ले जाते हैं सब सामान बिक जाता है। बेड कवर और ये सब साड़ी, बावन बूटी साड़ी और बावन बूटी बेड कवर।
जी जी।
और लोग उधर के भी बनाने का बात है।
जी, आप पहली बार कब सीखे थे आप ये कला, और किससे सीखे थे?
घर में ही सीखे थे सर, बाबूजी से।
आपकी उम्र कितनी होगी तब?
बनाते थे
जी,
लेकिन उस समय बहुत हल्का हल्का बूटी दिया जाता है। अब जो है जो हम लोग थोड़ा उसको और थोड़ा जटिल तरीके से बना रहे हैं, अच्छी अच्छी बूटियां बना रहे हैं।
जी जी। और
यह देखिए फोटो,
कपड़ा नहीं है।
अच्छा, ये एक फोटो है। जी जी, ये एक फोटो है कपिल देव प्रसाद की, हम देख पा रहे हैं। जी जी, उनके एक बनाया अद्भुत हम देख रहे हैं कि कारीगरी कर रहे हैं, और हम देख पा रहे हैं जी कि आप कैसे बनाते हैं ये, कैसे कला। जी, हमारे दर्शक अब देख पा रहे हैं। यही मैं चाह रहा था कि दर्शक देखें और थोड़ा और समझें कि ये कला। चलिए कपिल देव प्रसाद जी, आखिरी सवाल आपसे। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि आपको काफ़ी लोग देख रहे हैं इस वक्त, सरकार को और आपके चाहने वालों को आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज हमारे माध्यम से?
सरकार से तो मौका मिलता कहते करते हैं सर कि इसको मैंने कुछ हम लोग को खादी की तरह हैंडलूम बूटी पर भी छूट दिया जाए 20% बिक्री पर। और अब चूंकि मशीन का युग आ गया तो हम लोग को भी पावर लूम दिया जाए। सरकार से तो यही उम्मीद करते हैं कि इसको बढ़ाने के लिए पूरा प्रयास करें ताकि नई पीढ़ी भी इसमें आ सके।
जी, और आपसे आपके जो फैंस हैं, क्योंकि आपके भी बहुत फैंस, बहुत चाहने वाले बन गए हैं, आपको अब उम्मीद करेंगे कपिल देव प्रसाद की पूरा देश जानेगा इस पुरस्कार के बाद। उनको क्या कहेंगे आप, जो लोग इस कला के बारे में और जानना चाहते हैं, जो आपको चाहते हैं, जो आपकी प्रशंसा कर रहे हैं, उनको क्या कहेंगे आप?
सामान खरीदे ताकि को रोजगार मिले।
चलिए कपिल देव प्रसाद जी, मैं शुभकामनाएं दोबारा आपको देता हूं और शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि आप हमारे संग जुड़े, एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन योर पद्मश्री अवार्ड वंस अगेन। चलिए वक्त अब हो चुका है एक छोटे से ब्रेक का। ब्रेक के लिए हम रुकते हैं। गणतंत्र दिवस पे हमारा जो कार्यक्रम है वो जारी रहेगा। सुर्खियों का सिलसिला इस ब्रेक के बाद जारी रहेगा न्यूज़ एक्स पर।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Now we'll try to show you that how our forces are well prepared to deal with any kind of threat from across the line of control here in this sector, because we know that how whenever new units comes, whenever new troops come on the line of control, there is a threat that Pakistan and the terrorists, they always try to target them. And that's why forces are using these virtual reality equipments to prepare the forces, train the troops so that they will be well prepared to deal with any kind of threat over here. I'll now ask the soldier to wear it, and definitely will also try to tell that what exactly is happening here in this area. You could see that they are the new troops, those who are basically going to deploy in the forward locations, and they have been prepared by the forces, by the trained officials of the Indian Army, to ensure that whenever they are going to the new location, whenever they are going to the forward location, they are well trained, so that if any threat emerges, they will be able to tackle that. You could see that how this virtual reality gadgets are being inducted and used by the forces. This is one of a screen which basically showing the forward location of line of control in the this Planwala sector area. And why using the virtual reality equipments, they basically these gadgets, they are getting training about the forward location, which are the loopholes, which are the enemy's position, and from where they can definitely try to target these forces, Jawan, and how they have to retaliate accordingly. You could see they are carrying the gadgets, they are carrying the modern techniques here on the line of control with the motive to deal with any kind of a threat and prepare the soldiers over here. Let's speak to the officers over here. Sir, how this is helping the forces and the new troops here in this line of control area? Because we have seen many a time you face casualty because of the whenever new units comes to the forward locations. So how it is helping you?
This virtual reality headset, it is helping the troops to orient himself with respect to the terrain, and at the same time assess the capabilities and vulnerabilities as far as with respect to own AOR as well as from the enemy point of view.
What kind of gadgets you are using to give training to the troops over here?
There is the virtual reality headset, Quest 2. So this is the complete hardware which is being used to give the trainings to the troops.
So how it will help the soldiers, because especially those who are the new in this area, and is it a real-time footage of the location or what?
It is not the real-time, it doesn't show the real-time footage, however it is just the virtual reality. Whatever is being updated through the Google Earth, troop can orient himself with respect to that only.
So you can imagine that the way basically these gadgets are inducted in the forces, it clearly shows that the way the enemy is trying to do casualty of the forces, the soldiers on the fence area and the forward locations, forces are also preparing themselves to deal with any kind of threat, any kind of situation. With Banti Tigra, Ajay Jandial, NewsX, Jammu. Pakistan and the Pakistani touts, the terrorists, they are planning to carry out major attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why there is input that Pakistan want to push in the terrorists here in the Jammu and Kashmir from the line of control area. We have reached in one of our location, and this is the forward location, and right now we are inside an underground bunker. Yes, this is a location from where continuously our forces, Jawans are eyeing on the Pakistan and the Pakistani, terrorists, and that's why I would ask my camera person to show you that how our forces, our troops, they are prepared and they are continuously eyeing on enemy's movement so that if they will try to infiltrate to this side, they will retaliate accordingly. You could see that this is one of a position where our sniper have been deployed to eyeing Pakistan and the Pakistani terrorists, those who are sitting in the Pakistani bunkers, because sources are saying that there are a number of terrorists, those who are sitting here in the forward location, and they want to basically infiltrate to this side, and to stop and neutralize that threat, our forces have been deployed, and especially during the winter season when temperature is continuously below zero, and in these circumstances you could see that they are wearing a combat dress which basically helps these soldiers to hide themselves and then retaliate accordingly on the threats like enemy. I would ask my camera person to show you the forward location. You could see that this is one of a forward location, and our troops, they have been deployed over here with their deadly weapon in their hand, and these are the sniper guns which have been deployed especially during this time in these forward locations, so that if they found any fishy movement, any suspicious terrorists, those who are trying to infiltrate to this side, that threat can be neutralized. So these are the, these are the things, and these are the, deployment which is taking place nowadays in the forward location, the line of control, because we know that Pakistan's internal condition is very worst, and to hide that situation, to Pakistan could try to push terrorists here in the Jammu and Kashmir so that they can disturb peace. But our forces, they are ensuring that no one will be able to do it. With it, Banti Digra, Ajay Jandial, NewsX, line of control. NewsX is going to show you the exclusive visuals of this all-terrain vehicle. This is American-made all-terrain vehicle, on which we are traveling on the line of control, and how it is helping the forces here to guard the line of control area, because it can, by this vehicle, they can travel anywhere in any terrain and can reach anywhere with no time. This basically is a big thing for the forces, because in these locations where it is tough for the Jawans to reach by foot, these vehicles are helping them. You could see that this is the rough terrain. There are nalas, there are hilly terrain, there are sarkandas and the forest area, and in these areas, these vehicles are being used by the army, and they are basically using these vehicles to reach any requirement, and that's why these vehicles are helping the forces in this area. And we are now the first time definitely showing you the exclusive visual in the here in the line of control, where forces are using these vehicles, and these are the real bulls of this area, because they have the capability to go through water, hilly terrain, and even in the mud, and that's why these are the important things over here. So these are the exclusive visuals from the line of control, and you could see that the forces Jawan, they are also they were also traveling with us, and definitely this is the set drill if they have to move in these locations in on the line of control. And these vehicles are being provided, and not only the vehicles but all the modern gadgetaries, vehicles and the weapon have been provided to the defense forces Jawans in Jammu and Kashmir to thwart any plan of Pakistan and the Pakistani proxy terrorists. With Banti Digra, Ajay Jandial, NewsX, line of control. NewsX has reached ground zero here in the line of control in Planwala sector, and we know that when nation is celebrating this Republic Day, what Pakistan is planning, that Pakistan want to push in more and more terrorists here in the Jammu and Kashmir to disturb peace and to thwart that attempt of Pakistan. You could see that our brave soldier of the Indian Army, they are patrolling over here on the line of control area, because right ahead of the fence area in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, there are about 200 terrorists, those who are waiting across the line of control. And to deal with such threat, you could see that they are moving tactically on the line of control, because there is a threat that Pakistan terrorists might have planted IDs to target the defense forces, the Indian Army personnel over here, and that's why they are moving tactically. They are using the dog squad to detect any ID. The metal detector is being used, ID detector is being used by the defense forces personnel and army personnel. When they are doing patrolling in the forward location, they are ensuring that they do all the exercises to ensure that they have to follow the safety of the Jawans, as well as they have to thwart every plan of Pakistan. There are input that more than 200 terrorists are waiting across the line of control, and Pakistan forces, they want them to be here in the Jammu and Kashmir so that they can carry out major attacks here on the line of in the Jammu and Kashmir on the defense forces. And that's why Indian Army Jawans, without stopping, they are continuously doing patrolling in these line of control area to thwart each and every plan of Pakistan. Right ahead of this fenced area, about 1,000 meters away, there is a Pakistani position where number of terrorists are waiting across the line of control, and you could see that it is a tough terrain. The temperature is continuously dipping, the thick forest is there. These are the major challenges for the forces over here, but they are ensuring that no one from across the line of control could infiltrate to this side and do any nefarious act over here. You could see that they are carrying the deadly weapon in their hand. I would ask my camera person to show you that how they are carrying these deadly weapon in their hand and moving tactically to ensure that if anybody is trying to disturb peace, if anybody is trying to infiltrate to this side, they have to be neutralized as soon as they step in our side here in the Jammu and Kashmir. How our forces are prepared to deal with any kind of threat on the line of control, we'll try to show you. You could see that how heavy firing is taking place here. This is a training session, but this is how our forces are giving befitting retaliation to the Pakistani enemy, like whether they are the terrorists or the bad action teams of the Pakistan. No doubt that there is no ceasefire violation for last few years, but still there is a threat that Pakistan could try to disturb peace by pushing in terrorists over here. And to deal with such threat, our forces, our troops are prepared here on the line of control. With Mandi Digra, Ajay Jandial, NewsX, line of control.
President's bodyguard now move away from the saluting base, and of course they will be back for the...
So retreating there now. The parade will begin in moments from now. Yes, quickly, Commodore Anil Jay Singh, do you want to complete the point you were making, the three aspects you are most looking forward to?
Yes, the first I mentioned. The second is that this is the, we have the IL-38 aircraft, which was the sentinel of the skies over the oceans for many, many years as our major and only maritime patrol aircraft. Is the last time this aircraft will be flying over Rajpath or Kartavya Path, because this squadron is now going to be decommissioned and these aircraft are going to be retired. So I think it's a nostalgic moment for a lot of naval aviators who over the last 30, 35 years have commanded the squadron. For us, for a submariner like me, who was constantly in this cat and mouse fight with these aircraft, whether they'll detect the submarine or will the submarine be able to get the better of them. And so I think it's a very nostalgic moment. But I'd just like to make a mention about the President's bodyguard, which you mentioned. I have a special place in my heart for it because my uncle commanded the bodyguard for 5 years, from 1975 to 1980. Yeah. And it's not only, as Colonel Shailendra Singh said, an armored regiment. each and every president's bodyguard person is also a qualified paratrooper.
Yes.
So he's not only an armored corps Jawan or an officer, he's also a qualified paratrooper. So
And
they're
the
a very
parade,
combat-worthy
and the parade now,
combat-ready force.
and the parade now is formally beginning. So I want to dip live straight across to Kartavya Path. We can see the parade commander there. The parade commander this year is Lieutenant General Dheeraj Seth, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal. He is heralding this year's parade. Let's dip live across for the Republic Day Parade 2023.
General Staff Force, High Command, राष्ट्रीय रक्षा कॉलेज और कैलिफोर्निया संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका से रक्षा अधिग्रहण प्रबंधन पाठ्यक्रम भी उत्तीर्ण किया। देवियों सज्जनों, स्ट्राइक फोर्स की सफल कमान के
राष्ट्रपति जी को सैल्यूट करते हुए और सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरते हुए परेड कमांडर और उनके पीछे आज की परेड के द्वितीय कमान परेड उप कमांडर 2IC मेजर जनरल भवनीश कुमार। इन्हें दिसंबर 1989 में कमीशन दिया गया था। जनरल ऑफिसर ने दिसंबर 2022 को मुख्यालय दिल्ली एरिया में चीफ ऑफ स्टाफ के तौर पर कार्यभार संभाला।
इनमें उत्तर पूर्व में काउंटर इंसर्जेंसी ऑपरेशन, सियाचिन में उच्च दूरता क्षेत्र एवं पश्चिमी सीमा में रेगिस्तान सेक्टर शामिल है। आपने पश्चिमी फ्रंट पर स्ट्राइक फोर्स के अधीन कुमाऊं रेजिमेंट की 5वीं बटालियन की कमान संभाली। आप जम्मू एवं
सलामी मंच के सामने आज की परेड के 2IC मेजर जनरल भवनीश कुमार। माननीय राष्ट्रपति को सैल्यूट करते हुए
और अपने आर्मी स्कूल और एमिनेशन इंग्लैंड में भी पाठ्यक्रमों में भाग लिया है। जनरल ऑफिसर ने 16 दिसंबर को
बेहद खास अवसर
दिल्ली एरिया में चीफ ऑफ स्टाफ के
74वां गणतंत्र दिवस आज कोहरे की चादर में कर्तव्य पथ लिपटा हुआ, लेकिन जोश और उमंगें आकाश को छूती हुई और जिनकी वीरता की कहानियां हमेशा सुनाई जाएंगी, अब वो आ चुके हैं कर्तव्य पथ पर। परमवीर चक्र और अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित वीर योद्धा, परमवीर चक्र से सम्मानित सूबेदार मेजर पाना सिंह, सूबेदार मेजर योगेंद्र सिंह यादव, सूबेदार मेजर संजय कुमार और अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित मेजर जनरल CA पिठावाला, कर्नल D श्रीराम कुमार, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल जसराम सिंह। परमवीर चक्र युद्ध में असाधारण वीरता का परिचय देते हुए जान की बाजी लगाने वाले सैनिकों को दिया जाता है और अशोक चक्र अन्य परिस्थितियों में असाधारण वीरता का प्रदर्शन और सर्वोच्च बलिदान देने वाले शूरवीरों को दिया जाता है।
कर्मभूमि भारत, वंदनीय भारत, अभिनंदनीय भारत, जीवन सुमन चढ़ाकर
इनका जीवन
करेंगे, तेरी जन्म
प्रेरणा है।
सब वंदना करेंगे।
बैंड की धुन कानों में और धीरे धीरे कर्तव्य पथ की ओर।
Ladies and gentlemen, is the combined band and marching contingent of the oldest regular army known to humanity from the land of fertile.
हमारे वीर सैनिक, वीर योद्धा परमवीर चक्र और अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरते हुए पहली बार कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम नियमित सेना मिस्र की सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड दस्ता। हमारा मेहमान देश मिस्र इस दस्ते की कमान संभाली है कर्नल अल करासवी ने। इस दस्ते में कुल 144 सैनिक हैं जो वहां के सशस्त्र बलों के मुख्य शाखाओं से लिए गए हैं। मिस्र राष्ट्र की महानता और प्राचीन इतिहास में इसके गौरव को दर्शाते ये सैनिक
And now, Following our guest contingent, the first contingent in the uniform of the 61 Cavalry led by Captain Raizada Shaurya Bali, going past the saluting base. Raised in 1953, 61st Cavalry is the only serving active horse cavalry regiment in the world. It has the unique distinction of leading the last recorded cavalry charge in history when it took on the Turks at the Battle of Haifa in 1918. Their motto, Ashva Shakti Yashobal, which means horsepower is forever supreme, and no doubt. And after the clip-clop of the horse hooves on the tarmac, we hear the rumble and the thunder of our mechanized columns. First detachment is of the main battle tank Arjun of 75 Armored Regiment, led by Captain Amanjeet Singh. State-of-the-art MBT Arjun and indigenous development by the DRDO. Fire detection and suppression system and NBC protection system. And following them, we have the Nag missile system of the 17 Mechanized Infantry Regiment, led by Lieutenant Siddharth Tyagi. Its crewless turret is capable of firing 6 Nag anti-tank guided missiles. Satra Mek, Har Maidan Fateh, their motto of the regiment. And now approaching the saluting base, the BMP 2 of the Mechanized Infantry Regimental Center, led by Captain Arjun Sidhu of the 6th Battalion Mechanized Infantry Regiment. High mobility, lethal weapon system, night fighting capability, and the motto of the regiment, valor and faith.
कर्तव्य पथ पर भारत की सामरिक शक्ति का प्रदर्शन, जिसमें मेक इन इंडिया का तत्व हर जगह मौजूद, क्योंकि इस बार गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में देश में निर्मित हथियारों का प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है कर्तव्य पथ पर। अगला दस्ता सलामी मंच के सामने पहुंचता हुआ क्विक रिएक्शन लड़ाकू वाहन 3 लद्दाख स्काउट रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन नवीन दत्तरवाल के नेतृत्व में। ये वाहन आत्मनिर्भर भारत योजना के तहत भारतीय सेना के लिए खास तौर पर बनाया गया है। विशेष तौर पर लद्दाख, सिक्किम और अरुणाचल प्रदेश में तैनात सैनिकों के लिए इसे डिजाइन किया गया है। अगला दस्ता सलामी मंच के सामने K9 वज्र टी का है। उपस्थित जनसमूह विस्मित आह्लादित होकर इस सामरिक शक्ति का अवलोकन करते हुए K9 वज्र टी के दस्ते का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं 224 मीडियम रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट प्रखर तिवारी। K9 वज्र टी गतिमान युद्ध के लिए उपयुक्त है। परमाणु जोखिम पहचान प्रणाली भी इसकी खासियत। रेजिमेंट का आदर्श वाक्य सर्वदा सर्वप्रथम अर्थात सदैव प्रथम। सलामी मंच के सामने K9 वजन। विशिष्ट अतिथि दीर्घा भारत की सामरिक शक्ति का अवलोकन करते हुए सलामी मंच के सामने अगला दस्ता ब्रह्मोस का 861 मिसाइल रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट प्रज्वल काला के नेतृत्व में 861 मिसाइल रेजिमेंट ने 1971 के भारत पाकिस्तान युद्ध में ऑपरेशन कैक्टस लिली के दौरान असाधारण साहस का परिचय दिया। दुनिया की पहली प्रचालन युक्त ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल रेजिमेंट होने का गौरव भी 861 मिसाइल रेजिमेंट को हासिल है। आदर्श वाक्य स्वामी शरणम अय्यप्पा। विशिष्ट दर्शक दीर्घा केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्य 74वें गणतंत्र दिवस पे भारत की सामरिक शक्ति के साक्षी बनते हुए अगला दस्ता 10 मीटर शॉर्ट स्पैन ब्रिज का है। 64 असॉल्ट इंजीनियर रेजिमेंट के 10 मीटर शॉर्ट स्पैन ब्रिज का नेतृत्व कैप्टन शिवाशीष सोलंकी कर रहे हैं। रेजिमेंट का आदर्श वाक्य अग्रणी अजय, जिसका अर्थ सदैव अग्रणी और अजय।
Short span bridge, we have the mobile microwave node and mobile network center of the Corps of Signals, led by Major Muhammad Asif Ahmed of 2 Army Headquarter Signal Regiment. The column consists of 2 vehicles, a mobile microwave node along with the mobile networking center. And this can operate on optical, microwave and satellite media to provide triple play services to include voice, data and video to field formations in active hostilities. Truly the next generation network vehicle, an enabler of network-centric operations. Motto of the Corps is Tivra Chaukas, meaning swift and secure. And just behind them, the Akash weapon system of 27 Air Defence Missile Regiment, the Amritsar Airfield, led by Captain Sunil Dasharathe, accompanied by Lieutenant Chetana Sharma of 512 Light AD Missile Regiment. This weapon system is capable of keeping our skies protected and safe. It was used as a potent deterrent in 2019 when it was employed as a countermeasure to Pakistan's Air Force post the Balakot airstrikes. As the audience watching in awe of these majestic machines coming down Kartavya Path. Technology which is aiding us in keeping our country safe and secure. Soon we will be able to shift our attention from the combat elements on the ground to combat platforms in the air, as we will see a formation of advanced light helicopters coming towards saluting base. The Mechanized Infantry Regiment approaching the dais now, commanded by Captain Harshdeep Singh Sohi of the 23 Mechanized Infantry Battalion.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
A very good afternoon to you all and a very happy Republic. The 74th Republic Day is being celebrated in our country. Let's take a look at the top headlines of the day. India marks its 74th Republic Day with grand celebrations across the country. The Prime Minister is, at this point of time, has taken a look at the parade at Kartavya Path that showcases India's military prowess and Atmanirbharta. The Telangana High Court has directed the state government to hold ceremonial Republic Day parade. There is no parade that is taking place in Telangana. Jailed TMC leader Saket Gokhale, who's in jail over an alleged misuse of crowd-funded money, has been arrested again by the Enforcement Directorate for misappropriating funds. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi graces India's Republic Day parade. Chief guest of India on the Republic Day, India-Egypt ties witness a remarkable boost. After the former US Secretary of the State called Sushma Swaraj a goofball, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar hits back, terms Pompeo's remarks disrespectful. As US and Germany are all set to deliver numerous battle tanks to Ukraine, Kremlin brands the move as extremely dangerous. Russia also taunts and threatens to burn down the tanks being supplied. Okay, let's take a look at the first breaking. This is coming in from Kashmir on Republic Day. Now, Sajid Yusuf has hoisted the tricolour at Lal Chowk in Srinagar on the 74th Republic Day of our country. Joining me on the telecast is my colleague. Let's quickly go to him. Nasir, give me details about the eventful flag hoisting that has taken place at Lal Chowk today.
जी मैम, मैं आपको बताते चलूं कि पहली बार नहीं है। इससे पहले जो लाल चौक में पिछले 70 सालों से अगर देखा जाएगा, यहाँ पे जो है फ्लैग होस्टिंग नहीं हो रही थी, क्योंकि वहाँ पे अलगाववादी नेता यासीन मलिक का इलाका है, तो उनके इशारों पे वो लाल चौक जो है उनके इशारों पे चलता था। लेकिन पिछले साल की अगर हम बात करें, पिछले साल जो है एक हिस्ट्री क्रिएट की गई है, वो साजिद यूसुफ शाह ने की है, जो बाय प्रोफेशन एडवोकेट और सोशल एक्टिविस्ट थे। तब उन्होंने पहली बार जो है हिस्ट्री में पहली बार क्लॉक टावर पे जो है तिरंगा लहराया गया, और आज फिर से एक बार जो है रिपब्लिक डे पे साजिद यूसुफ के साथ साथ बाकी दिग्गज नेता जो है बीजेपी के, उन्होंने फिर से एक बार तिरंगा जो है लाल चौक में रहे। आपको बताते चले कि लगातार जब भी हमने लाल चौक की बात जब आती है कश्मीर घाटी में, तो तब अगर यहाँ पे देखा गया तो हुर्रियत लीडर्स के साथ साथ जो यहाँ पे OGW से उनका काम था वहाँ पे अफरा तफरी करना, और वहाँ पे पाकिस्तान का फ्लैग जो है वो होस्ट हुआ था। लेकिन पहली बार हिस्ट्री में जो क्रिएट की गई है वो साजिद यूसुफ शाह ने की है, जब उन्होंने लास्ट ईयर क्लॉक टावर पे तिरंगा फहराया, और आज फिर से एक बार जो है वो हिस्ट्री रिपीट की गई। आज फिर से साजिद यूसुफ शाह के साथ साथ बाकी बीजेपी के जितने भी सीनियर लीडर, चाहे आजाद ठाकुर की बात करें या अशोक कोल की बात, उन्होंने आज फिर से एक रैली निकाली लाल चौक रिगल चौक से, और क्लॉक टावर के बाद जब पूछे वो आज फिर से एक बार जो है लाल चौक में
You're absolutely right. This is a momentous occasion. Stay on with me while I go to my other panelist on the telecast. I'm being joined by Yana Mir. Yana Mir, it's a historic moment. You know, when it was the Independence Day of our country on 15th of August last year, it was the Tiranga that was hoisted in full fervor at Lal Chowk, and now on Republic Day as well, we are seeing a repeat. Now, this is going to be more of a precedent set than an anomaly.
Do you know that it's a precedent being set in many other ways?
You just mentioned in the headlines that Egyptian president has come. Mr. Sisi has come to India. That is him, joining hands with India is indirectly saying that Egypt is fighting against Muslim Brotherhood.
Absolutely.
And when you talk about OIC countries, they are relaxing Sharia laws in their countries. They are also starting to accept the presence of Israel, the existence of Israel. This is all the Islamic world's fight against terrorism, and now Kashmir has joined that fight. You see today, when the flag is being hoisted in Lal Chowk, not a single shop was closed. There was no internet shutdown. There were no security barricades, which means that even Kashmiris are coming forward against terrorism and standing with their country and proudly hoisting the flag and being part of the flag hoisting. And this makes me feel so proud as a Kashmiri, because at one point of time, we used to face, especially those of us who were living outside Kashmir, we used to get scared to tell people that we are Kashmiris. We used to get scared that what if the landlord throws us out of the house?
Quite the transformation, Yana, that has happened since the abrogation of Article 370. You pointed out to a very important development that has taken place. Egypt that has continued to support India in the OIC, and also with regards to countering Pakistan every single time it raises its voice against India over Kashmir. I'll take that news later on in the evening telecast, but thank you for joining me right now. Okay, Yana, stay on with me. We will discuss this more, because we're getting fresh shots of this momentous occasion, the Republic Day of our country, the Tiranga being hoisted. There are rallies that are taking place, celebrations that are taking place, and not a single instance of violence that has been witnessed. Kudos to our armed forces as well.
Kudos. And if you see that, it's very sad that while in Kashmir, shopkeepers are happily keeping their shops open, doing business. Like I said, no barricades, no security issues anywhere. Absolutely, people are cooperating with the security forces. And on the other hand, when you see what's going on in Jamia, the kind of reputation they've earned for themselves, that, when the BBC documentary thing was going on, it was a hot topic till yesterday. There was security outside the college, and it's quite sad. And they're trying to say that this is how the mahol is in the entire India. This is how the atmosphere is, but it's not true. We are the we are the state with the largest Muslim majority, and today there's no security in Kashmir. There are no shops shut, no internet shut down on Republic Day. In fact, the Pathan movie has released, and people are flocking to the one and only theater to watch it. There is absolutely
even the only theatre that had been shut for decades together, Yana, that has been opened after the abrogation of 370, that showcases that people are coming out in large numbers. They want development, they want welfare, they want entertainment, they want the arts to be thriving in the valley as it used to be several years ago. Yana, stay on. Nasir stays with me on the telecast. Nasir, हमें बताएं ग्राउंड सिचुएशन क्या है? यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे लोग एकत्रित हुए हैं, यहाँ पे शॉप्स खुली हुई हैं, नॉर्मल सेलिब्रेशन का माहौल है, त्योहार की तरह इसको सेलिब्रेट किया जा रहा है. ये एक डायरेक्ट मैसेज जाता है टेररिस्ट को, एक्सट्रीमिस्ट को, फंडामेंटलिस्ट को कि दैट दे कैन नॉट शट इंडियंस टू सेलिब्रेट रिपब्लिक डे, इंडिपेंडेंस डे इन कश्मीर.
क्रेडिट जो जा रहा है वो 370 जब एब्रोगेट किया उसको जाता है, उसके साथ साथ यहाँ के सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को जाता है. क्योंकि अगर हम 2019 से पहले की अगर बात करें, 2019 से पहले यहाँ पे पत्थरबाजी होती थी, फ्लैग होस्टिंग नहीं होती थी, रैलीज नहीं होती थी, और इवन जहाँ पे तिरंगा लहराया जाता है इसके वो 4 दिन पहले ही सील किया जाता था, इंटरनेट शटडाउन करना पड़ता था. लेकिन आज अगर देखा जाएगा जब से धारा 370 घाटी से हटाएगा उसके बाद जो है कश्मीर घाटी की जो तस्वीर है वो बिल्कुल बदल चुकी है. नया कश्मीर है, शॉप्स खुले हुए, इंटरनेट ब्लैकआउट नहीं है, कहीं पे रेस्ट्रिक्शंस नहीं है, लोग बढ़ चढ़ कर हिस्सा ले रहे हैं. आज जो रिपब्लिक डे की बात करें, इंडिपेंडेंस डे की बात करेंगे, इसमें कॉमन लोग जो है, आम लोग कश्मीरी जो है, स्पेशली युवाओं की अगर बात करेंगे, युवाओं के हाथ में जो है पत्थर थमाया गया था, उनके हाथों में गन थमाया गया था. लेकिन गाड़ी से 370 हटाए जाने के बाद यहाँ की युवाओं की सोच जो है वो बदल चुकी है. और युवा भी
स्टे ऑन विद मी क्योंकि हमारे साथ अब जुड़ चुके हैं Nasir Yusuf. It's good to have you. Congratulations, and I give you my wholehearted support on the day of Republic Day as the nation comes together in your support for celebrating and hoisting the national flag at Lal Chowk. It's a momentous occasion. Sajid Yusuf. He's the CEO of ITV Real Kashmir. Sajid, congratulations. I commend you for taking forth the momentous task of celebrating the Republic Day at Lal Chowk by hoisting our national flag.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, let me tell you straightforward that if you remember last time, it was 2021. 22 on the 26th January when I and one of my friends Sahil Bashir, we went to the Lal Chowk when it was -4 degrees Celsius at that time. We went on the top of Clock Tower Lal Chowk and unfurled this hoist our tricolor on top of Clock Tower, and after that the message has gone across the border as well as pan India, including those people who are saying that after the abrogation of Article 370, nobody in the Kashmir Valley will hold the tricolor in their hands. So it is one of I can say the slap on their faces. And let me tell you one thing.
What's the ground situation? Because I can see those visuals. You know, a lot of people coming together. It's a joyous, momentous occasion. It's a day of celebration, and I see hordes and hordes of people at Lal Chowk at the Clock Tower.
Yeah, absolutely. See, if you remember exactly that before when this Ekta March by the Bajpa, they tried to enter the Kashmir Valley and they were just stopped by the this NC, PDP and all this Congress long back. They were not allowed to hoist tricolor at Lal Chowk or anywhere in the Kashmir Valley. They were stopped.
You're absolutely right. You know, it's a repeat of what happened on Independence Day at Lal Chowk. For the first time, it was an unprecedented move, a momentous move that the flag was hoisted, the tricolor was hoisted, and now on Republic Day, for the first time after several years, that the flag has been hoisted. How does it feel to be a Kashmiri? How does it feel to be an Indian sitting in Kashmir and doing it freely without having the scare of terrorists, extremists, fundamentalists stopping people from doing so, which is their right as being an Indian, to unfurl the national flag, to unfurl the tricolor. The fact that for the very first time there is no violence, there is no stone pelting, and shops are open, people are celebrating, and people are in a joyous mood. They can openly practice their freedom, their franchise of hoisting the national flag.
See, I am very happy if I will talk about this 26th January last year. I'm much happier than today, because reason behind is because last time there was not so much people on the ground who were with us. It was around 100 or something people at that time. But if you talk about this 23 Republic Day, we have seen numbers of people from across the Kashmir Valley. They joined us at the Lal Chowk, and I will tell you it was this National General Secretary Ashok Kohol, who is the organization General Secretary BJP, who was the chief guest on the occasion, and he was the person who hoisted tricolor on top of Clock Tower. And it's just very joyous moment, because if you will see these visuals, we have seen the shops were open and there were no kiosks in the this Kashmir Valley, especially when it comes to Lal Chowk, because Lal Chowk is nearby the Mysuma, the same area, which is the hub of JKLF. Once the Lal Chowk and JKLF, this guys, they used to raise the Pakistani flags, even ISS flags. I have seen those days as well. But if you talk about today's Kashmir after the application of Article 3, we have seen only tricolor across the Kashmir Valley. So it gives us more, I can say, a joyous moment, and we are very happy.
You know, this is also Sajid, what's also important is this has become a new normal. You know, it becomes a news today. It became news on 15th of August, Independence Day on 2022, but going on henceforth, this is going to become the new normal. There are never going to be shops shut. People will not be in fear for hoisting the flag. People will be coming out in large numbers like they have done today. And it's going to become the new precedent that is set in a safer Kashmir, in a more security-filled Kashmir.
Yeah, absolutely. See, if you have seen the tweet of Mahbubti, she raised the concern that the shopkeepers, they should shut down. That's it. Indirectly, she was trying to say that these shopkeepers, they don't deserve to open their shops. This is exactly what they are doing from last 3 decades. If you will talk about these Hurriyat people, they have always given the call of shutdown call on these, especially 26 January and 15 August. Always they used to give these calls. But what we have seen today, that despite, even I must thank the government of India that they have buried Hurriyat leadership under this ground, and they have arrested those people, and they are behind the bar right now. So I must appreciate the government of India who has taken the bold step.
Absolutely, absolutely. Strong steps that have been taken by the government of India, by the armed forces that have been deployed. The military has been ensuring that there is safety that is provided to the people, and therefore you witnessed this momentous occasion, quite the sight of the tricolour at Lal Chowk, the clock tower on Republic Day of our country. Thank you, Sajid, for joining me on the telecast. Thank you, Yana Mir, for joining me on the telecast, and Nasir, who joined me from ground zero at the clock tower at Lal Chowk in Srinagar. But shifting focus to an awardee of the Padma Shri on the momentous occasion of Republic Day, we have with us Mahapat Kavi. Mahapat Kavi, it's great to have you on the telecast with this. Congratulations for being conferred one of the highest civilian awards, the Padma Shri, to you. How does it feel? माहिपत भाई कवि, अगर आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं इस समय? अभी हमारे साथ माहिपत भाई कवि जुड़ चुके हैं। इनको पद्मश्री के साथ नवाजा गया है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने। ये एक पपेटियर हैं, ये गुजरात से बिलोंग करते हैं, और माहिपत से हम अभी कुछ ही मिनटों में बात करेंगे। माहिपत जी, अगर मुझे सुन सकते हैं, कांग्रेचुलेशंस।
अच्छा, वो आ गया। अच्छा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ तो इसका ऑडियो मुझे भी मिल सकता है इसमें भी?
I'm going to yet again try to have a conversation with the Padma Shri awardee. There you have it on your screens, Mahipat by Kavi. There's some audio problem that we are trying to figure it out, but up until then, I'll give you a brief account of what Mahipat Bhai Kavi is known for. He is a puppeteer. He belongs to Gujarat. He's been finally conferred with the Padma Shri. He's in his 70s or perhaps late 80s as well. All right. On that note, we'll try to get Mahipat Kavi on the telecast with us after a short break. Stay tuned on NewsX on Republic Day.
दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब। आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब। मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
तंदुरुस्त हो सारे और कोई ना हो बीमार, सबका इलाज होगा, कोई ना रहे बेइलाज।
दो कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े। दो कदम दुनिया से आगे
सेहतमंद पंजाब का सपना साकार हो रहा है। हमने 15 अगस्त को 100 आम आदमी क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए थे, जिसका लोगों ने बहुत जोरदार स्वागत किया और लोग इस सेहत सेवा का बहुत फायदा ले रहे हैं। 7.5 लाख से ज़्यादा मरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ से दवाई लेके ठीक हो चुके हैं, ओपीडी का फायदा ले चुके हैं, और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा टेस्ट जो कि बिल्कुल मुफ्त हैं, फ्री हैं, वो यहाँ हो चुके हैं इन क्लिनिकों में। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि 27 जनवरी को 500 और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए जा रहे हैं, ताकि रंगला पंजाब की जो हमारी नीति है, जो रंगला पंजाब बनाने का हमारा सपना है, उसमें सेहतमंद पंजाब भी शामिल रहे।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Megha Sharma. Let's quickly take a look at the review that has now been ordered by the MNI. Now, India has over 3,000 monuments that have been declared as monuments of national importance. Since the list of the monuments of national importance has not been comprehensively reviewed since independence, it has become unwieldy and needs to be immediately scrutinized and rationalized. There are around 75 British cemeteries or graves that are considered as monuments of national importance. There are various monuments that have been declared as monuments of national importance and are of local importance, but do not necessarily have the national significance per se. There are 24 monuments of national importance that are untraceable as well. I'm going to quickly take you through some of these cemeteries and graves that have been erected even before independence. They have continued to be part of the national monuments of importance, but the Government of India thinks that there needs to be a review that now needs to be brought forth to ensure that only those monuments that are of actual national importance are given precedence, and several of these monuments of national importance that had been given the tag even during the British era and during the independence, particularly those of the cemeteries and graves of the British officers, British bureaucrats, British military men, is what the government is wanting to trace. I'm going to quickly take you through this highlighted document, the circular that has been issued by the Government of India over here. It says the Lieutenant Forbes was a British officer who died after being injured mortally during an assault with the Naga villagers at Suchima in 1879. The memorial structure has no architectural significance or cultural value, and the individual was of no historical consequence, and yet this structure gets the same level of protection as our most cherished monuments like Ellora Caves or the Taj Mahal or the group of monuments at Hampi. So that's number one contention, the fact that there is a British officer, Lieutenant Forbes, who died in 1879 after being participating in an assault with some Naga locals, villagers in Suchima in Nagaland. So why is it that his name and his grave is being brought forward under the list of the monuments of historical importance, and that needs to be purged, that needs to be removed. I'm going to take a look. This is Choti Gumti. This is around 600 years old. It has local significance. It represents the Lodi era, but it is clearly not the best representation of Lodi era infrastructure, and therefore it is prudent to denotify this structure as well, is what the review of the Government of India, of the Archaeology Department of India has also mentioned. The Archaeological Survey of India there are pointers that have been made, there are suggestions that have also been made. It says that the Archaeological Survey of India should review and rationalize the existing list of monuments. This existing list actually is mammoth. In the list includes 3,600 and more of these monuments that have been given national importance, so it needs to be reviewed. It is not, importantly, I'm highlighting it again, not been reviewed since independence. Why has it not been done so? Well, it remains to be seen. This is also the message that the Government of India and Prime Minister Narendra Modi particularly has been issuing. Even in his speech on the eve of Republic Day, he said that we need to purge the colonial hangover that the country and its countrymen have been living thus far, and this is amongst the various steps that have been taken by the government to allow for national heritage, Indian heritage, ancient heritage of India to be celebrated. Meanwhile, British era colonialism and hangover to be purged completely. I'm going to quickly take you through some more of this information. This is a number of these documents. This is a number of these pointers. Government has up national Culture Fund as a trust in 1996 under the Charitable Endowments Act 1890 with a view to mobilize extra resources through public-private partnerships. So as per this is what the government has basically mentioned about. And that's why we are going to also get a view of a number of panelists to join me on the telecast, but importantly being that this is a major step that is being taken by the government of India. That why is it that thus far a review has not taken place since independence? There are, like I said, 3,000 and more of these archaeological sites, these monuments, these historical sites that do not merit the credit that they are being given of the national historical monuments. I have with me Professor Madhav Nalapat. Professor, how do you view this fresh action that the Government of India has now demanded of the Archaeological Survey of India, that these monuments of national importance, which are 3,600 and more in number, need to be reviewed, because a number of them actually are not of national importance, and amongst them several of them of British officers that had some local skirmishes, assaults, and ended up dying before independence?
Well, I'd like to point out that even though India got freedom in 1947, unfortunately, there was no change in the overall mindset of governance for a long time. And it's only now, frankly, with Prime Minister Modi coming, that change has come. And this is part of that. The fact is that the national importance, according to the British Raj, meant monuments of importance to the British, not to the Indian people, mostly. And that is what we are seeing in the so-called list of monuments of national importance. It's amazing that for 75 years, there's been no change in that list. It's as though we are still in the Raj, and still we are looking at monuments that are significant for the British and not for the Indians. I'm delighted that this kind of a change has taken place. I'd like to say that there must be at least 5,000 such monuments. Many of them would probably be, in a sense, forgotten. It may need a tremendous effort to recover them and bring them back to their old glory. But I'm sure this government and the Prime Minister Modi will work on and accomplish such a task.
Absolutely. I also have with me Group Captain UK Devnath. It's a welcome step, and also amongst the series of such steps that have been taken by the Modi government, particularly when it came to the Republic Day parade. The 21-gun salute that used to be done by the British era pounders has been replaced by the indigenous guns, field guns, that then today finally gave the 21-gun salute to the President of our country.
Oh yes. As time passes, every nation has to progress and set new milestones for itself. As history passes from decade to decade, from one century to the next century, every nation must define its fresh set of goals and objectives. There is no doubt that all the old vestigial signs of colonial past have to be reviewed. Probably Government of India has taken a very right step. We need to make a joint team of historians, probably specialists from the Army, Navy, Air Force also, and review all these old monuments. I am very sure that Ministry of Science, Culture, Technology and Education Ministry, various universities will also join in. All state government representatives also must be on board, because they will be able to specify which all monuments need to be reviewed and downgraded and probably forgotten. After all, Exchequer's hard-earned money, taxpayers' money is being spent on maintenance of these monuments. Only monuments which are significant to our history. We have thousands of years old heritage. Only those monuments which are important to us and which are relevant to us, which will set an example and motivate the future generations.
Yeah.
They
Which are important, which are of national importance. Now there was an image that I was showcasing, and that's also on your screens. You know, some of these cemeteries and graves of number of lieutenants, military officers from the British era. Now this Lieutenant Forbes that I was mentioning about, and his grave has been included in the list of monuments of national importance. Group Captain Devnath is actually, he died in an assault that had taken place with some villagers in Nagaland. Now, why is his grave being put in the list of monuments of national importance is beyond me.
Yes, these graves, their list, these graves are being maintained all over India at various sites. Ministry of Defence must be entrusted with this task to make a list of these graves, which are mostly foreigners are there before 1947, and they have no relevance in an independent and new India.
Yeah.
We must preserve those graves of those heroes who actually fought with the British and at some places with the French and gave their life for Swatantra Bharat. 1856, 1857, there were many skirmishes all over India in which many great Indians and patriots and kings, Nawabs and ordinary people gave their life fighting against British. Probably it's time to highlight and include their grave in a new list of national
and that's what the Government of India has now directed the Archaeological Survey of India to do, to review it, to make changes that have not been done, that should have been done 75 years ago after India got independence in 1947. I thank you, Group Captain Devnath, for joining me on the telecast. I'll take a quick short break. Thanks for watching. Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Prime Minister Modi will address the 6th edition of Pariksha Pe Charcha on the 27th of January 2023, a day after the Republic Day. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan today announced that 102 students have been invited from across India to attend the program in person. Prime Minister Modi has been an inspiration for the children and youth of the country and has undertaken multiple initiatives for them over the past few years. From authoring a book titled Exam Warriors to constantly encouraging students to realize all their aspirations, Prime Minister Modi's outreach is noteworthy. Well, NewsX presents a special build-up telecast where students' voices have been centered. We'll talk about this with a few people who are themselves into imparting education. Let me introduce them. Dr. Upma Arora, Principal of JBM Global School, is going to be with us. Dr. Arun Kumar, educationist, is also joining us on the program. Mayank Singh, co-founder of Campus 365, is also here with us. And before we dip into this conversation with them, let's listen into these reactions that came by.
मैं अनाहिता भनोट क्लास 10वीं की छात्र हूँ DHDFC स्कूल से। प्रधानमंत्री जी, इतने सारे आंकड़े और दिनांक, कब किसने इतिहास में क्या किया, सोशल स्टडीज में, ज्योग्राफी में, इनको याद करने के लिए आपका क्या फॉर्मूला है?
Prime Minister Modi ji, Vanakkam. I am Ananya Krishnan, studying in class 9 in PSBB Millennium. Sometimes one can't sleep at night but then feel tiredness during studying. Should one study late into the night or only in the day? How should one manage a good sleep routine?
Good afternoon. My name is Nitin J, class 10 from Delhi Public School, Nagarjul. And I just wanted to ask that it's been 3 years since the pandemic started, and there's been a lot of experimentation in the exam format. And one thing I realized this year while giving the pre-boards is that time management is a major concern for us. So could you please give some tips on how we can better manage our time during a 3-hour paper?
Hi, my name is Kavya and I'm from SYGC MKS College. So my question to you is that how do we cope up with the stress for the exams? Like right now we have our prelims and boards. What do we expect as a COVID batch to cope up, and how to understand that what are we supposed to do in future?
Hello, my name is Rishikesh Pawar. I am from Arancha International School. And my question to the Prime Minister is, how do I manage to study without going to any coaches or classes?
All right, those are some tough googlies coming the Prime Minister's way, but we also conducted a snap poll in which we asked some relevant questions and we got some astounding results to this questionnaire, or rather this poll that we had put up on Twitter. The first one was, of course, how would you rate Prime Minister Modi's outreach in this particular scenario, the 6th edition of Pariksha Pe Charcha. And in fact, this is the result that we got. It's a good idea, is what almost 35% of the people said. It's an excellent idea. That was the predominant answer, with 50% people saying that it is a great idea. It's okay. Some people were perhaps not that impressed. And not a good idea was something that was also said by around 8% of the people. But predominantly, people were very happy with the outreach that the Prime Minister and his efforts to reach out to kids during exam time through Pariksha Pe Charcha. In fact, this also sets a tone of how students should be looking at challenges that crop up when they are in the business of studying. So the second question that we asked in this poll was, what do you think is the biggest stress issue for kids during board exams? And of course, the number one factor that basically rattles a lot of students is parental pressure. All of the above was also said, which includes syllabus is too big, failure shaming. Of course, whenever people are not able to achieve the kind of results that they aspire for, then failure shaming is perhaps that biggest chunk which people thought should be done away with. There has to be a course correction, and that is something that the Prime Minister will also have to take care of. The structure of the examination is also something that came up. It has come up in conversations pertaining to education a lot of times in the past as well. The Prime Minister is going to have his task cut out, because oftentimes parents also complain that the syllabus that the students have to contend with, the bags that they have to carry to schools, are a little bit too much. The number 3 question that we asked was, what can be done to reduce exam stress for children? And of course, the number 1 answer to that was focus on entrance exams. That is a brilliant idea, and that got the maximum amount of weightage as well. Then came reducing of syllabus, something that I just talked about a few seconds ago. Scrapping of board exam was also an idea that was in fact of interest to a few people. Shift to multiple choice questions. That is something which is done in Western nations, which makes life a little bit easier for students, as they really are presented with options which perhaps will not yield to results which are, basically tilting towards failure. The number 4 question was, which modern political leader do you think inspires children the most? Well, needless to mention, the Prime Minister took that pie with 67% of the votes. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal came a close second with 13%, and Rahul Gandhi at number 3 with 7%, almost 7%. Mamata Banerjee and MK Stalin not to be even mentioned in the same breath, considering that that blue area that you see in that particular pie chart is represented by the people who supported the Prime Minister and his endeavor, his attempts to get closer to students, understand their problems and figure out a way of dealing with these challenges, these impediments which are thrown into their way. And some of these questions definitely make sense. A lot of them are going to set a tone, set a course for students to take up things more actively. Which Prime Minister has been the best at inspiring children? This was the 4th question that we had asked in this snap poll, and needless to say, the Prime Minister once again took that particular majority of the chunk. Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of the country, took around 23% of the votes. And of course, Indira Gandhi, Manmohan Singh and Lal Bahadur Shastri were also part of this particular structure and this poll, but were not able to come close to the kind of inspiration which has been regularly given out by the Prime Minister as well. Dr. Arun, if I can come to you, if you can hear me. Dr. Arun, if you can hear me.
Yes, I am.
Right. The first question, let me shoot out to you. First of all, this snap poll that we have conducted, this basically is a compendium, as a synopsis of, most of the problems that are faced by the students. The Prime Minister is going to be speaking to some of the students with these problems. He's also going to be addressing that macro issue which pertains with, the plethora of syllabus, the cornucopia of syllabus which is thrown at students. Which of these problems do you think that students need to contend with at the most right now? And, how is the Prime Minister instrumental in making sure that the course is right for these students when he addresses them? Dr. Arun? Can you please unmute yourself, Dr. Arun? You're muted right now. Okay, there's something wrong with your network, sir. We'll come back to you momentarily. Dr. Upma Arora is also with us on the show. Dr. Arora, if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, your thoughts on the Prime Minister's outreach program. How inspirational is it when the leader of a country directly addresses these issues which, haunt and plague mostly every student in the country?
See, it's a beautiful step our Prime Minister has taken, and children get a lot of inspiration. He himself is a source of inspiration to millions of people in the world, and no doubt our children are getting benefit, and he has taken a step wherein it is, I suppose, the first step which is talking about the children. It is the heart of the children, and the children are really loving it, and children are really enthusiastic, and they are coming up with their questions, whatever the exam fear, and they are openly talking about it. So it's a very good initiative by our Prime Minister.
Right. Dr. Arun, if you can hear me, I'd like to come back to you. Dr. Arun, if you can hear me.
Yes, sir. I listen to you.
Okay, there's something wrong with your connection, sir. We'll try and patch you in momentarily. Mayank Singh, co-founder of Campus 365, also with us on the program. Mayank Singh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Mayank, your thoughts on the Prime Minister and, the fact that, he's taking out time to speak to students. He's a world leader, one of the top 5 most influential leaders in the world. Getting into a conversation with these students definitely shows us, as well as the country, that what he considers to be the future currency for the nation when it comes to its development.
Agree. I totally agree with what the Prime Minister vision and mission is. I think every time before starting of the examination season, he loved to interact with the student, motivate them to do better and to do and perform their best. I think, and coming from the world leader who himself came from a lot of struggle and everything, and outshined himself as a personality. I think this is commendable, and apart from that, the lot of changes in the policy he has introduced in the past years has actually improved the entire education system of India and helping it to match to the world education system. So I feel this is amazing and commendable.
Right, and Dr. Upma, it's also important to understand that some of these problems, some of these issues that the students have, they have been rampant. They have been around for a very, very long time, and specifically the one that talks about a long syllabus comes up time and again. What do you think can be done in this regard, specifically considering that the Prime Minister is showing a very keen, astute interest in this?
See, as I told you, that it is commendable, and it is very good that he's talking about it, and it is the first time that somebody has taken it at a national level. So as far as long syllabus is concerned, I don't think the syllabus which CBSE is having is long. So it is how you deal the syllabus. So that is what our Prime Minister is doing. See, chapters, if you talk about grade 12, how many chapters are you having? Say about 10 or 12 or 15 chapters. When you go in first year of your college, you have 40 chapters and subjects are doubled. So it's not about the long syllabus, it's about how you deal with the syllabus, how you take the syllabus, and how you take the, how you take the situation. So how you cover the syllabus, that matters. The longness is going to multiply. It is going to multiply in your first year. There's only 6 months gap. After you do your exams till April, you are free with your exams. Next year, when you face your first year exam or university exam, you have to have double the subjects and 4 times the number of chapters. So how is that pressure going to, a child going to handle it? So it's not about the long. I don't agree that the syllabus is long.
So it's quality over quantity is what you're implying. Well, let's listen into some, more of the queries and questions that the students of our country are likely to ask of the Prime Minister. Listen in.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम सिद्धांश शाह है। मैं कोठारी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का क्लास 10वीं का छात्र हूँ। आज का मेरा प्रश्न है कि NTSC परीक्षा के दौरान बोर्ड की तैयारी कैसे करें?
पापा बोलते हैं कि आप इंजीनियर बनो और मुझे डॉक्टर पसंद है, तो हम अपने माता पिता को कैसे मोटिवेट करें कि मुझे क्या बनना है?
Respected Prime Minister, myself Ayusha, I am a student of class 9 of Kamla Nehru Sishu Vihar High School from Patna, Bihar. We work very hard throughout the year, but we feel nervousness when exam days are on our head. So my question is that how to remove this nervousness and how to do preparation for exam to score best.
मेरा नाम निकिता कुमारी गुप्ता है। मैं 10th स्टैंडर्ड में पढ़ती हूँ। SMT वसंत बिन चंदूबाई मेट्रिकुलेशन स्कूल चेन्नई में पढ़ती हूँ। मेरा सवाल है कि टाइम मैनेजमेंट कैसे करा जाए?
All right, as the Prime Minister gets all set to interact with these students, let me in fact take you through the Twitter poll that NewsX conducted and what were the questions that we asked of and what kind of engagement and responses that we got. Of course, how would you rate the Prime Minister's efforts to reach out to kids during exam time? Pariksha Pe Charcha. It's an excellent idea. 66, almost 70, 67% of the people went on to say that this is a great idea. We'll obviously be showing you some of the other questions momentarily. But in fact, let me go across to Dr. Arun once again. Dr. Arun, if you can hear me. Dr. Arun, if you're there with us. Okay, perhaps another network issue there. Dr. Upma, if I can come back to you.
Yes.
We've spoken about the quantity versus the quality issue already. But the fact of the matter is that curriculums and syllabus is not very easy to change. It's a time-consuming process. It's a process which takes a humongous amount of effort. Do you think perhaps that is the thing that has held a lot of schools back from changing this process?
See, with new education policy which is coming, it is coming with a lot of changes, and from time to time CBSE is changing the pattern. Earlier the questions were subjective, now it's objective. The child has to go through the whole chapter, the whole content. So it is changing and it is evolving for last 10 years rather. We have seen a lot of changes in our education pattern, and with 2023, which NEP, we are expecting a lot of changes. Still many changes we are expecting, and I don't think this is going to change the curriculum, the idea and the skill-based education which is coming. One more thing which I would like to tell to the students is that children should love their subject. It is about the loving the subjects. Today in the morning when yesterday we were planning for our assembly and the children were doing skates, dance on skates. I told them it was 1 o'clock and it was almost the time to go back home. I told the children, why don't you go back? Why don't you take rest now? It's almost in the morning, since morning you are practicing. They said, ma'am, we can do it 5 more times. So 5 more times skating, doing skating. Why? Because we love it. So the children should love their subject and the interest should be created. How you take the syllabus, that matters. How you teach in the school, that matters. So it is the education policy which is changing, and with the attitude, the kind of teachers that we have, they should be skilled, and how you take the syllabus, that matters a lot.
Right, absolutely. Mayank, if you can hear me, I'd like to come to you.
Yes, I
Mayank,
completely agree.
the issue that in fact needs to be focused on, taking a leaf out of what Dr. Upma said, is that you have to keep the interest alive. You have to keep, that charm of studying alive. It perhaps gets subdued. It gets, inundated because of, this mammoth syllabus that mostly every student has spoken about.
Yes. So I completely agree with what Dr. Upma said, and I think the new education policy also focuses upon that to drive the interest towards what the students basically love it. Because we all have witnessed how the education policy has changed dramatically from last couple of years, and the penetration of technology. Or like what we are doing from last 5-6 years is basically, and we are actually working with many institutions, top many institutions in India, and we are seeing how the technology adaptation has helped students overall growth and overall achievement in terms of academic or as well as co-curricular activity. And as a technology aggregators, it's our duty to make this entire process lot more automative and lot more user friendly for the students, so they can see where their interest is more aligned into, and they can polish their skills more and be more refined in that particular sector or an area.
That's a good point. Dr. Upma, how can technology come to the rescue?
See, technology, last 3 years when the COVID situation was there, children really love their classes. And nowadays, since everything, artificial intelligence being on it, and everything is coming on coding, so children have to learn it, and children are loving it because it has become very fast. So it's not difficult to search anything, and they are loving this. And once the interest is there, since the children are very fast, children of 21st century, they are very fast and they learn very fastly. Gone are the days when the children used to learn computer. They don't have to be taught computer nowadays. Everything is so easy and they are learning it. Technology, yes, technology is also helping them out in having learning is very fast. So if you need a tutorial, you are sitting at home, you don't have to wait for any tutor, any coaching you want to take, you just take it and do it. So they have a lot of helps that they are getting from internet, and they are doing it as far as the school education is concerned. Yeah.
Right, you're absolutely right. Technology can come to the aid, but once again, we'll pick up where we left off. The Twitter poll, the Snap poll that we conducted, and what kind of results we got. We'll show you the exact screenshot of what we put out on Twitter. The first question was, how would you rate Prime Minister Modi's efforts to reach out to kids during exam time through Pariksha Pe Charcha? The engagement was excellent. We got 67% of the people saying that it is an excellent idea. 120 retweets is what we got, and of course this is something which has been unequivocally hailed by everyone who has actually understood why the Prime Minister is doing it. The number 2 question that we asked is, who do you think, or what do you think is the biggest stress issue for kids during board exams? And of course there's not just one issue. There are multiple issues which plague the minds of students, because if you look at the answer, it's 40% for all of the above, which includes parental pressure, which includes college admission fears, which includes failure shaming as well. The third question that we put out was, how can we reduce exam stress for students, reduce syllabus? That is the elephant in the room that we have been trying to address. That is the only way forward, because it's got to be quality over quantity, because students have oftentimes complained that some of the stuff that they read about, some of the stuff that they have to memorize and perhaps mug up, is not really very usable or valuable in the real world. Scrap the board examination system is also something that got some pace, and focus on entrance exam. That has also been a call which has been put out in the past as well. Going ahead, the fourth question was, which modern political leader do you think has inspired children the most? And of course, the Prime Minister winning this particular question hands down by a whopping 78.2%. Almost 80% of the people thought that the Prime Minister has been pivotal. He's been instrumental in making sure that students who are the future of the country get the attention that they deserve. And that is why he takes out time from his busy schedule in addressing all of their queries. Big or small, the queries are usually addressed by the Prime Minister in a very prosaic, in a very simple manner. The fifth question was, which Prime Minister has been best at inspiring children? And of course, once again, no prizes for guessing. It's the Prime Minister with 66.7% of the votes. The first Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, coming a distant second with 26.5%, and Indira Gandhi with 3.4%, and others, of course, with lesser numbers as well. So this is perhaps the crux of what the Prime Minister is trying to do. He's trying to infuse a value, Mayank, into students that, they don't need to study for the sake of it. They have to study keeping a vision in mind. They have to study keeping their problems in mind, because problem solution at a young age will definitely yield to problem solution at a mature age as well. And that is what schools necessarily do. They solve problems for students.
Completely. And I think as we saw in the recent trends that the young entrepreneurs are coming to the picture. I think when we started the organization Campus 365, we are also at the age of around 27. So as you can see, these Make in India initiatives and much infusion that to build the tech in the own country and to infuse the young minds to build something and to offer the job rather than getting a job is a mindset which actually changed once the Prime Minister stepped into and he's introduced new policies like the biggest one is Make in India and Skill India. These are their impact that now we stand amongst the top countries like US and Britain, the creation of startup. And I think India in future, or we can say the decade, it is our decade. And in future, I think we are the leading startup-driven countries among the entire globe. So this is what the major impact, and the shift has also been changed. Now the West looks it up as us as a technical hub. Where the new technologies in terms of even in any sector, let's say is AI or EdTech or software tech or environmental tech, we are the leading providers of those.
Right, Dr. Padma, going forward, do you think this is perhaps a healthy idea? For every state leader, why only the Prime Minister to have in his state address students and their problems? Because different states have different criterias for running their educational institutes.
See, it's since if Prime Minister Modi ji can do this, the chief ministers of their state, if they take an initiative, it's good. But otherwise, at school level, we are doing at every step. Almost every day, we counsel the children, we come across the problems of the children, we try to talk to them. But if at this level, Prime Minister is taking an initiative, it's a different altogether, because children would love to know from their leader of the country. If he is doing it, it's absolutely well. And if the Chief Minister does it, that also will be a good initiative by them.
All right, Dr. Padma, Mayank, appreciate you joining us and giving us, a perspective into this very unique initiative that the Prime Minister has taken. In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible? How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX and I'm Megha Sharma. Now, there has been a constitutional blasphemy taking place in Telangana. Yes, for the second time around consecutively, it is KCR who has refused to take part in the Republic Day parade at the governor's behest, Governor Tamil Soundarajan. And this has led to quite the clamour across the state and in the country. Now, while there have been a number of legislative assembly orders that are pending with the governor, does that allow for legitimacy to the chief minister to create these hindrances and stop the symbols and policies and legacies of the Republic Day? For example, not holding the Republic Day parade itself in the state. Let's open up this discussion. Joining me on the telecast is NV Subhash. He's the BJP leader. And NV Subhash, what is happening in the state of Telangana and what is your protest against KCR?
The governor's post is the constitutional post, which has to be appreciated by all sections of the society and including all the political parties. Once the governor takes the position as the governor of the state, he or she has quit the politics and then no more the party affiliation. As far as the Telangana the state is concerned, KCR always constantly and consistently have been criticizing the women governor of the Telangana state by not even giving the due respect and then due the protocol the requirements which are supposed to be given to the governor.
Okay, but what the Chief Minister KCR is pointing fingers at BJP and particularly the governor Tamilisai Soundarajan, saying that the governor at the behest of the centre is stopping all the bills that need to be passed in order.
None of the bills have been stopped. The bills which have been sent to the governor for the approval which has to be implemented in the state, the governor asked the required bureaucrats, the ministers and the chief minister to give some kind of clarification. Instead of the ministers coming to the Raj Bhavan and then giving the clarification, the Telangana state have been sending the bureaucrats who are not even informed or not even having any information about the bills, and then there is a lot of confusion at it. And the chief minister comes to the Raj Bhavan and then explains the bills and some changes which are supposed to be made, and the concerned department, the bureaucrats, officers, or the ministers, if they come, this issue would not have been solved. What we are seeing that it should not be made as the political equation, because ultimately the governor or the chief minister has to do the welfare of the state and then the welfare of the people. Even for the Republic Day celebrations also, the governor is just confined to Raj Bhavan. What kind of attitude is this? Even the High Court has given the speeches on that, and then asking the government of Telangana to organize the parade, the display, because this has been happening in almost all the states in the country, and the governor is the guest of honor. She will take the salute, and then we will.
Okay. You've said you've had your say. I'm going to get. I have Sai Talasani. She's the TRS. He's the TRS spokesperson joining me on the telecast. So Sai, how do you react to NV Subhash's statement that the constitutional actions and legacy needs to be, in this regard, the Republic Day parade that has not been held the second time consecutively in Telangana, it should have been followed. The speech that the governor has to read, that is sent from the Chief Minister's office, also must have been followed. Why were these protocols not followed in the first place?
Firstly, happy 74th Republic Day to all the Indians. Unfortunately, Telangana has to fight for every right deserved by the Telanganites. First, we have to fight 60 years for our Telangana statehood. Then we have to fight with the center for the funds, for the development, to see Telangana also part of India. Now we have to fight with the governor who stops all the bills passed by the highly elected public house, which is the assembly. And what she wants to prove and why she wants to stop all the bills. She had a clarification with the minister.
No,
herself,
but okay. Are you saying that if bills are not being passed, is the Chief Minister then going to revolt? Is this your way of revolting against the center?
No, I'm trying to put things in a right manner, as wrongly said by the other personality, Mr. Subhash also, that no clarification also has been taken or given by the government. Our women minister, Sabita Indra Reddy Garu, has gone and given the clarifications also, but the intention is clear, as Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who recently visited Khammam BRS meetings, that all the non-BJP states would be disturbed and the puppets would be show run by the Narendra Modi himself. We are aware of what she is planning and why she wants to raise up a topic which is not benefit to any citizens of Telanganites, any Telanganites at all. Firstly, the bills which were passed by the House are very important bills which has to be cleared as soon as possible, as mentioned in the Constitution.
Okay. You keep harping upon the bills,
no disturbance. But do
you and KCR and your party TRS have any inkling of the significance of the Republic Day parade that is taken out in tribute to the lives that our Jawans, our soldiers have given for the independence of the country? And particularly in the case of Telangana, there was a revolt against the Nizam, and it was painstakingly then won for the freedom of our country and the freedom of Telangana several years ago.
We absolutely respect, and we are the only state, as far as you see, that we went to the other states who have given away their life, the soldiers, and paid tributes to them and gave them some compensation also, ma'am. I want to tell that intentionally.
So then why stop the parade? Why stop a protocol, a legacy that has been going on for the past 75 years?
You're getting wrong. As according to the protocol, the Chief Secretary of the state has to look forward for whatever has to be done, and it has been done. She attended it, and the parade took place in the Raj Bhavan. CM sir has done his thing in the parade ground, and she has done in the Raj Bhavan. See, there is no protocol deviation here. We respect everybody as according to the Constitution, and we deserve the same respect back. See, the House which sends a bill cannot be cleared by the Constitution head. It itself shows that they don't want any development happening here. They don't want any development for Telangana forever.
Okay, you're saying that the bills are being stopped, are being halted by the governor because the center does not want development taking place in the state of Telangana. This is the charge by the TRS. NV Subhash, would you like to comment? Now, this has been an oft-repeated incident where the opposition is in power and the governor is of the BJP, whether it is Telangana, whether it is Kerala, whether it is West Bengal, or in Maharashtra also some time ago until BJP wrested power. How can we resolve this perennial issue?
See, now today we are just talking about the Republic Day celebration. It has nothing to do with the stopping of the bills or something else. They just wanted. They just want just doesn't, they are just stopping it because the woman governor has to take the salute because she will be exposed. And then there is a lot of the publicity on that. Even for that also, the Republic Day celebrations, which has been followed throughout the country in other states also, even in the districts also, why this, what is the reason to stop? So that, the people are now not in, they are really deprived of the celebrations.
Okay,
The Republic Day, which has been followed.
why amidst the tussle between the governor and the chief minister, people are being deprived of the festivities of the Republic Day parade, the tribute to the Jawans who have sacrificed their lives to get independence of all the country, to also get rid of the Nizam rule for particularly Telangana and allow for statehood to return, independence to return. I'm going to quickly get in Mithun Vijay Kumar. Mithun, how do you see this problem which is perennial? And this is in every single state of the country where the opposition is in charge of the state activities, where the opposition is ruling and governing the state, that there is a tiff between the governor and the chief minister and his government. Now why escalate this matter on Republic Day, which is the day of celebration, which is the day of celebration of our constitution? Why rake this matter up on Republic Day, on such a sacred day?
The states where BJP is expanding its footprint, these are the states where governors are being targeted. And like you said in your opening remarks, it's a constitutional blasphemy, and we can see this happening in Telangana from time to time. And whatever justification the TRS gives today, this is not the way they should be acting on a Republic Day. The governor versus CM issue shouldn't affect, national celebrations like Republic Day or Independence Day or any other national event. And if bills are put on hold for a review, a CM can't skip events of national importance because he's ultimately elected by the people of India. Now, the TRS spokesperson speaks of their respect to soldiers and all, but earlier a minister of TRS had said that, had threatened that he will cut off the water and electricity supply to military camps. So we have seen this drama unfolding in Telangana from time to time over various issues. And I believe that all they are seeking, at least KCR is seeking to be, is in the limelight, is what I believe, because he wants to project himself as the face of opposition, as a national leader, as he wants to get a national identity, is what we can see. So he's struggling hard to project himself as the face of opposition in India, and that's the reason I believe he's seeking this media coverage by creating issues one after the other. He has used unparliamentary words against the rivals.
Is this holding the Chief Minister KCR in good stead?
See, he's only tarnishing his image is what we can see, because he had previously used unparliamentary words against his rivals, calling them mad dogs, and that went for a media discussion. He even said that the BJP government must be thrown into the Bay of Bengal. He believes that, Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana and schemes like those are not required. He questions the central government for having hospitals and institutes. He questions even the need for a scheme like Manrega. He said that, he wants the constitution to be rewritten. He had, so when a CM of the state says that he doesn't believe in the constitution of India, what else can we expect from this person? And it doesn't come as a surprise to political students like you or me that the CM of the state is skipping this event, because he had used unparliamentary words, and he had even said that he wants the constitution to be rewritten. And even he has skipped PM Modi's event as well. Why all this is happening?
It's understandable. Okay, fine. If he's fighting it out with the governor, saying that this governor is working at the behest of the centre, accusing the governor of not clearing the bills, accusing the centre of not providing funds for the development of the state, that's one thing. And Rajalakshmi Joshi, what I want to say is that why then malign a day of national importance, a day where the nation celebrates the republic of the country, the constitution of our country, by creating this kind of theatrics?
Good afternoon, Megha, and very firstly, a very happy Republic Day to you and to all my co-panelists and to everybody who's watching. And yes, this is such a actually this is such a celebratory day, and I have been a part of so many celebrations at the Raj Bhavan in Mumbai. And I have seen that this is an occasion for not just celebrating our republic. It's also it's a lot of good camaraderie, and I find it absolutely shocking how some people, they are actually habitual offenders. And just imagine that Mr. KCR, he hopes, he has these aspirations that he will one day hold a constitutional post of, say, maybe a prime minister, and that is a kind of an aspiration that he holds. So this person who keeps insulting this constitutional post of the prime minister, of the president, of the governor, how does he expect others to be treating him if and when he reaches such a post? That is what I always think, that these people, there are a few non-BJP states where they are always at loggerheads with the center. There is no need. Like, for example, even in Tamil Nadu, whether it is Tamil New Year or or about some other celebrations, whenever there are these official celebrations, what is the need to skip it? When the PM is visiting Telangana, how can Mr. KCR very conveniently he can skip it? He breaks protocol so many occasions. So that is absolutely not acceptable. And it is
It's not acceptable. Sai Talasani, how do you react to all these charges that are coming as a barrage of charges over here against KCR? Why? Whatever differences the state may have with the center, the state may have with the Tamilisai Soundarajan, why break protocol? Are you trying to get the nation's attention by causing these theatrics? Aren't these theatrics then hampering the national integrity? And particularly with not having the parade, that's tantamount to actually bringing about disgrace and not honoring the sacrifices of our Jawans.
Madam, we already have the India's attention by our development and infrastructure development, ma'am. We are the only state which has 24 hours free electricity supply, ma'am. We are the only state which has domestic water supply in the entire of India, ma'am. So we have our attention.
Which is good.
We are not talking about that.
We are doing welfare programs for the public, and that's fantastic.
So we have our attention. And correcting Rajalakshmi Garu, saying that KCR Garu is already a constitution head in our state. He's the chief minister, elected chief minister by the public. So he thoroughly knows how to handle a protocol, and when somebody want to show him down, he thoroughly knows how to do it, and no protocol was broken. Kindly please, I don't expect that the protocol is broken and there is no arrangements done at the Raj Bhavan also. And you're talking about a governor who has put, I want the NewsX only to put the camera in front of Raj Bhavan right now. She holds flexes without Mahatma Gandhi ji on the flex. So this is the governor we are talking about. And we are not problem with Mr. Tamilisai Soundarajan in particular. Anybody who are sitting on the governor's seat, they are running the show, which is entirely scripted by Narendra Modi Garu. And that has been a long distance for us. And Mr. Mithun also mentioned that you don't respect any of the army people and the electricity and see, that was an issue of cantonment where the roads were closed for the civilians. We were fighting for the cause of the civilians there. So in that context, that was the statement.
You will say that you will cut off the electricity to army.
I literally want you all also to understand point of view of Telangana and from Hyderabad point of view, that during the celebratory day, why are we fighting? During this day, why are we not respected? If this governor want to give us any spirit of constitution, she should have shared.
It's not from the governor's side that this brinkmanship
and put the confidence in us.
There is vigilance from the side of this chief minister giving out a letter and asking the governor to hold a separate function altogether for Republic Day. Why is there a need for a separate function?
On the constitutional day, in her address, she says that building new buildings and new infrastructure is not the development. See, we want a spirited governor who gives us the deserved respect of the state. See, we are not falling for anything which is not gaining us respect. So in that context, 100% KCR has done the right thing, and we deserve more respect, which is our right.
You made your point. NV Subhash, how do you react to this? TRS saying that if respect is not being shown to the chief minister, why should the state government then ally with the governor?
Ma'am, the BRS, the chief minister and the BRS leaders and the Karyakartas have no respect to constitution, to government, to women, to people, and then to all the people, all to the voters also who have voted them into power. They don't have any respect on the nation. They don't have respect on the flag. They don't have respect to anyone. They have only respect to, themselves. They have respect that myself, children is going on. Why is this, the Constitution Day? Today is the Republic Day. why they have to give an answer that why the people of Telangana, the people of Hyderabad, the people of the state have been deprived of the celebrations where we feel proud that, India has become a republic and that we are becoming, the superpower in next 20 years. Why is this, the celebrations are not being done? Because of the dispute between the governor and the chief minister on that.
Okay.
If there is any welfare measures on that, the chief minister has to come down and then go to the governor.
On that point, you've said this before as well. Mithun Vijay Kumar, so my question being, whether it is Kerala or Tamil Nadu or West Bengal or this time around Telangana, why do the people of the state have to bear the brunt? Now, on one hand, what the state government and this time around Telangana chief minister and the Telangana BRS government is saying that funds are being halted and the bills are not being passed, and therefore development and welfare of the people is being halted, is being interrupted, is being handicapped. On the other hand, people are not being even able to pay their tribute and honor the Jawans because the Republic Day parade is not taking place. Now, it's a shame for the state to not hold the parade, but why is it always that the people, the poor people have to, even after voting in the Lok Sabha elections and the assembly elections, why is it that the people have to suffer?
Policies or procedures and the tussle between government and governor. All this should not affect the national, a national celebration like Republic Day is what I have to say. And it's very clear that, there's an anti-BJP agenda that is being worked out in states like Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and Kerala, where the governors are, targeted and they are being labeled as RSS agents. Now, coming to the issue of Telangana, see, KCR's only intention is to project himself as a national leader, and that's why you can see hoardings in Telangana with, Desh Ka Neta. In fact, they call it Desh Ki Neta hoardings. With the slogans. But this Desh Ka Neta doesn't respect the Constitution of India or the national events, is what we can see today, and he has proven it time and again by saying that Constitution needs to be rewritten, or he doesn't attend the event where the Prime Minister is present. So all these incidents actually showcase him as someone who doesn't respect the Constitution or who doesn't respect the people of India, and that's why I believe he's not getting the trust of people or even the allies he's trying to bring in. You see, he went about meeting leaders like Stalin, Mamata Banerjee, H.D. Kumaraswamy, Pinarayi Vijayan, etc. But nothing concrete ever came out of any of the meetings. So, despite projecting himself as someone
a repeat of this. When 2019 elections took place, there was a similar sort of left front or a third front that was being built. It could not really yield any results. 2024, would that happen? And KCR obviously going about projecting himself as a national leader for the opposition against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But I'm going to get in Rajalakshmi as well. Now, Rajalakshmi, while this is chaotic, perhaps should not have happened on Republic Day, sends out a wrong message in the nation, as well as those who are at this point in time prying at India and looking at excuses to shame India and create an anti-India bias across the globe. How best is to tackle the situation?
Megha, I always believe that, when two people, or, maybe the governor and the government, even if they're at loggerheads, even if they don't have, even if they have some issues where they disagree, I think communication always needs, is the best option. Communication has to be there. So, and if, there are some occasions where you can keep your differences apart and celebrate an occasion, I think that is something where you can bury your differences.
Okay,
so,
bury your differences. Why can't you come together on such a ceremonial occasion in the nation's Republic Day and keep your differences aside for another day, the next day, and you have the 364 or 363 days of the year? Why can't you figure that out during these days, during these times? Can I get okay? All right. And NV Subhash, why can't a status quo be maintained, and particularly on these special occasions that are of national importance?
Exactly. They both have to come down, and the governor is the guest of the state. They come from a different state. We have to respect, and then we have to honor. Since it's a constitutional post, when all the states are doing it, it is only the different in the Telangana state. If the BRS government wants to really implement the schemes from the center, if they are looking forward for the welfare of the state, definitely they have to come down, put aside the differences, and then come together and then yield to some point of time and then some place and then sit and sort it out.
Yeah.
This we have been requesting the governor, the state government also. When the chief minister doesn't give time to the ministers, the bureaucrats, including the governor, where is the state going? And as we are looking that the KCR wants to become a national leader on that. What will happen to the whole country if he becomes a national leader? If its party comes to power, this kind of attitude. If he is really looking forward to change the B.R. Ambedkar the constitution, people don't appreciate, and then we also going to question the chief ministers who have attended the BRS the meet in Khammam, whether they are accepting, whether they are endorsing the BRS government change of constitutions. If this is the position, then I don't think any people in this country will appreciate the BRS union.
Okay, I'm quickly, last word to Sai Talasani. Can't it be possible that the chief minister and the governor can get off their high horses, come to a consensus, and at least leave their battles for other days and not on the sacred days of national importance like Republic Day and Independence Day? It is shameful. It's a disgrace for the entire nation, sir.
See, I think you're just following up a single list thing. It is a regular series kind of a thing happening here with the governor provokes and
2022 also the parade was skipped. May I remind you that 2022 also the parade has been skipped under the pretext that it was COVID-19. If you remember.
Let me please finish. So this is happening like a series, and she has been provocating and she has been telling lies. And I disagree with all the panel members who said that Mr. KCR doesn't respect the constitution. He holds a high respect for the constitution and the country, and he is a great visionary.
If KCR had respect for the constitution and respect for the soldiers, he would have allowed for the parade to take place today on the Republic Day, where we celebrate 74 years of creation of our constitution.
Coming to the constitution and constitutional head, and we are building, and which is the latest secretariat in the entire of India is named after Mr. B.R. Ambedkar Garu, and we are building the biggest statue of Mr. B.R. Ambedkar Garu on Tangmand, which is going to be opened by this April on his birthday.
Which is fantastic, Sai. It's all great. Your welfare projects are great if they are reaching to the people. If you are building statues of B.R. Ambedkar, that's fantastic. But at the same time, follow protocols. Also respect the sacrifices of the Jawans by allowing for the parade to take place. Remember, the High Court has now pulled you down, given us up to the Chief Minister saying that the parade is a protocol, it must happen. So what are you going to flout? Are you going to flout the High Court order as well?
No, so we want to appeal to the President of India that this is time to intervene and please sort things out, because this is not our governor.
You are pushing the ball into the president.
Yes, definitely. Because
you wanted to blame the president also. You wanted to blame the president also. Now the governor is over.
So are you saying, Sai, that next year also 2023 on 26th of January, Republic Day, the KCR government is again going to flout the orders and the protocol of having a Republic Day parade?
They won't be in power.
See, our agenda is people of Telangana, our agenda is people of India. So we are not going to get into any of the things and plan things prior to something which is going to happen next year. Whatever happens this year, I would 100% say that the President of India, that we would be appealing him to intervene, and this is not the way a great Indian Day would be going on a waste.
The judiciary has intervened, it has given an order, it is still not understandable that why the KCR government has not given any response thus far. I'm only hoping and praying that some sense prevails in the KCR government and the tribute to the soldiers, to the Operation Polo that had taken place, to Sardar Patel, which allowed for the liberation of the princely state of Hyderabad, be then given their due respect, be given due tribute and due honor be given, and they should not be shamed and ridiculed and humiliated that way. Because the parade is symbolic. Parade is not about the one-upmanship game, the game that you are playing, but parade is about a larger cause. It's a bigger cause. It's a national cause. It's a Republic Day, and it's a tribute and honor that we are paying to our Jawans who sacrificed their lives, and their families had to bear the brunt of it for this day that we all are living for the last 75 years, that we have independence and we must cherish it. We shouldn't waste it in these one-upmanship games. I thank all my panelists for joining me on the telecast. Thanks for watching NewsX.
मेडिसिन लेती हूँ, इसकी और अपनी।
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी, 2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इत्थों ले चुका है।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919,
Welcome back. Today is the 74th Republic Day, where we celebrate the founding of the Constitution of our country. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens justice, liberty, equality and fraternity. This is the preamble of the Constitution of India that was founded in 1950 by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. The longest constitution of the world. Today we look at the contribution of the women in the Constituent Assembly that allowed for the Constitution of India to be created. First up, Ammu Swaminathan. She formed the Women's India Association in 1971 in Madras. She was part of the Madras Constituent Assembly in 1946. Next up, Dakshayani Velayadan. Nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946. Begum Aizaz Rasool. She was the only Muslim woman member of the Constituent Assembly. She was elected to Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly in 1937. She was elected in the Rajya Sabha in 1952. She was the member of the UP Legislative Assembly from 1969 to 1990. Durga Bai Deshmukh. At age of 12, the woman participated in the non-cooperation movement. She established the Andhra Mahila Sabha in 1936. Next up, we have Hansa Jivraj Mehta, who wrote books in Gujarati. She was elected to the Bombay Schools Committee in 1926. She even held the president of the All India Women's Conference in 1945 and 46. Let's give a tribute to all these women who have held powerful roles back during India's freedom struggle and after the independence in 1947, and were the able members of the Constituent Assembly who came up with the Constitution of our country. I'm going to invite Advocate Shramshaviv Rain. She's the lawyer in the Court of India. She's the ex-Joint Treasure Court Bar Association and the Impar Media panelist. Advocate Rain, it's a proud moment for our country to have celebrating 74 years of republic for our country. It's 74 years of celebration of the constitution of our constitution. But all important is that hardly people know about the role that the Indian women, the Indian leaders played in the Constituent Assembly to allow for the longest constituency of our country to be written.
Yes, it is very sad to see that not everyone knows that the women also have played a very important role in creating this important book that today we call Constitution of India. All the women, be it of any religion, of any caste, they all have contributed it, and they were so they came from so diverse places that it was so easy for them to see that what all problems they all have faced, and they have put everything here in this book so that the women could have equal rights, equal opportunity, fundamental rights, and a safe place to work in, equal pay for both the genders, in fact for all the genders. So they have played a huge role, wherein I mean, it's been told now and again, but then it's very important that channels like yours should tell that what all women have done in history and what they are still doing.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. You know, it is important, it's pertinent. Perhaps never in the history of Indian television news has anybody picked up this. And I say this is pertinent because there were about 15 of these women that participated in creating the constitution of our country. And it's important because it's on the tenets, on the protocols, on the rules, on the acts that have been built in the constitution that the country runs. And therefore, the importance and the significance of these women cannot be sidelined. I have Advocate Khushbu Jain also on the telecast with me. Khushbu, I'm reading out the first list. We have Amu Swaminathan, she was from Chennai, then Madras. I have Dakshani Velayudhan, she was nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council. I have Begum Azaz Rasool, she was elected in the UP Legislative Assembly. She was the only Muslim, in fact. Durgabai Deshmukh from Maharashtra. We have Hansa Jivraj Mehta from Gujarat. So they all represented various parts of the states and various communities as well.
Absolutely. I think I completely agree with whatever has been stated by you and also Rain here, that women has played crucial role despite the number being literally 4% in the representation while the committee which was being formed for drafting of the constitution, one of the longest written constitution in the world. But if you'll see that drafting committee had, despite being 4% in that committee, the women played a very important and a crucial role. And if you look at the background, the names which you have just reiterated, those, if you look at the backgrounds, it was not easy for those women at that time to come and be part of that committee. If you look at, all of them come from different background. None of them were being served things on the platter, that being a women, okay, they come from affluent family, that's why they were representing over there. You'll see the way hardship and kind of background that they have come up is very strong. If you look at the kind of struggle that they have gone through, represent that how women, despite whatever the setbacks, or despite whatever the hardship they have to go through.
A number of challenges that back in the day,
absolutely.
I can't imagine, having come up, forming the Women's India Association, getting nominated to the Cochin Legislative Assembly, being the only Muslim woman member of the Constituent Assembly. These are achievements. These are massive achievements. These are achievements that women celebrate even today. It's difficult to be able to fight the chauvinism, male chauvinism in our country, across the globe. And these women actually came out with flying colors, being able to put their stand and having their voices heard and being part of the Constituent Assembly to be then drafting the Constitution. I'm going to come back to the other panelists as well, get a response from them. But let me also get you acquainted with the other women leaders from 1950 who were part of the Constituent Assembly to then come and draft the Constitution. After Hansa Jivraj Mehta, I'm going to introduce to you another woman leader, Kamla Chaudhary. She was an active participant in civil disobedience movement in 1930. She was the vice president of the All India Congress Committee. She was elected member of the Lok Sabha in late 70s as well. I then have Leela Roy. She was the assistant secretary of All Bengal Women's Suffrage Committee. She founded the Dipali Sangh in 1020. I have also Malati Chaudhary. She was part of the Salt Satyagraha. She joined the Indian National Congress during the Salt March. She communicated with the people to create a favorable environment for the freedom struggle of our country. Purnima Banerjee, she was the secretary of the Indian National Congress Committee in Allahabad. She was part of the network of women. She stood at the forefront of the freedom movement in the 1930s. She also participated in the Satyagraha and the Quit India movement. She was responsible for engaging and organizing trade unions, Kisan meetings as well. Rajakumari Amrit Kaur, she was India's first health minister. She founded AIMS and argued for the autonomy of AIMS. She was a firm believer in women's education. So there you go, another set of 5 women, strong women, a women with purpose, a women with vision, who were part of the historic moment when 1950, the Constitution was finally constituted, it was drafted. Let me get a response from Archana Pathak Dev. She's a lawyer from the Supreme Court. And Archana, do you feel this as a moment of pride for all women who are achieving several achievements and feats in various fields, whether it is in the field of law, whether it is in the field of being a politician, whether it is in the field of business, in professionals, doctors, and this particularly being a moment of pride for us, because it wasn't as easy as it is now.
Well, thank you very much for getting me here. But let me tell you, I don't think so that this is the moment really that we should celebrate that we have come to that level. There is a long road ahead. And as my co-panelist rightly pointed out of 389, there were only 15. So we have come a long way, but still if you see, if I particularly talk about the legal profession, we have very, very minuscule number of women who are doing good in the profession. Leave aside the Supreme Court, where it is very congenial, very, positive for women. But otherwise, if you go across the district courts, the trial courts, the situation is not very good. So out of the entire population of lawyers that we have, it's only 15% who are women who are practicing. So I think that to be able to celebrate, we need to reach to a figure at least 30 to 40%. So that is my point number one. But yes, I do say, even in today's Kartavya Path parade we saw on the Republic Day, we saw many firsts, We saw that there was a first CRPF contingent, all women contingent. That was for the first time. We saw women leading the contingent, all male contingent. Today we also saw that the contingent which is on the camel from Rajasthan, we had for the first time women on the camel in the contingent. They were part of the parade, today's parade. So it's exhilarating. It's very nice to see all these positive changes happening in the society. But at the same time, I do feel that there are 2-3 very important things that have to be kept in mind in order to bring women at par to the rest 50% population of our country. So when we are talking about women reservation, we don't have any reservation in the Indian judiciary. Yeah. Very well, at the states level, some high courts do have, and you can see from the data that almost 50% women are coming in the lower judiciary. They are passing the exam and they are becoming judges. However, the situation in the high courts and Supreme Court is improving. I won't say it's not improving. It is getting better, but still the number of women judges is still grim. It is abysmal poor. Also, I think it is important to have women judges in the judiciary because there is a different perspective. And when we talk about law is just not about what's written in the law books, but also sometimes there are subjects where you should have how a woman looks at it.
Okay. So you talk about the echelons of the judiciary and how as you go down in the ground level, it becomes more and more difficult for a woman to then fight for her rights and come out with flying colors. Ravi Bhatt also on the telecast with me, and Ravi, I'm understanding from you, particularly when it comes to the women's reservation in the parliament, that has been a contentious subject, but not much has been achieved in that aspect. Keeping in mind the percentage of women that represent various constituencies in the lower house are minuscule even today.
Anisha, I tell you one thing, that we must keep the background of Indian society in our mind. Our society, Indian society, is a society of extremists. If you go back to the history, in Indian society, on one hand, the women are treated like a goddess, and on the other hand, they are treated absolutely like a second-class citizen. Even lesser than that, at times to the level of even slave. So this is one of the drawbacks of the Indian society here. But in that society, gradually the Constituent Assembly, and especially the 15 women, they had played a very decisive role in that, because they are the sign of the change. The best part was, and thanks to the people leaders who had included these 15 women from different sections of the society. On one hand, as you have already said, Devyani was from the Dalit. And the other hand, you will find Hansa Mehta. She was educated in England. She has learned the journalism in England. On the other hand, we have a woman like Begum Aziz Rasool. She was from a princely state. So the best part is, and activists were also women, were also included. So that was a very positive thing about the people when they included the women from the different section of the society, so we can realize, drafting committee could realize the hardship, the discrimination faced by the women, and that has helped us a lot. But there's a lot to be done. As one panelist was already talking earlier to me, that she was a lawyer, she said that there's a law written in the constitution, and on the ground level, the execution of that. These are absolutely two different things. Of course, written law is one thing that gives the power. But on practice, as we have in a society, our society, like we have to decolonize our mindset that the Britishers were better. The same way, I think there should be a mass movement on the social level also, that we men should understand this thing very well in their mindset, not only the constitution.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Ravi. But I'll have to interrupt you because you know, we have gone through the profiles of these women leaders, strong leaders who drafted the constitution. We're calling them the mothers of our constitution. And in this final episode of the final leg of the episode, I'm going to also introduce to you the last 5 members of the constitution, the 15 women, the 5 of the 15 women who actually had the will, the power, the vision to build our constitution. I introduced to you Renuka Ray. She was the member of the Central Legislative Assembly from 1943 up until 1946. She was member of the Provisional Parliament in 1952 up until 1957. She served as a Minister for Relief and Rehabilitation in West Bengal Legislative Assembly in 1957. She was also the member of the Lok Sabha in 1962. Sarojini Naidu, first woman Indian to become the President of Indian National Congress. She was the first woman who was appointed as the Indian State Governor as well. Sucheta Kriplani, she played a major role in the Quit India movement in 1942. She established Women's Wing of the Congress in 1940. Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, she was the sister of India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. She was elected to the Allahabad Municipal Board. She was elected to the Assembly of the United Provinces in 1936. She was even the Minister of the Local Self-Government and Public Health in 1937. She was the first Indian woman to become the Cabinet Minister of the nation. Annie Mascarenhas, she was the first woman to be part of Travancore State Congress Working Committee. She was the leader of the movement for integration of Travancore with India. So there you have it. I have brought you in front of you the list of 15 women, strong leaders that are the mothers of the Constitution. Let me again go back to Advocate Rain. And Advocate Rain, while there might just be a few names, a handful of them, you know, we can count them on our fingertips, who are celebrated in our country. Sarojini Naidu. We talk about Vijay Lakshmi Pandit. Now, besides them, there are several others who are incognizant in the minds of the people because they are not present in the history books. How can that be changed?
By adding their name in the history books. Now, it's high time that we have to acknowledge that each and every person, be it 1, be it 10, be it 100, we have to acknowledge that each step is very important. You have to acknowledge each and every woman who has played an important role in creating the history that we have right now today. So we have to put everyone's name in the history book, tell about everyone who all have played important part in creating the history, who have created such amazing constitution wherein every woman, every person has equal rights. So you have to tell about them. You have to be very bold about it, and you have to tell that we understand that the history of women have taken little time. It was quite slow for a woman to be to be given equal rights in the society, though even till date we all are still somewhere or the other struggling for it, but still we have been doing it.
Yeah.
And so
Okay,
and,
all right.
so,
So give
and soon
credence.
in Supreme Court of India, you are going to see the first Chief Justice of India, a woman Chief Justice of India soon. So that is something beautiful.
I'm going to come back to Ravi, but you know, like I said, just a handful of names. Maybe Sarojini Naidu, Vijay Lakshmi Pandita. These are names that one is reminiscent of from India's freedom struggle and the first cabinet that was created. Oh, is there a way that the youth of the country can then get to know the achievements and feats of the other women leaders, other women freedom fighters, some of whose names I've rattled off in this list of 15, who were also part of drafting the constitution of our country? How can that be done so? Can there be memorials that can be built? And if you could shed more light into particularly the achievements of these women that I've mentioned today.
See, the best part will be there. When you erect a memorial, in that case, you know, that's just a chance that someone come across it and comes to know it. But I suggested that it should be the part of the syllabus. Their journey of these women should be, it will not take very long. Even a short, you know, journey of their life should be included in the syllabus at the school level, so that it becomes a permanent memory. You understand, the things which we study at the school level, that becomes a permanent part of my memory. So that will go a long way in in engraving on the mindsets of the students that what kind of the positive role these women had played, and this will inspire generations to come.
Absolutely. Advocate Khushbu, quick last comments before I wrap this up. It is a day to celebrate the constitution of our country, but more importantly, the women behind the constitution drafting the constitution of our country.
Absolutely. Just to conclude, I mean, despite hurdles, women are now taking up leadership positions across multiple industries such as finance, technology, education, parliament, you know, in democracy, in judiciary, in legal profession, making them key players when it comes to contributing towards India's economic growth. And there are numbers to showcase that. Now, as we continue down this path together, I would say that as women, let us remember how much potential lies within each one of us, especially those often which gets unnoticed, as rightly said by you earlier also, that there were a lot of women who were part of the entire journey of Free India movement, but they are not part of it. So yes, there are. So I would say that there would be a lot of work which will be getting unnoticed. Hence, we need to make sure that contributions are there every single day